Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Fell in Love with Lannseax? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. My dream? I want all of us to see eye to eye. From gods to dragons. Mortals to albinorics. Omens to misbegotten. That is my wish. And I'll see it made reality. After all, this ain't my first time around. The golden sun. Golden sun. It's a boy. 3 little words. And yet they unseated an Elden Lord. Godfrey was a warrior first and foremost. Some might even say he lived for battle. Magnificent were his foes, mighty his victories, and many more yet to come. Once upon a time he had lived for the thrill of steel clashing against steel, testing his limits against strong opponents, pushing his body to the absolute limit then exceeding it. And yet here in this moment he found himself laid low by the least expected. His son, his heir, cradled in the arms of his beloved Marika, his wife, could not be considered strong. Not yet. Of course not. 'Twas a baby after all. He would not be a warrior for quite some time. And yet for perhaps the first time great Godfrey found himself at a loss for words. His strong arms quivered uselessly at his sides as he gazed upon the perfection that was their child, unable to do anything other than stare. His tongue felt like a leaden weight in his mouth, unable to give voice to the sheer tumult of emotions he was currently experiencing. Isn't he wonderful, Godfrey? In the end it fell to his Queen Eternal to speak, and speak she did as she cooed at their child. His name shall be Godwin, a fine name. We made this, a proud voice in the back of Godfrey's head preened. Our son, the first demigod of the lands between. Come beloved, Marika held her arms out to him suddenly, startlin Gim. Hold your son. For perhaps the first time in his life, Godfrey felt fear. Not for himself. For the babe. What if he didn't hold him tightly enough? Ancestors above, what if he held him too tightly? His once heated blood ran bitter cold at the thought. Never mind dropping him, the idea of crushing him proved far worse. Calm thyself, mine husband. In the end his dithering availed him naught. His wife pushed their child into his arms. Sirash leaned over his back and sniffed once, inspecting this strange pink thing. The baby laughed at him. Actually laughed, and the beast lord recoiled. Godfrey gazed at him anew. His child. A son. Golden hair crowned a red face from which bright blue eyes shone. He loved Marika and her pale complexion, truly he did, but it heartened him to see that the little lad took to his side most strongly. His sole imperfection, if one dared to call it such, were a trio of odd whiskers upon his cheeks. Birthmarks, perhaps? Still, there were no horns. Not an omen. He thanked the spirits for that tiny mercy. He didn't think he'd be able to consign his children, any of his children, to the depths. This was the first true demigod in the lands between. Holding him close, he gazed at his heir. A fine warrior you will be. Was it just his imagination, or was the boy smiling? And such a strong grip he had. The lad grew quickly, both in body and mind. Godwin the Golden they called him, both for his striking blonde locks and sunny demeanor. By the tender age of 7 he'd already proved himself mighty indeed, and not at all for the reasons one might expect. The boy cracked his neck and glared bloody red daggers at his hated foe. You're not getting out of this alive, you bastard, he growled, thrusting a finger forward. Not this time. Giving me the silent treatment? Fine. He flung up his arms with a scowl. Be like that. We have ways of making you talk. For its part, the practiced dummy stared back impassively, its blank face defying him as it always had. No longer. Today was the day he tore it apart. His way. Not the way he'd been taught by his parents. No sword nor hammer, nor axe and spell, just his bare bloody hands, or so he would claim if anyone stumbled upon the wreckage. You're talking to an inanimate object again. I'm starting to worry for your sanity. Whiskered cheeks dimpled in a scowl. Quiet, Kurama. Let me handle this. Handle what? It's not even alive. He looked left. Now right. Not a single soul in sight. Raising his right hand before his face, the whiskered warrior clenched his fingers into a claw and pushed out with his will. Tattered threads of chakra, remnants of a bygone world that was no longer his own, stirred within him, gathered now in his outstretched palm. A snarling sphere swirled to life between his fingers, a writhing vortex of energy ready to annihilate whatever it touched. Godwin gazed upon that cerulean sphere, held it before his face and grinned at the maelstrom of energy he'd created. Heh, a rueful chuckle leaped from his lips as he gazed upon his old technique. Still got it. Wonder if I can still? Blue eyes drifted shut. When next they opened, they burned a serene shade of gold. On a whim, he cradled his free hand around the Rasengan and molded wind into the sphere, strengthening it. A bead of sweat ran down his brow, but he held fast. No need for a clone. He wanted to do this himself. Had to, if only to assuage his wounded pride. Unruly golden locks lifted in the breeze that followed the technique's creation, slightly at first, then whipping away as a keening shriek filled his ears. The storm swirled in his grasp, a dirge of death to whomever was unlucky enough to hear. Right, he hummed to himself. Now for the real test. Hoisting it aloft, he glared at his target. How many times had he tried and failed in this new body of his? More than he cared to count. And all the while this man of straw and hay mocked him with its silent state. No longer. A quick step brought him forward. From there he twisted his body, his palm, and the raisin shuriken, pivoting to launch it as one would a disc. In truth, he didn't so much see the destruction as he did hear it. His target utterly evaporated in a cloud of splinters. Lowering his arm, the golden sun whistled as he surveyed his handiwork. A grin tore across his face as he pumped a fist into the air. All right, finally got my chakra back. And it only took you how many years to master it in this body? Naruto clamped both hands over his ears. Well, I can't hear you. Being reborn had proven an interesting experience thus far, but he felt he'd acquitted himself well over the last 7 years. It helped that he still had the lion's share of his strength. Really, it was just a matter of getting it to work for him in this new body, a form so much stronger than his old one, yet still fundamentally different. He'd struggled to use even the most basic jutsu until this year. But not anymore. Some might argue that this leap forward was a chance for him to cut loose, but he disagreed. In his eyes, this the more reason to be careful and check his strength to avoid suspicion. For now. After all, if Marika realized her son had the soul of a stubborn shinobi, she might start asking questions, inquiries he wasn't prepared to answer, if only because he didn't have the answers to them yet. Why was he here? Why had he been reborn after his final battle? Had he died? Been sealed somehow? He didn't remember. Couldn't recall. At some point, his past had been wiped away, leaving a gaping void behind. Naruto, now Godwin, remembered befriending Kurama. He remembered going into battle against his fellow Jinchuriki. He remembered fighting Sasuke to a standstill, bleeding out from his right arm on then nothing. Anyone else would have been petrified by the gap in their memories. And he had been, for a time. Had he done something terrible? And he wasn't given time to dwell on it, if only because his second childhood proved the exact opposite of his last. He found himself drowned in love and affection here, so much so that he didn't know what to do with it all. Time heals all wounds, and 7 years had done much to mend his. Of course, that didn't mean he'd limit himself forever, of course. Where was the fun in that? Once he was fully grown, he intended to cut loose completely. Holding oneself back for the sake of a fight? Not doing that, not by any means. He wasn't a battle maniac. Not like Dad. Heh. Just thinking of it brought a smile to his face and made him rub his hands together. Can't wait to see the look on his face in our next spar. I still say I can eat that old lion of his. Karamatsu, no. You can't eat Uncle Sirash. He's a good guy. Naruto, he's literally glued to your old man's back. He tried to bite you the last time you touched him. Meh. Grinning, he pushed his young body upright and went about setting up another target for himself. He's coming around. In what world? In this one, of course. What else? He was determined to get an early start this time around. Make as many friends as possible, you know? His parents were all right, all things considered. Marika reminded him of Kaguya only a little, in the sense that she was wicked strong and not afraid to throw said strength around to get her point across. At least she wasn't going around turning her subjects into white Zetsu, and the Erd Tree wasn't trying to devour this world. Moreover, she was actually a good mom, unlike that rotten witch. Even with his 8th birthday on the horizon, she still fussed and fawned over him as only a first-time parent could. And it felt kinda nice, if he was perfectly honest about it. Markia was not Kushina. She could never be Kushina, but she'd proven herself a good mother. It was almost cute how desperate she was to keep him safe and sated. Adorable, really. By contrast, Godfrey's dad kinda reminded him of Minotaur, in that he was really just a big teddy bear. Strong and willing to thrown down in a fight, but a big softy where family was involved. Moreover, he felt a certain sense of kinship with him, more so than Marika. While the Eternal Queen flaunted her power openly, his Lord Father restrained himself so as not to harm those around him with his raging instinct. He could respect such a mighty warrior for limiting himself the way he did. After all, wasn't he doing the same thing? I ain't sitting on your back like Sirash. I'd be worried if you did. He laughed a little as he kicked another board away and flipped into a second exercise. You'd crush me. He knew he'd have to drop the ruse sooner or later, but for now, he was content to see where this life had led him. After all, an only child he might well be for now, but he relished the idea of having a big family. If his parents had their way, he'd soon get his wish. Come to think of it, Mom had been looking a little on the heavy side lately. Naruto, no, and golden paw burst from his shoulder to swat the back of his head, drawing a whine from him. Don't even think about it. You're reading into things again. You know, I always wanted to be a big brother. Godwin. A voice pricked at his ear, shattering his reverie. My Lord Godwin. Oh, heavens, where has he run off to this time? A frown creased Naruto's face as he craned his neck back. Godwin? Who was Gata, right? That was his name in this world. Still forgot that, sometimes. 7 years old and already stuck with a handmaiden. Sasuke would have laughed himself silly if he saw this. Broody bastard. Placing 2 fingers to his lips, he whistled sharply to draw attention onto himself. Over here, Tish. He heard someone cry out. Not a heartbeat later, a blur of blue-on-black robes burst out the door and into the plaza. Paused now as they noticed him. He managed a lazy wave, then a grunt as little Tish struck his chest at speed, latching onto his tunic for dear life. He would have been worried if she wasn't so short. Blue-green eyes glared up at him. You ran off again. Mother's been looking everywhere for you. He let the golden hue fade from his eyes. I told her I'd be training today. She puffed her cheeks out in a pout. But not where. Oops. Don't you oops me. Tiny hands gave him a shake. I thought you wandered out the capital again. I was worried sick. Naruto laughed and let her rant. Felt good to have a friend, you know? Perhaps that was a bit selfish of him. But he'd died once already. Couldn't he have one thing for himself in this world? Or maybe more than one? With her pale blonde hair and slender build, Tish reminded him very much of a young Ino Yamanaka, only more brash and not afraid to give him a tongue lashing if he did something stupid. If she grew up to be anything at all like her mother Electo, she'd be a raving beauty in a decade, assuming things went well in the future. That was the crux of the matter, wasn't it? Both mother and daughter were technically handmaidens of Markia, yet each were more than they seemed. His 6th sense said much about the mother-daughter duo. Electo and Tish weren't the humble handmaidens they claimed to be. A maiden didn't move the way they did. They'd been trained. Still, they'd been nothing but kind to him thus far, and he had no reason to hate them. He'd give them a chance. Yes, he'd do it right this time too, bring peace to this world, just as he had in his own. In the end, Naruto let the thought pass and smiled for his dear friend. Come on. He took Tish by the hand and led her away. Let's get some lunch. Cook's serving venison today. Can we train a little afterward? She blinked up at him, pleading eyes. Just the 2 of us? He laughed, slipping back into his Godwin persona all too easily. As my lady wishes. Whistling softly to himself, he sauntered away with her, hand in hand. Mom had been right about one thing. The world was his oyster. He couldn't wait to see what came next. You're not putting those boys in the sewers. I won't allow it. First one to try it loses their hand. Second, you'll lose your eyes. You lose your life. Are we clear? The Golden Sun. Prince of Pride. Naruto always wanted to be a brother. Why wouldn't he? He'd ever longed for a sibling in his first life. Preferably an older one, but after some thought, he didn't mind playing the role of eldest himself. It seemed like such a good idea at the time. Yes, he'd made up his mind long ago. He would be the best sibling he could be, sure to protect and guide those who came after him. Morfuhi. Morgot. Get back here. Laughter echoed ahead of him. Nay. You'll never take us alive, old man. Long strides carried Godwin down the halls at a breakneck pace after his quarry. In hindsight, he was sure he must have been quite the sight half-dressed as he was, blue tunic hanging loosely off one shoulder, the breeze kicked up by his frantic jog only serving to tug the garment down yet further. A passing servant stopped to admire him and found herself bowled over for her efforts. He caught her with nary a backward look, spun her to the side, then hurried on with a rushed apology. What had he been thinking? Children were evil. Little siblings were sneaky. They were tricksy. Fierce and fiery fiends they were, sweet one moment then sour the next. I did warn you. Not the time, Kurama. He didn't race after the twins, nor did he walk. No point in running now. He knew exactly where they were headed. Sure enough, he found the boys in the plaza, perched in the high branches of a tree. Morgot had already made it to the top, while little Mog, with his heavier head of horns, was still struggling at the halfway point. Said struggles redoubled when he saw him coming and he scampered up after his twin. Naruto stopped at the base of the oak and tapped his foot. Come down from there. Right now. An acorn bounced off his head. Come and get us. Don't tempt me. Naruto's right eye began to twitch. He could, if he really wanted to. A swam of shadow clones, a golden arm or two from Kurama, and he'd wrangle them right down. But doing so would cause questions he knew he couldn't answer. Not yet. Soon but not yet. Not until his position was truly secure. Yes sir, he had always wanted to be a big brother. Truth was, it really wasn't all it was cracked up to be. He loved Morgot and Mog to death of course, no matter what they might look like. He'd staked his very reputation on them. Were it not for his own good word, they would be rotting down in the sewers with the other omen, yet another flaw in the order he would fix when he came to power, but it was precisely because he had spoken up at the every moment their birth that the fingers let them be, that they were free to be like this. Boys, having fun, causing mischief, living their lives. Utterly unaware of the heinous fate they'd avoided. And thus, did he become their minder. Their faults would be his faults, their sins, his sins. Still didn't stop them from being little scamps when they wanted to be. Little hellions, they were. Last chance. He began to crack his knuckles. Either you get out that tree right now, or I'm calling her. Mog clutched at a withered bough, good eye gone pensive. You wouldn't dare. Oh-ho? He planted a fist against his hip. Care to test me? The younger omen blew a merry raspberry his way. Right then. Don't say I didn't warn you. He placed 2 fingers to his lips, closed his eyes, inhaled deeply and whistled at the top of his lungs. A sharp piercing note echoed away over Lannseax, from the tallest tower, all the way down to the eastern ramparts. A second passed. 2. Followed 3. The silence stretched out as the young omen held their breath. And then, someone whistled back. Fool of a brother. Morgot glared bloody red daggers at his twin. Now you've done it. You've ruined us. Mog managed a grimace. Maybe it wasn't here? You rang, my Lord Godwin? Mog was still speaking when a soundless shimmer of silk appeared at Naruto's flank. The ghost of a smile touched the blonde's face. Sloppy. He'd heard her footsteps this time. Either she'd let herself slip or he'd simply grown used to sensing her over the years. I'm telling you, she's gotta be an assassin. No handmaiden moves like that. I'm well aware. But she can't hurt us. After all, what manner of man feared death when he'd already died once? He didn't care who she was, even less of what she intended. Simply put, she was far too entertaining to lose. He craned a blue eye over his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. They're in the tree again. Alecto strutted past him, a hand ghosting over his shoulder as she slipped by. Looked up. Frowned. Is that so? The twins stiffened beneath her gaze. Naruto bit down on a snicker. He knew that look. He'd been on the receiving end of it a time or two when he was their age. Alecto was in every way a more mature version of Tish, a tart yet tantalizing hint to what her daughter would one day become. And unlike him, she wasn't afraid to mete out spankings to little lords who grew too big for their britches. My young lords, she cooed softly at the Omen twins, you'd best climb down from there before I fetch your parents. Morgott and Mog exchanged a wary glance. The latter spoke. We'll take our chances. Will you now? It was the wrong thing to say. Because you see, Alecto smiled. It was not a nice smile. Shall I call mine daughter Tish, then? She plucked a tiny silver bell from her sash, hefting it over her head as one might a mace. I'm sure she would love to play with thee. Someone whimpered. It sounded like Mog. This time, Naruto couldn't quite bite back his laughter. Tish's idea of play left much to be desired. Oh, she'd play with them all right. As in training. She'd work them they dropped from exhaustion. Usually via her fists or the business end of a knife. He'd been subject to such before. He at least could handle her. They could not. Well, Alecto all but purred, ready to flick her wrist and unleash hell. What say ye? Shall I call her? Their response was nothing short of immediate. Anything but that. Will be good. Morgott and Mog shot down the tree, sketched a quick bow, and scampered the way they'd come. Naruto contemplated chasing them to their chambers, then thought better of it. The dual threat of Alecto and Tish was usually more enough to cow the boys for a month or two. They'd behave in the interim. Alecto hammered them with one last warning. Don't forget your lessons tonight. They gave a harried assent and hastened around the corner. Such children, she tutayed, touching one to her cheek. Naruto palmed his face. You don't know the half of it. I know more than I care to. His mother's handmaiden clicked her tongue. But enough of them. We're alone. Which means, she continued to pace, a trace of glee tickling her words as she linked her arm in his, full bosom pressing against him. We have the afternoon to ourselves. What say you, my lord? Shall we take a walk? Through your chambers, perhaps? He quirked a brow down at her. What kind of walk? Her smile could have made Uncle Malekith quiver. A very enthusiastic walk. I wouldn't. You promised to see Tish today, remember? She'll have a fit if you ignore her. Not today, then? Some of his reluctance must have shown through, because Alecto made a noise of displeasure and reluctantly released him. A pity. Close your eyes, my lord. His brow furrowed in faux concern. Whatever for? Humor me, my dear prince. Naruto rolled his eyes, but complied nevertheless. He knew what Alecto was going to do. For all her supposed subtlety, he could read her like a book. Even a blind man could see her intentions. She'd been hounding him ever since he came of age, and something told him it was for more than just his body. Courting her promised pain and disaster. He'd been through worse. He was a prince after all, and truth be told, he enjoyed this little game of theirs. Warm lips brushed his cheek, little more than a feather's touch. Something sparked. Fine, too could play to her scheme. With but a thought his arms came alive and he whirled, wrapping both one arm round Alecto's waist even as the other lifted her up. She made a pleased noise, coiling a slender leg round his waist as he dragged her into the shadows. Gasped now when he pressed her against a wall in that darkness and kissed her full on the lips, hard enough to bruise. Her body ground against his, hips bucking in wanton need. He held her there for a full breath, then pulled away, pinning her wrists above her head, denying his handmaiden the satisfaction she sought. Alecto struggled a moment more to no avail, and slumped in his grasp. How unfair. Don't you know it's rude to keep a lady waiting? Rude, he scoffed. This from the one who keeps trying to jump me? She flashed him a coy look beneath her lashes. Then refuse me. The golden sun, indeed, she tossed her head, sending her long blonde braid to swaying as she gave him a long, fond look. Even now. You resist? Her words peaked into a gasp as he forced a knee between her legs. As expected of Marika's firstborn. I'll have you know this is no game for me. Her breath hitched a little in thinly veiled pleasure when he tightened his grip on her. I know I can never be your queen. She leaned forward as much as he would allow, words ghosting most pleasantly over his right ear, but I would happily be thy consort. Damn, she's thirsty. That was not the image Naruto's self-control needed right now. It was enough to make him quirk a blonde brow and lowered her to the ground. You're teasing me. Am I? Alecto smoothed her skirts, a pale hand tucking aside a strand of straw-blonde hair. You have but to say the word. You'll be a man grown, soon enough. I wonder who you'll choose. A pale finger touched her chin in idle contemplation. Then again, why settle for one at all? Consider it. Her piece said, she turned and sashayed away, hips swaying in a manner that couldn't be anything other than deliberate. His eyes lingered. Oh, and one last thing, my lord. And as he looked on, Alecto rang the bell. Do be kind to my daughter. She is far friendlier than I. Heat flooded Naruto's cheeks as he swore softly. Why, you sneaky little. As ever, Master Hyuga had tales aplenty. Tish almost found it ironic, in a bitter way. This habit would be surely the death of her. She'd been forever fond of weapons for as long as she could remember. Knives, chief among them. Some might call it natural given her upbringing, but she just couldn't help herself. She knew she was courting disaster by visiting him here at this hour, but she simply couldn't help herself. Loyal smith of the royal family, Marika's misbegotten was a weaponsmith beyond compare. His weapons rattled the earth and split the skies. In the beginning she'd sought him for such. Could he craft a weapon to kill a god? She had to know. That was then. She'd since fallen prey to his stories instead. And so many he had. He really fought that many nights. She uncrossed her legs and rose from her place beside the old man's anvil. Alone. Silly girl. Hyuga swatted her on the shoulder, a light cuff that didn't even sting, yet she felt the rebuke all the same. He's like his mother, Marika. It's not his smile you need to worry about. A scaly finger poked her just shy of her forehead. It when he stops smiling that you need to run. When he stopped. Her nose wrinkled. I don't understand. He's always smiling. And he's so kind. Could one be too kind? She wondered about that sometimes. Her lord, her target, was a mystery to her even now. For all his kindness, he never presented any openings. Ever was he wary, ever was he on guard. There was power in him, strength ready to spring forth at the slightest provocation, but it wasn't the strength that stilled her. It was his kindness. Lord Godwin was just too damn nice. She'd thought a child of Lady Marika and Lord Godfrey would be an insufferable prat, an arrogant prince who sought only strength for himself and no other. But he wasn't that way at all. He'd risked his reputation for his brothers, put his very well-being on the line, proven himself time and again. It had taken her years to realize it, and in those years she had grown attached. If she was tasked to slay him now, if it came to that, she didn't think she could. Not her, nor her mother. They'd gone too deep, fallen too far in their cover. Gods above, Tish didn't think she even wanted to hurt her Godwin anymore. Oh dear. If she was thinking like this boded poorly. Poorly indeed. Not always. Hyuga's words drew her back to reality, and something in his voice caught at her. I watched someone push him too far once. They're still finding pieces of M in the capital. Tish opened her mouth to inquire further, and a faint chime caught her ears. She cursed and thumped a fist against the ground. Oh, seems he's rung the bell, his piece said. The surly misbegotten returned to his task. Off with you then. Tish dithered. May I come back tomorrow? I don't wish to be a bother. Hyuga grunted something under his breath. It sounded like a yes. She scampered off with a smile. Please excuse my tardiness. For once in her life, Tish arrived late. Naruto was almost pleased by it. Her 5-minute delay gave him time to master himself, if only just. Don't worry about it, he mussed her hair, drawing a whine from the maiden. I wasn't the one who rang for you. Long lashes fluttered in a baffled blink. She stood there for a long moment. Naruto counted to 9. Watched the realization dawn. Then mother. Tish pouted, anger flashing in her blue-green eyes. She's scheming again, isn't she? Just you wait, my Lord Godwin. She drew herself up, thrusting her chest out at him. You mustn't fall for her wiles. Someday, I'll be even more beautiful than her. A laugh leaped from his lips. Of that I have no doubt. She stomped a foot as his grin gradually grew. You're teasing me, aren't you? No, no, perish the thought. He laughed when she thumped his chest with a fist. That tickles. She thumped him again. Harder this time. A hint of anger crept into her voice. Godwine. Okay. Ow. He feigned pain for her sake. I'm sorry. You really are adorable when you sulk. Tish wailed and gave him another smack, heedless of his laugh. Cease. He drew her into a warm embrace, stifling her protests. Sorry, I don't think I can. She slugged his shoulder, but the blow lacked the power of the last. My lord is too arrogant. The bait was too juicy to ignore. Your lord? Wasn't aware I was your property. She bit his arm for that. He only laughed harder. Try as he might, Naruto couldn't quite keep the smile from his face as Tish railed at him. More often than not he fell back old habits these days. It was so terribly easy to slip into the painstaking persona he'd crafted for himself, to be Godwin, the golden son, loved and treasured by all. But there were times when Tish teased the real him out. He rather liked that. Almost made him feel human. He'd have to watch her. Her and Electo both. Kurama scoffed at him. Going for the mother/daughter pair are we? Why am I not surprised? Maybe he was. Maybe it would end in disaster. But for now, Naruto found himself content. This was nice. Peaceful. He needed this respite. He'd do anything to keep it as long as he could. The dragon struck a week later. Why do you laugh, child? You face a dragon. I'm sorry. I can't help but laugh. It's just funny. I've fought so many things. But a dragon? That's a first even for me. I'll give you this. You're definitely the biggest beast I've ever seen. Congratulations. I don't even think the 10 tails was this big. But unfortunately for you, are no child. The conquest begins. Fire and thunder. Lannseax the Great struck like a falling star. In his wake, for the first time since the age of the Erd Tree began, the capital walls were breached. Alas, the sentries weren't aware of him until he came crashing through the clouds. Likewise were the walls torn asunder before anyone knew what truly transpired. The poor souls who manned the herd only the bestial roar of thunder, saw only the towering spark of red lightning. Then they ceased to be. Nothing could be done to muffle the sound, however, nor the sight. Watchers in the distance saw the death of their brethren. A trumpet went up, joined by another. Not satisfied with merely breaching the walls, Lannseax dragged his great bulk into the city. Great jaws parted, bathing the capital in a storm of golden fire and blood. Knights died by the dozens. Pages were consumed in a torrent of scalding napalm, citizens crushed under avalanches of rubble. All this in less than a minute. Thus did an era of true peace end. And the terrible war of the dragons begin. That is a big dragon. Naruto felt his eyes spark at the sight in the distance. He saw the dragon from on high at the base of the Erd Tree, heard it bellow a challenge, knew a smile was tearing across his face. Finally, a challenge after all these years. A real fight, a proper adversary. His heart pounded in his ears, the drums of a great hunt out for blood, and he found himself standing, reaching for a weapon that was no longer there. He'd show that big bastard what for. See how he liked a tailed beast bomb in his brother? He looked down. Remembered who he was. Right. Couldn't go herring off to save the day just yet. Young Morgott and Mog looked up at him, clinging to his robes for guidance. They weren't excited. Never. Not at all. Why would they be? They were just children. Their home was under attack. With each tremor that shook the city, so too did they quiver. Don't be scared. He knelt and took them into his arms. You're safe up here. I've got this. Mog frowned at him. You're speaking strangely again. Preserve his cover. I haven't the foggiest idea what you mean. He spoke quickly when Morgott tried to protest. Now, be good boys and stay here with Electo and Tish, all right? They'll look after you. It was too much for Morgott to endure. You going to fight that thing? You're mad. No, Naruto chastised, I'm your big brother. It's my job to protect you, you know. The Omen twins looked like they wanted to protest. Eventually, they relented under his glare. Good boys. He drew them into another brisk embraces, ruffled their horns, then paused. Once this mess is over, I'll see if can't do something about these things. Another quake rattled the city. He ignored it. Wouldn't want one of you to lose an eye or something. Promise? Yup, he smacked his lips, gave Mog's head a pat, and climbed to his feet. Alecto quirked a brow the moment he did. My lord, you cannot hope to fell such a beast alone. I will accompany you. Nah, he held up a hand. Kidoosh. Stay here with the twins. I'll handle this. They blinked. The older of the two found their voice first. I beg your pardon? Means no, he winked their way. I don't need any help with this. Hast thou taken leave of thy senses? Tish latched onto his arm, stalling him. That is no mere this out there. 'Tis a great dragon. She jabbed a pale finger at the madness taking place down below. A dragon among dragons, the largest we've ever seen. Lannseax roared in the distance, echoing her claim. A dragon among dragons indeed. He couldn't wait to fight him. My daughter speaks truly. Alecto took hold of his other limb, distracting him. This is foolishness. They were worried. He shook himself free. Still gonna try? Then you will surely die. He quirked a brow at Tish. Do you think so little of me? If he words weren't enough to quell, his look was. She drooped, bright eyes flicking to her feet. No. Tish stepped into him, stood on the tips of her toes and delivered a swift peck to his chin. But if you must go, at least allow me to give this. In the same instant, she draped an odd necklace around his neck. Naruto reflexively touched a hand to it, frowning a little and the red gold metal. Its touch brought with it a curious sense of vitality, not that he needed it, leaving him all but buzzing with energy. Deep inside him, Kurama perked up. Well, that's certainly something. 'Tis a crimson amber medallion. Tish averted her eyes when he looked her way. It should allow thee to endure grievous wounds. Oh, very well. Alecto flung up her arms. This is a fool's errand, but if I cannot dissuade thee. Before he could think to stop her, Tish's mother tore a long strip of cloth from her transparent blue veil. From there she took hold of his right arm and wrapped neatly to the elbow, pausing only to remove one of the many golden bangles from her wrist. Her hands worked quickly from there. She used the metal as a crude clasp of sort to secure the fabric there. Another talisman, no doubt. Dark cloth with a pale lustrous sheen, it almost seemed to gleam in the mid-morning light. A concealing veil, she hastened to explain when he turned a questing look her way. It should hide thee from the beast's sight for a time. He couldn't help the wide grin that stretched across his face. All you do care? She scoffed. Of course I do. You are my lord. Here let me remind thee. Her lips alighted upon his. Tish whined. Mother. Cease that at once. If thou wish to embrace him, you should have done so earlier, child of mine. Naruto bit back a smile as Tish rounded on him, eyes blazing. He had an inkling of what she intended. Sure enough, twin palms clamped upon on either side of his face. He heard her take a deep breath to steady herself, then she dragged him down into a fierce, if clumsy kiss. He knew better than to respond, and simply held her, embraced all but threw herself against him, clinging to him for dear life until she had to break for air. Be safe, she whispered softly. If he die today I'll kill thee. Isn't that a bit redundant? You know what I meant. She slapped his chest and stalked away. Alecto quirked a brow. Well played, mine daughter. Tish absolutely hissed. 'Tis not a play at all. You would know if you ceased thy games. He was moving almost before he realized it, leaving their squabble behind to join the fray. At first he bounded down the steps 3 at a time, and when that wasn't fast enough, he took to the rooftops themselves. Great leaps devoured the distance between him and the great WM below. Even from here he could feel it, countless lives, snuffed out in an instant. His enthusiasm for the fight faded, tempered by the loss of life. Lannseax was a mighty dragon indeed, quite possibly the greatest, even. It would take more than wise words and talismans to fell him. And yet, distant laughter told him someone had already engaged the beast in battle. Didn't take much to guess who. Of course he's down there. Naruto grit his teeth as he spied a familiar axe-wielding man hewing against a giant leg. He winced when Lannseax rounded on him, driving a towering golden bolt down, narrowly deflected at the last. Even that effort sent him crashing down to a knee. "Old man, don't go dying on me." The old man boomed another laugh and hefted his axe as he climbed back to his feet. "What a dragon this is! Twill will be a worthy death." Godwin rounded on him with a dangerous smile. "Don't even think about it." Bless. He winced. "'Twas merely a jest, my son." "Sure it was." The great dragon growled down at them. "Who dares challenge the mighty Lannseax?" Naruto bit his lip. He tried. He really did. Even then, he couldn't quite quell the snicker that followed. A giant eye locked onto him, brimming with raging wrath. "Why do you laugh, child? You face the truest of dragons." "I'm sorry," he sighed, wiping a mirthful tear from the corner of his eye. "I can't help but laugh. It's just funny. I've fought so many things. But a dragon, bare arms spread wide, shimmering with sparks. That's a first even for me. I'll give you this. You're definitely the biggest beast I've ever seen." He would never disrespect his foe for that much, at least. "Congratulations. I don't even think the 10 tails was this big. But unfortunately for you, are no child." His eyes flashed red. "And this is the end for you." Lannseax saw it and reared back. "Then fell me if you can. Fail, and I shall fell thine city." A flicker of concern stirred in him. He'd wanted to fight Lannseax, but that was an awful lot of power building up in that bolt of his. As he looked on, the clouds darkened from on high. An awful ringing rose in his ears as that terrible spear began to pulse an awful, ominous red. Lannseax's arms swept back with slow, ponderous intent. He could have sent it crashing down and destroyed everything. But he didn't. Maybe it was some strange semblance of honor. Perhaps he simply wished for a proper challenge. Who could say? "Prepare thy strongest attack." Regardless, he rumbled his challenge. "I shall pierce it and thee in a single strike." Kurama stirred to life within him. "One strike? One kill? Let's do that." Naruto rocked upright and opened his right hand. Blue light burst between his fingertips. Kurama's cloak engulfed his right arm. Not his entire body, just that limb. It was enough. More than enough. A keening Rasengan howled to life, small at first, then larger. Larger still. Yet larger. Bigger. No, bigger. He needed more than this. Naruto's arm swept up. A giant Rasengan rose with it, casting him in its baleful, beautiful blue shadow. He heard Gottfried say something, but his words were lost in the roaring energies held overhead. Just as well, too, the mighty dragon saw his doom coming, and brought that awful lance of his to bear with a defiant yowl. Red lightning swelled, reaching a feverish pitch. No doubt he intended to pierce it, then devastate the capital in a singular strike. A sound strategy until the Rasengan swelled larger still. Lannseax's bolt struck its shimmering surface and found itself summarily diverted, its piercing edge skittering aside. Crimson radiance whistled past to obliterate a nearby building, root and stem. And the Rasengan crashed down on the beast's head. For a mere moment he thought he saw a flicker of surprise, acceptance, in the old dragon's eye. But there was also so much fear. Terror pierced the WRM's heart like a blade, bringing with it the true knowledge of what he faced, and the dread for his people. Naruto always remembered the words that followed. He would never forget them, simply because he couldn't. A presence brushed his mind, the last fleeting thoughts of the doomed W. "I will not be the last, me children will come. Please spare them. I promise." His closed his eyes. "And I'm sorry." The Rasengan detonated in all its fiery glory. "Let there be light. You killed a dragon, my boy. Now you must face the consequences. What wilt thou do? Make peace with them? Slay them? Be assured, thy decision here shall shape history. Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Seal your rage." Ferrum Azula trembled with the mournful cries of dragons. Great flocks of them took to the skies to make their fury known, to honor their fallen comrade in a distant land. 4 great Lannseax, descended of the greatest dragon lord Lannseax, had been felled in battle. Flame bathed the sky as they sang their deathly dirge to the heavens, turning the clouds a molten shade of angry amber. Still the swarm screamed their all-encompassing fury to their long-lost god. Burial was not their way. Never had been. They were eternal, unlike their lesser cousins, they could not fall to old age. Death in battle was the only reliable way. And there would be another battle soon. Very soon indeed, if one dragon had anything to say about it. Lannseax watched the fiery spectacle from her perch with hate in her heart. It twisted around her thoughts like a gnarled root, pervading her very being. She longed to take wing and join her kin, to shed this flimsy human guise and vent her frustrations with them until she was spent. But no, her rage would not be spent here. It must be unleashed elsewhere. Lannseax was their sire, the closest thing they'd had to a parent. And now he was gone. She would take her kindred, go to Lannseax, and finish what father started. Tear down the royal capital around Marika's ears in his name. Until such a day came she would lock her fury away, bind it down, stifle the raging fire burning deep her breast. But only until that day. Not a moment longer. Careful, sister of mine. Your thoughts betray thee. Lannseax gnashed her teeth. Be silent. I will not. This is foolishness. Fortisax knew no such rage, or if he did, he kept it hidden. Blasted brother. He always seemed so damnably calm. Even now he lay upon the stones, sunning his great bulk, for wings sprawled out with nary a care in the world. His long neck craned toward the skybound dirge of their kin, regarding it with vague interest. He should be furious. Angry. Raging. How could he not see? Father fell of his own folly, the low baritone of his voice pierced the gloom of her thoughts. In his haste, he sought only glory and did not wish to wait for us. Perhaps, had he done so, he might still be alive. Her brow furrowed. You would speak treason, brother? I speak sense. He didn't deign to bite the verbal bait she'd set for him. Even the strongest of us can fall in battle. A fluke? Lannseax scoffed back, burying her anger beneath a thin veneer of scorn. No doubt Marika's ilk fell upon him in great numbers. Such is not weakness, not strength. Not so, his voice rumbled. My spies saw it themselves. He fought great Godfrey indeed, but 'twas his son who slew him in single combat. A demigod. She creaked an eye open. His name? Godwin. Descended of the golden lineage, no doubt. Lannseax had always been so confident. Arrogant even for a dragon. He believed his power, size, and weapon likewise would ever prevail in the face of adversity. Still he was their kin. Blood must repay blood. Son of great Godfrey or no, this Godwin would pay. If was strong then he would be able to fend them off. If not, Lannseax would burn, and she would reap a bloody vengeance. So would it be. Lannseax bared her fangs at the sky. She would show them the wrath of dragons. Lo and behold, my son, Godwin, slayer of dragons. No greater victory could there be than this. Naruto Godwin exhaled slowly in a long-suffering sigh. Really, this isn't necessary. Queen Marika thrust her chalice into the air. 3 cheers for my son. Hip hip. Hooray. Cries went up from the grand banquet table. Louder. I can't hear any of thee. Hip hip. Godfrey slammed a fist down. Hooray. Mother grinned. Once more now. Hooray. Naruto felt his face begin to burn beneath the undue attention, cheeks flushing a deep cherry red. In that moment he wanted nothing more than to sink into his seat and hide under the table. Maybe then they'd let him be. No, he knew better, just as he knew he shouldn't be mad at them. It wasn't their fault really. They were proud of him, all of them, and simply wished to show their appreciation for his mighty deeds. In all fairness, he'd expected a bit of fanfare after felling Lannseax. Maybe a kind word here, a bit of awe there. Perhaps the odd gift or two. This was a bit more than he'd expected. A mighty feast had been thrown in his honor. Even now the very capital itself heaved in the throes of a great celebration. Radagon himself had come down from Liurnia in honor of his triumph, bringing his wife and children with him. He'd counted 3 of them thus far, the eldest, Rykard, nearly of an age with him, followed by a stout fellow who must be Radon and a little girl with bright eyes and fiery red hair. That one couldn't be anyone but Runni. He knew well Marika's secret, that she and Radagon were of one soul, albeit separate bodies. That meant these children technically weren't his cousins all, but rather half-siblings, likely demigods in blood, if not necessarily name. At least little Morgott and Mog seemed happier for the company. Now that he'd gotten around to mending the Omen twins' horns, they looked more like the children they truly were, both inside and out. Such happy little lads they were. Made him feel proper pleased. Unfortunately, he couldn't show any of that either, lest he reveal his hand in it. He was the golden sun, ever calm, ever in control. The pinnacle of poise even when everyone was celebrating his accomplishments. As well they should. Kurama hummed in his head. Look at us. We're big gods damned heroes. Don't tell me you're drunk already. Alright. I won't. What? He stifled a sigh behind one palm and accepted a flute of wine from a passing serving girl. Maybe the old fox was right. They were entirely too sober for this. Tish flashed him a bemused look from where she stood behind his chair, but didn't question him as she drank. He felt her lean in and deliver a swift kiss to the side of his head. Warm lips brushed his ear. Stay strong a little longer, my lord. Her voice was a naked whisper against his outer lobe. We need only linger until they're too drunk to notice our absence. Easy for you say, he hissed back. You're not the one getting tugged every which way. Perhaps he felt her smile against his ear. But if anyone deserves it, 'tis thee. A rueful smile tugged at his lips. I'll remember this treachery. His words made Tish flinch for some reason. She masked it by kissing his ear. That at least drew a smile from him, and peals of raucous laughter from Godfrey Dad, and the more rowdy guests among them. Naturally, that meant Alecto had to swoop in from the other side and stake her claim as well, which in turn had Tish chasing her mother away. Marika took the chance to reach around and ruffle his hair while they were distracted. See how they fight over thee, my child? He looked back and found her smiling at him, every bit the indulgent parent. Does it not entertain you? Naruto looked back in time to see Tish stomp a foot, fling up her hands. Distantly he heard holler something, but the words were lost in the chaos of revelry. Probably nothing good, judging by the thunderous expression she wore. Yet for all that, Alecto bore her daughter's wrath as only a mother could, smiling all the while until Tish gave her hindquarters a good smack and made her jump. He looked back with a sigh. I'm hardly trying to start a harem. Harem, you say? The eternal queen smiled into her wine, drawing a scowl from him. A fine idea. You are my son, scion of the golden lineage and now, slayer of dragons. I would expect no less, already she spoke as if it would be. Your descendants shall be more numerous than the stars themselves, your conquests many. Indeed. Godfrey clapped his back with a mighty hand, nearly blasting the air from his lungs. As expected of my son. You hold little back, both on and off the field of battle. And what a battle yesterday was. Shall spar on the morrow, my boy? He didn't miss the edge in his words now, the keen smile of one warrior to another. What say you? Sirosh could only suppress so much of his hunger for battle. I'm anxious to see how you've improved. I as well. Marika laid her goblet down with lazy grace. If thou art strong enough to slay a beast such as Lannseax single-handedly, ye must have come far indeed. Kurama summed it up quite nicely. Naruto waved down another serving girl, snatched a goblet of wine off her tray, and downed it in a single gulp. It fortified his courage and chased away the brief pang of dread lingering in his wake. He didn't fear a sight. The old man still hit hard after all these years. Usually he could foist him off with an excuse, even throw a different opponent at him or some such. But if Mom was asking, and she clearly Wash couldn't refuse. Doing so would only make them wonder why, and with wondering came questions. He couldn't afford that. So he managed a self-same smile and a shrug. If that's what you want, sure. Excellent. Marika clapped her hands. What say we make a tourney of it? 'Twould be amusing, no? Godfrey grinned, already warming to the idea. So shall it be. We shall have warriors come from far and wide. Very well. Her point finally gained. The queen stood with a pleased hum. I shall speak with Renala and Radagon, then. Perhaps they know of capable combatants that might yet prove challenging. She paused, kissed both their cheeks, and pulled them into a crushing hug. Pray, look forward to it. Now I must away. Do try not to cause too much damage in mine absence. Naruto watched her depart with a sigh. I'm surrounded by battle maniacs, I swear. He palmed his face, trying not to slur the words. Why'd my second life have to be so crazy? Battle is battle, no matter the life, my son. Naruto palmed his face, cursing himself for the whine as much as the slip. How much of that did you hear, exactly? Godfrey leaned back in his throne and rumbled out another laugh. It was a deep, throaty sound he seldom heard these days. Enough. But it matters not. You are my son, Godwin. A large hand came down on his shoulder, surprisingly gentle for one so large. Whatever you were in another life, whoever you were before, it means little to me. You were born into this world from your mother's womb. I raised thee soon. He paused, swallowed, then comported himself once more. I may not see thee for some time. It is good to see that you have become strong. The dread came back, and it took root in his heart. Hi, Yuri, starting to scare me. You're acting like you're leaving. Remember, my son, I am proud of thee. The hand came away as Godfrey climbed to his feet. I always will be. Oi, he hissed under his breath. Knock it off. Stop acting like this. I mean it. What's going on? Trust in thine mother. Godfrey wouldn't tell him. Marika has a plan. His lord father departed with those words, leaving him to stew. Left to his own devices, Naruto resigned himself to the madness as the festivities dragged on, and drowned his doubts in drink. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy spending time with his new family, he did. There was nothing he enjoyed more in this strange second life of his. He simply regretted not being able to spare Lannseax. Stubborn old Won. He'd been set in his ways until the very last moment. I will not be the last, me children will come. Please spare them. He would honor his last request. All this praise was nice and all, maybe even well-deserved some might say, but the capital seemed awfully eager to fritter their time away and forger all that had transpired only a few short days ago. Could he truly blame them for that? If he'd seen a beast like Lannseax and been as powerless as they, he'd be in a hurry to forget too. But what had Godfrey meant? Leaving soon? And to what end? Would he be going on a journey, or? Someone tugged at his sleeve. Didst thou truly slay a dragon? Naruto looked down, blinking the haze from his eyes. It took a couple of tries, deep into his cups as he was, but eventually he found Radagon's youngest staring up at him. What was her name again? Runny. She certainly looked like her father's daughter with her pale skin, golden eyes, and that long, crimson hair. He squinted at the little girl gazing up at him. This was his half-sister? He'd always wanted one of those. Still, she was so small. I did. His tongue betrayed him. Well, aren't you just the cutest little thing? Runny kicked his shin. I am not little. Compared to me you are. Radon chuckled a few seats over. He has you there, little sister. Ran squeaked. Brother, whose side art thou on? Rykard laughed from his own chair. Not yours, certainly. Emboldened by her distraction, Naruto dared to forge onward. You really should be nicer to them, little Runny. The child stomped her foot. I am not little. Cease thy prattling. See, Naruto bit his lip to stifle his laughter. He knew she'd never forgive him if he snickered now. He was still smirking when the explosion hit. Windows shattered with neither word nor warning, showering everyone in razor shards of glass. Children cried out and ducked away under the table, even as the adults moved to shield them from this unexpected attack. It didn't end there. Even as Naruto surged to his feet, he felt the ground quake, a mighty tremor flinging tables upright, food and wine with them. What in the world? Bring him out. A voice like thunder rose over it all, rattling the very sky outside. Bring out the man who has slain our forefather. Do so now, or dragon fire shall char your precious capital to ash. Silence reigned supreme. But only for a moment. Marika tooted and made for the exit, hammer in hand. So rude. Perhaps I should smite them? Radagon chortled softly. It was not you they called for, dear sister. Perhaps. The ghost of a smile touched her pale face. Perhaps not. But I can hardly let such a challenge go ignored now, can I? My son can rest. I shall slay those foolish lizards myself. Naruto's head kissed the table. Why me? He looked up, realizing his folly a moment later. Damn it. Marika was making for the door. If those really were dragons outside, she'd wipe them out. He'd promised. Blast him and his bleeding heart. No, no, no. He interposed himself between his mother and the door quickly, realized his error, and hastened to correct his speak. Ermi means such conflict is beneath you. Thrusting an arm between her and the door drew a scowl to her lips, but still he barreled on. Why don't you let me handle this, mother of mine? Mother of mine. Funny words. Quiet, you drunken furball. Now ain't the time. Marika quirked a brow. That eager for glory, are thee? Naruto stood his ground, refusing to falter. To do so now would damn him. Here, surprisingly, she hefted her hammer to him. May it serve you well in battle. Her piece said, she slalomed her way past him, haphazardly weaving her way toward the exit. Well, what ails thee, my son? Do you not wish to prove yourself once more under mine eyes? We shall watch ye. Naruto looked to the hammer he'd been given. Back to Marika. Back to the hammer now. Every eye in the room fixed upon him. Watching. Waiting for an answer. Did she just play me? You think you know what rage is? What strength is? What pain is? No. You don't. But that's okay. I'm going to show you. The golden sun. Raging dragons. You're sure about this? Naruto rolled his shoulders. As sure as I've been about anything, I guess. This isn't a laughing matter. You won't be able to take these dragons by surprise. He didn't stop walking toward the light. Rather, he couldn't. I know. The entire bloody capital will be watching us out there. A smile touched the corner of his mouth. I know. If we use our full power here. I know. He bit off the last word with a jovial laugh. Have a little faith in me, Kurama. Faith, he says. That's what worries me. The last time I had faith in you, you blew a hole in Landel. Hey, I was just testing a new spell. New spell, he says. That was a jutsu and you damn well know it. His face dimpled at the reminder. I wanted to see if I could do it. Do what, precisely? Kurama scowled. You'll see soon enough. Despite his old friend's badgering, Naruto didn't stop smiling. Not from stress or fear, but quiet confidence. This second life had made Kurama something of a worrier at times. Fine by him. Someone had to. Strange as it might sound, he was looking forward to this. No doubt little Runni and the younger children thought he was marching to his death. Even Mog and Morgoth thought did, so much so that he'd been forced to take his little brothers aside and calm them before heading out. Doubtlessly, this might seem the act of a doomed man. He knew better. He could sense the enemy host outside, waiting to meet him. While some of them were strong, few were worthy of notice. He had faced far worse threats than a horde of dragons, in the past, and unless they were hiding another Lannseax somewhere? He was the only one who'd really given him pause, the only one who made the 10 tails made seem small by comparison. What were the rest compared to that? He rolled his shoulders as he stepped out the gatehouse and kept walking. Alone. Armed with naught but Marika's hammer in hand, he sallied forth to meet his destiny. Almost immediately he was struck by the sight of the grand army beyond. Not men or monsters, but dragons. A great many of them. Some filled the sky. Others crawled upon the ground, wretched wingless creatures dragging themselves forward on their bellies. Magma wrms. Pitiful creatures. Such was the fate of those who undertook dragon communion, they who feasted on dragon hearts, without preparing themselves. But every scale-bound creature was, to a one, looking his way. A true dragon stood at the head of host, far larger than the rest. His scales were a burnished, gleaming gray. There was a woman standing beside him too, clad in white robes. Curious. Why would a stand with dragons? It didn't make a lick of sense. He peered at her across the way, struggling to make sense of her. Perhaps sensing the weight of his regard, she raised her gaze. Golden eyes met his, slitted like those of a cat. So much anger. So much hate. Such rage. It hit him like a tidal wave, swamping him for a moment before he righted himself. Whomever this woman was, he'd clearly done something to wrong her. But how? They'd never met. He would have remembered eyes like that, hair the color of freshly fallen snow. By contrast, the dragon beside her was a rock, stern and immutable, reflecting nothing. He'd not seen that one before either, so why? Realization broke like the dawn, turning Naruto's smile sour. Lannseax had claimed descendants. Begged, pleaded really, for him to spare them. Seemed they'd come to avenge their father. Sure enough, the ancient dragon craned its neck, seeing him at the last. He still couldn't understand the woman beside him, but that would be a matter for later. For now. He stepped forward only for a hand to yank him backward. Spun him round thrice as fast. Warm lips crushed against his, stealing his breath away. He had half an instant to comprehend what had hold of him, to recognize Tish, then she was pulling back, slipping out of his grasp despite his best effort to hold onto her. His handmaiden pulled away, grinning fretfully up at him with bruised lips. She darted in again, stealing another, lingering kiss. For luck, my lord. She retreated to the gatehouse before he could think to catch her. That settled it. If he survived this, he'd have her screaming his name tonight. But for now he had to. Godwin, a voice had him craning his neck. Be careful, brother. Don't get hurt. He turned back to the castle wall, mildly amused to find young Morgot and Mog all but leaning over a nearby parapet to wave his way. Alecto hauled them backwards, chastising them even as they hollered their support. It did little to dim their enthusiasm. Now that he squinted, he could see the others up there. Mom and Dad, Radagon and his family, all the rest. Plus, they really were watching him. Seems you have fans. Stay up there. He called back to them. I mean it. Don't you dare come down here. If his family got involved here, they'd run everything, and there'd be no chance of peace. He couldn't have that. Once more hefted his borrowed weapon, knowing full well what Marika Mom wanted him do to with it. She'd played him like a fiddle. Her hammer felt heavy in his hand, not with weight, but expectation. She wanted a slaughter, and with her hammer in hand, he could certainly massacre the host before him. It was far more powerful than any weapon in his arsenal. This was a hammer unlike any other, empowered by the greater will itself. One could unmake the world with something like this. He had but to will it and it would be so. Mom loved her spectacles. Shame she wouldn't get her way today. Runny leaned over the parapet. Her little face scrunched up in a scowl. What the devil does that oaf think he's doing? Radon heard the heavens rumble and looked to the sky. So many dragons. And yet, Godwin kept walking toward them, undaunted. Realization dawned. No, surely not. Rykard watched his half-brother walk to his death. How strange. That certainly wasn't the look of a doomed man. Nay, far from it. Dead men didn't smile. He was planning something. But what? And why in blazes were father and mother smiling so? As if they knew something he didn't? Morgot and Mog watched their brother approach the horde. And in watching, their anxiety twisted ever tighter. Godwin would win. He had to. He must. Godray and Marika exchanged a long, lingering look. They thought they knew what was to come. They didn't. Not at all. The demigod approached. Surprising. Fortisax had not thought him the suicidal sort. Against all odds, he'd come out to face them alone. Indeed, here he stalked out the gates to the city, unbowed. He could see the golden sun in the distance, a faint shining speck approaching their position. He moved with no haste, for there was no need. Likewise, their army had no need of fortifications or walls or any such thing. Why would they? Their bodies were weapons after all. Their scales tenfold shields, their teeth like swords and claws, spears. Their tails could conjure earthquakes. Their wings a hurricane. And their breath death, to say nothing of the lightning they commanded. And yet for all that, Godwin the Golden showed no fear. There he is. A furious growl had him craning his long neck to the left in mild alarm. Let me at him. I'll tear his heart out. Fortisax swatted Lannseax with his tail to keep from doing something foolish. From rushing out to die a horrible death, most likely. Peace, sister? With him? She glared golden daggers at him. He let her anger wash harmlessly off his back. Never! The elder dragon heaved a sigh. Lannseax was his kin, the last he had in this world. They'd hatched together, shared the same nest, their first meal, first words, first hunt, everything. But they did not share the rage, this mindless anger that now coursed through his sister's heart. Make no mistake, Fortisax mourned the passing of Grandsax as he would any other lost WM, but father's death had been of his own making. His sister refused to believe such her anger blinded her to the truth. He would not see his sister go down this path. Wrath such as hers had spelled the end of many a dragon such as she. I will speak to him. She cast him a baleful glare. Foolishness. You intend to face him alone? No. The clouds darkened above Landel, crimson sparks coursing across his body. I intend to win. He lumbered forward to battle and the ground quaked at his passing. The golden sun mirrored his path, meeting him halfway to the gates. Fortisax looked down upon him, not with scorn, but idle curiosity. This close he could see the blue tunic and light armor. He wore that hammer in his hand. Marika's hammer. The same hammer that had felled their god long ago, and driven Lord Placidusax into hiding. That her son held such a weapon today did not bode well. To whom do I speak? The demigod's voice was calm and clear, betraying none of the tension he doubtlessly felt. You address Fortisax, eldest son of Grandsax. He paused a moment, noting the flicker of recognition that flitted across the demigod's face. I take it you are Godwin then? I am. A demigod who spoke the truth? Honest and forthright. Respectable unlike the rest of his ilk. Fortisax felt his respect for this fleshy creature climb another notch. This, Godwin, didn't seem the bloodthirsty sort, nor that terrible monster their spies had painted him to be. He looked tired. A man bearing a great burden. Fortisax could empathize with that, if nothing else. He granted him a grave nod. It was good of you to face us here outside the city. I had no wish to destroy your home. Speak for yourself. Lannseax snarled. I'd sooner tear your precious capital down around your ears. Such is the least you deserve. Her words drew. Godwin's gaze was drawn her way. And you are? His sister absolutely hissed. Vengeance? Fortisax rolled his eyes. My twin, Lannseax. She glowered at him. Brother. Really? That seemed to impress the golden sun. Dragons can take on human form? We can, when it pleases us. A blonde brow quirked. Then why didn't Grandsax? Why you? Lannseax looked all of an inch from leaping at the demigod. Arrogance, I suppose. Fortisax scowled his sibling into silence, swung his gaze back to the golden sun, and stifled a sinuous sigh. Father was proud. He overestimated himself and underestimated you. He spread his wings wide and reared back, preparing himself for the clash to come. I will not make the same mistake. He half expected the godling to leap at him. Instead he planted one fist on his hip. You know you attacked us first? Lannseax practically spat sparks. And what of it? Godwin's brow grew stormy. People died. Don't make light of that. Wings burst from her human back. I could say the same of thee. Do not make mock of our father's demise, you filthy. Hold. Fortisax thrust himself between them before they could truly come to blows. In all fairness, we had intended to challenge you and your kin directly. Not ambush the capital. Father was hasty. Is that so? Godwin's gaze snapped to his, and for a moment, just a moment, it felt as though a giant fox were glaring at him within those gleaming eyes. That at least I can understand. The fiery look in his eyes cooled as they stared one another down. I'm sorry about your father. Really I am. But he didn't give me a choice. I'm giving you one now. He held out his free hand, startling them both. Walk away. We don't have to do this. How he wished he could. This demigod wasn't like the rest of his kin. He spoke with logic and reason. Nor did he disparage their losses. A part of him wanted to do just that. To turn back his army and call for peace. But the moment he did, he'd be replaced. Worse, that would leave his sister alone. She'd never forgive him if he turned on her now. Dragons respected strength and blood. He feared they would see both. Today, I cannot. Godwin heaved a sigh, somehow understanding. You really can't, can you? Indeed. Lannseax spat upon the ground. You know nothing of what we dragons have suffered. Be quiet. Those keen eyes pinned hers, cutting her off, rendering her words a startled squeak. You think you know rage? Strength? Pain? You don't. Not really. His voice roughened suddenly, abandoning the posh and pretense as one might an old cloak. But that's okay. I'm gonna show ya. Fortisax heaved a sigh. It would come to battle after all, then. Very well. He was not his sister. He stood strongest in his true form, while his younger sibling derived more strength in her human guise. They were, each of them, in their prime, unlike their forefathers whose strength had begun to wane in his old age. They had spent their time well in Farum Azula, the days leading to this moment. The golden sun would not find them lacking. A low rumble built in the back of his throat as the skies grew darker still. Lannseax stepped back at the last, her point gained. Even then she never took her eyes off him. You're stronger than him, the golden one acknowledged him with raised hammer. I'll give you that. Do we have to fight? Fortisax recognized the plea for what it was. Yes, we must. A pang of regret stabbed at his scales as he raised a claw. I have no wish to kill you, but blood demands vengeance. Yet even so, he reared back, looming large over him. You would face me alone. Bold, for one of your kind. The demigod's smile worried the dragon more than he cared to admit. I faced worse. There was something about that smile. It had the weight of countless years behind it, more than he should have. Demigod or no, he was supposedly untested in battle before Lannseax. Their spies had said as much. But they had also called him cruel. But there's a madman who lived only for battle. Clearly they'd been wrong on that front. Godwin Naruto grinned yet further, startling him with the intensity of said smile. Say, if I win this, we should be friends. How does that sound? Me? Ally with you? What manner of madness was this? Not a servant, not a slave, but a friend. Surely you jest? Nope, the about-face startled him. Not just you, I'm talking about all dragonkind. What do you say? He could feel Lannseax glaring at him. Might as well play the part. And if I triumph, I will take your head, though I shall take no pleasure in it. Acceptable terms? You don't lack for spirit, it seems. He conjured a scarlet spear of purest lightning to each claw and reared back. To battle. They shall sing of this day. Godwin hefted his hammer in salute and turned it in the air like some grand key fitting into a lock. I will do what I must. Fortisax rumbled a mournful laugh in response. You will try, son of Marika? Silence stretched between them. Neither moved. Not a muscle. Godwin's right foot shifted a centimeter to the left. An inch now. Fortisax mirrored the motion, which caused the demigod to move yet further. Soon enough they were circling one another. Watching. Waiting for the right moment to strike. He watched the young god, and the god watched him, neither willing to make the first move. High above them, the clouds finally surrendered their bounty. Plink. It began with a single dewdrop against Fortisax's snout. He flicked a gaze to the skies, trusting that Godwin wouldn't be so dishonorable as to strike when he wasn't looking. 3 drops now. This was no natural storm, and his spirits soared for all of a moment only to sink in the next. Was this a sign from his long-departed god? 7. Something else, perhaps. Did Lord Placidusax favor him? Did he truly have to kill this man? 9. As he pondered this sudden change, the weather churned on, worsening with each passing moment. In no time at all the gray-laden skies erupted and rain fell freely, delivering a heavy downpour that churned the ground to mud at their feet. Lightning crackled through the grief-stricken sky and still their circling grew tighter, closest. The Fortisax struck at the very first sign of movement, sweeping his spears outward in a single decapitating flourish to meet Godwin's reckless charge head-on. Rather than retreat as any sane individual should, the demigod braved his hammer with both hands, stood his ground and blocked. Actually blocked. With nothing more than that hammer. As if it were a bloody shield of some sort. Madness. Mud and first sprayed upward as the impact tore apart the plains. Scarlet sparks scrawled across the earth and up the walls of Lannseax, drawing cries of surprise from those looking on. Narutoxharem barely noticed. He was too busy balking at the determined demigod beneath him. He hadn't budged an inch. Not a single meter. Lightning sizzled up and down the length of his arms, yet still he held fast despite it all. No, in spite of it. By the winds, what are you? Godwin raised his gaze, uncaring of the mud on his robes, nor the rain ruining his hair, and grinned. I'm your friend. The hammer rocketed upward, shattering his spears into shards of scarlet light in the downpour. He swept forward in a blue-gold streak and struck with an overhand smash. Narutoxharem parried the first blow with a claw, grimaced when it knocked his arm back, and tried to intercept the second. Mistakes were made. Dark gray metal filled his vision. Thunder crashed overhead. Godwin's hammer roared with it. Golden light swept up and smote the dragon hard in the temple, ripping him from his feet, slammed into his skull to catapult him backward into the unprepared army. Many a WM scattered before his fall, but the damage was done. Their forces fell back, startled by the sudden savagery. Narutoxharem was still righting himself when Godwin crashed into him like a falling star. His hammer crashed down, scattering blood and water alike. A fong flew through the air. He grit his teeth against the pain and screamed, a cloud of napalm point black in his face. Dragonfire could not be so easily doused by rain, even a downpour such as this. He wasn't surprised when the madman crashed through it to clobber him again. This one fought like a dragon. They raged back and forth like titans of old, ranging, fight, striking without thought for anything but battle. Narutoxharem soon found himself at something of a crossroad as that hammer splintered his scales time and time again. He couldn't kill this man, not alone, and certainly not easily. He was no longer sure he even wanted to end him. But he must try, for honor demanded it. To give anything less than his all would be a disgrace, not just unto him, but the very memory of his forefather. And yet he found himself beginning to respect this creature. In another life they might have been friends. They collided with a roar. He swept back, only to realize Godwin had vanished in the rain. Blast! Strong hands snagged the tip of his tail. It was his only warning before he found himself whipped down into the dirt. But, back again. Slam, slam, slam. His world spun as he crashed down into the mud, leaving a decidedly dragon-shaped impression behind. His foe glared down at him in the rain. No, not a glare, he realized. He was smiling. Puny dragon. Narutoxharem surged up, wrapped his tail around God's body and inflicted the same indignity unto him. He smashed the demigod down with a snaggle-toothed grin. Puny god. He laughed back. Pain blossomed in his prehensile limb and he immediately regretted those words. A bare foot stomped down on his head and he found a familiar grinning face filling the left side of his vision. Godwin grinned at him, wet hair plastered to his pale face, bright charcoal blue eyes gleaming with life. For all his injures he looked strangely happy, a sentiment he shared. What say we call it here? The demigod hummed, voice barely audible over the downpour. I think we both know how this is gonna end. He had an inkling. Narutoxharem closed his eyes with a low rumble and slammed his skull into the grinning god. Godwin's head snapped back. Scowled. He delivered the same unto him tenfold, blackening his scales with the impact. I cannot stop, he lumbered upright, swaying a lit. Not so long as I have strength left in my body. Neither can you, I suspect. I see. His face darkened, teeth gone sharp, eyes gleaming red. Red? Oh dear. This boded poorly. You want to see lightning? Baleful scarlet flames flickered at the edges of his eyes, spitting steam in the downpour. I'll show you lightning. And the rain stopped. The droplets physically ceased to move in the air, suspended by an invisible hand. Narutoxharem touched one such quivering drop with a claw. It rippled ominously. Something bright passed through the clouds overhead. Something far larger than him. For what it's worth, Godwin grinned, still holding one hand upright. I hope this doesn't kill you. Really, I'm trying not to, for your old man's sake. He tilted his head a little, grin taking on a maddened edge. That said, I'm not above knocking you out. A blazing blue beast burst from the clouds. Too fast. Too close. The world vanished with an unholy thunderclap. It was the last thing Fortisax heard. Rain fell freely once more. Naruto took a moment to bask in the dying downpour. His body ached, hurt as it hadn't in a long time. But it was a pleasant sort of ache, all things considered. He'd be terribly sore come morning, even so he considered it well worth it. Head tilted back, he ran both hands through his hair, letting the water wash away the blood and grime from his body. It also helped to mask the scent of scorched scales. Think he's still alive? He hoped so. With his control released, the bulk of storm began to abate, sweeping away to the south. What remained was little more than a pleasant gentle drizzle against his exposed shoulders. He let it fall for a few moments more, his breaths evening out, wounds closing as he flooded them with chakra. Only then did he dare look at his grim handiwork. Against all odds, Fortisax was still in one piece. Thoroughly dazed, his scales burned black in places, and wholly out of sorts, but alive still, sprawled out in a smoking crater as large as he was tall. He supposed that spoke to the strength of dragons. What remained of his army didn't dare come closer. Not after a display like that. Only the truly suicidal or foolish would try to attack him now. None made the attempt. Not even Lannseax. He could feel her fear from here. Unfortunate, but it would suffice. He took the opportunity for what it was and descended into the basin he'd carved to finish what he'd started. You all right down there? A low groan rumbled in his ears. What was that? His lips quirked, unable to hide the smiling blooming. Sturdy bastard. An old trick. Sasuke would be rolling in his grave if he knew he'd commandeered one of his techniques like this. How are you feeling? Fortisax rolled over with a growl. Well, he tried. He succeeded only in twisting his vast bulk to face him. Like death warmed over. How did you do that? That blue lightning it eclipsed my own. He wasn't about to answer that, and in the end he didn't have to, for he barreled on. You were the one who summoned this storm, weren't you? Kurama cocked a brow. He catches on quickly, this one. I was. No point saying otherwise now. He'd prepared for this a while ago. An angry rasp escaped Fortisax's closed jaws. You had me in checkmate this entire time. Lying would only make him feel worse. I did. Then why fight me at all? Slitted eyes glared at him. Why not strike me down from the first? He knelt and laid a hand to those scarred scales. Because I wanted to save you. Why? A shrug. Grandsax asked me to before he died. Fortisax didn't question it. What are you? Just a man. For a moment Naruto considered telling him who he really was. But no, not yet. That was a trump card he'd cling to a little while longer. Might tell you someday. But you're done. This battle's over. To his credit, Fortisax tried rise. He failed, of course. His legs buckled beneath him, his wings failed to find purchase, and he flopped right back into the mud. Sparks fizzled fitfully at his claws, but he lacked the strength to summon anything resembling lightning. In the end, he slumped back to the ground. So it would seem, he muttered into the muck. I admit defeat. Pride blazed in his chest. Don't forget our bargain. I shan't forget. A large eye swiveled to face him. I am a dragon of my word. This time he couldn't help but preen. It was so nice to meet someone who actually held to their end of a bargain for once. Naruto released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Great. That just leaves your sister, and we'll have this all wrapped in time for dinner. Wait. A battered wing barred his path. Don't. Relax. He reached up and tugged the injured membrane down. I won't kill her. You have my word. Fortisax frowned his way, not quite comprehending. You would give it so freely? What can I say? I'm a man of my word too. That's it. He hefted his hammer. Fortisax understood in an instant. Make it look convincing at the least. He was coming for her. Lannseax could see him now, stepping past her brother's battered body. She'd hoped Fortisax might win, feared he wouldn't, then known it after that third clash. It was to be expected. He was weaker than she. He didn't have enough hate. He fought with honor and pride and other foolish emotions. They would avail him not. There it was. The final blow struck, that hammer smiting her twin low in the jaw to chip his scales. With his victory the storm finally died. Sunlight speared through the clouds and sunbeams falling upon him from the Erd tree itself, as though that wretched oak were celebrating his victory. Yet for all that she didn't feel Fortisax diminish in the least. Even in slumber her brother clung to life tenaciously. Nor did Godwin make any effort to finish him. He left him lying there in the dirt, climbed out the crater and walked her way. What was he playing at? Why show mercy now when he'd given none before? She hissed, drew herself up as much as her human form would allow. She would be no easy prey. Have you come for me then? She bridled at him, flashing her fangs. Here to finish what you started? I'm not here to kill you. He flung the hammer down at her feet, startling her instead. I want to offer you peace. Lannseax blinked. Twice. Thrice. On the third, her golden eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. Comprehension dawned and with it came a fresh surge of indignation. Fire flicked behind her teeth. How dare he? How dare he? To offer such after what he'd done. First he'd slain father, now he'd humiliated her brother, and he dared to offer her his hand as if she were some prize to be won. White robes fluttered as her palm cracked out. Godwin's face snapped to the side. It was like slapping stone. Her knuckles ached. Bastard turned the other cheek. She slapped him again. Still he didn't fight back. Her hand wound up for a third blow. Peace? Laughter burst out of her human lips, a harsh, bitter bark that drew a frown from the golden god before her as much as the slap she'd delivered him. Between our kind? Never. Your depredations will not be tolerated. All right, he turned his head back and took her remark in stride. Damn him. What will it take to convince you? Arrogant arse. He wanted to play that way, did he? So be it. Lop off your right arm, she hissed at H. Then I'll give you peace. Godwin shrugged and raised his right arm. A small price to pay. Do you have a blade? He thought to make her hesitate. She would do no such thing. In short order, a crag blade was conjured from lightning and pressed into his hand. He hefted it, nodded once, and raised his blade. Dragged a boulder over. Set his arm against it. Lannseax watched him like a hawk all the while. Surely he would flinch. He was not a dragon. He lacked strength. Resolve. He would hesitate at the last, and she would know the true measure of this man who claimed to be a god. Godwin closed his eyes. Straightened his back. Grit his teeth. The crabblade crashed down without a sound. Blood flew through the air. Lannseax scowled, infuriated to find her own bloody fingers wrapped around the blade's naked edge. She'd stopped it short at the last second. A moment more and he would have lost a limb. Honor wouldn't let her stand by while a worthy foe maimed himself. No matter how angry she might be. Godwin blinked back at her, confusion writ across his handsome visage. Art thou insane? She wrenched the blade up and away. You'd truly lop off your own arm to appease me? Are you sure? He set it to his arm again, drawing an outraged scowl from her. It's no bother to me. An arm is a small price to pay for peace. I can live without it. 'Twas a jest, she hissed, anxious to cover up the slip. A jest? The demigod's grin said otherwise. He'd been prepared to do it, would do it still if she let him go. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. That arrogant self-sacrificing, utter bastard. Was he trying to mock her? It had to be that. Must be. No manner of madman would maim himself just to secure a truce. She launched herself at him, claws bared. Make a fool of me, will ye? He caught her by the wrist. It did nothing to stop her momentum. She crashed into him and slammed him back into the mud. Her free hand descended in a clenched fist, bloodying his nose. Twice. Thrice. Upon the fourth he finally sighed and bucked, flinging her off him. She caught herself in the air with her wings, face burning. I won't kill you. Lannseax lunged, conjuring a scarlet glaive to her hand. Then you will die. Godwin didn't even try to stop her, not at first, not until it became clear that she was trying to maim him. Her claws rent the air mere inches from his eyes as he evaded her with ease. Time and time again her tail failed to sweep his legs. Her wings were a hurricane, buffeting him with gale-force winds that did absolutely jack all. What was this? She was far stronger in her human form than Narutoxharem was in his true guise. She knew she was. She was fresh, while he was winded. Strong when he should have been weak. So why? Her weapon slammed into an open palm. He squeezed, shattering it. You can't hit me. She snapped at him. Then what do you call this? His lips thinned. Pity. Her eyes flashed. Mockery. Was that all he knew? How she loathed it. His soft words, his sad smiles, the pity in his eyes. He acted as though he stood above her, as though the moral high ground were his to claim. Not hers. He was strong. Undoubtedly so, and she was beginning to find herself conflicted. Dragons prized strength above all, rivaled only by their bonds for family. And he was so very strong. It didn't just anger her, it burned. Boiled in her blood like the frenzied flame itself. Her free fist swung up at his face. He caught it with ease. A knee rocketed up and slammed into her chin. Her jaw snapped shut with an awful click, but rather than pursue he released his grip on her hands. Momentum did the rest, dragging her across the mud in an undignified heap. Laughter rose from the walls of Lannseax and her face burned anew. She was being made a fool of, both before the capital and her army. Damn him. Your mind isn't clear, his voice called to her as she struggled upright. You may be stronger in that body, but you can't focus. He wanted her to transform, did he? Never. I can focus on killing you. You can. He swayed back, evading a conjured spear of red light even as he nodded once. But anger makes for poor coordination. You can barely think straight. As falsehoods. He was using a spell of some sort. She charged again. A hand rose to meet her. Enough. Bands of golden light snapped around her body, binding her limbs to her sides. Her wings snapped shut behind her, turning her feral lunge into a skidding lurch that left her sprawled on the ground. His hand closed around her face, ripped her upright, and slammed her into the ground. She blinked between his fingers, eyes wide. Lannseax begged me to spare you, the glowing god glowered down at her. But if you're going to be a witch about this. Her body went still. She could respect strength. But what he'd done? Lies. She tore free and slashed her claws across his face. He turned with the blow, lessening it at the last. I'll not believe you. Look at my memories. Then he spread his arms wide, letting her scramble backwards. Dragons can do that, can't they? Go ahead. I'll let you. You swear. His grin didn't falter. On the log. Why would he swear by a log? No, never mind that. The fool. This was her chance. She stepped in and grabbed him by the face, frowning only a little when he made no move to resist or otherwise escape her. He was not wrong about what he'd said. Dragons had ever been sensitive to the matter of memories. If she could not harm him physically, she would destroy his mind, his very thoughts. Her own blanked as the world went white. You want to see his memories? A low voice like thunder shook her thoughts. All right, look away. Let's see how much you can take. It began with a boy on a swing. Who was this? This wasn't Godwin at all, but a little laid in orange and blue, yet those eyes. They had the same eyes. Lannseax shoved the memory. Another hit her. Another now. She saw. Gods above. She saw it all. Too much. Too much. The demigod's mind was an open book to her, nothing hidden, and she found herself unable to filter it, unwillingly drawn into the pages of his life. Each word. Every sentence. Paragraph. Chapter. It was not simply seen, she would have preferred if it were, but engraved into her mind. Godwin's past, every ersatz emotion, was carved into her very soul, a hot iron to the very gray matter of her mind. She didn't experience those memories. She lived it. From the moment on that sad, lonely little swing, through trial and tribulations, through loss and pain, fire and death again until Now at last saw Godwin, whom she'd begun to realize wasn't Godwin at all. He'd had a life before this. A different name. Stuff. She didn't want to see this. She didn't want to live his life. She wanted to hate him. As was her right. As she should. Yet she couldn't. She wanted to. She tried to cling to it and failed miserably. Still the torrent of memories, emotions, assaulted her. His second life spared no detail, all leading up to the very instant he'd heard the final plea of Lannseax. Please. And beyond. To his fight with Fortisax, to this very moment. Lannseax broke the connection and stumbled away. Touched a hand to her face. Tears? Why was she crying? She'd lost father. But he had lost so much more. His life, his happiness, his very world. How did he function? How was he sane? And yet for all he'd suffered he felt no hate. No rage. No malice. What little anger there was, he overcame. It made her own rage seem small, somehow. If she'd suffered even a third of what he didn't even hate her. Not at all. Even after all she'd done. Naruto, her tongue committed bloody mutiny on her. Your real name is Naruto? Got it in one. His smile seemed more genuine for it, if a little chagrined. Didn't mean for you to see back that far, but what's done is done, I guess. She rounded on him with a hiss. How do you exist? How are you still sane? What are you? He flashed her a small, sad, self-depreciating smile. You know the answer. She did, didn't she? He was trapped, locked in a role he didn't want, a family he hadn't asked for, yet came to love all the same, and trying to make the best of it. He was not the demigod she thought he was. He'd even gone so far as to research ways of bringing old Lannseax's father back to life for their sake, though said research hadn't borne fruit. Every kill, every life he took was a burden upon already heavy shoulders. He had tried so hard to spare Fortisax, knowing it would only earn him more hatred from her. Why show me all that? To be fair, I only wanted you to see this life. His mouth quirked in a sheepish grin. Guess Kurama thought otherwise, that you'd understand. We've both lost people. We each have things we want to protect. A beat of silence speared between them. He offered her his hammer. If you want to kill me here and now, I'll let you. Just leave my family alone and please don't tell them my real name. Her fingers twitched toward it. His defenses were down. It would only take a single swing. She should kill him. For honor. Vengeance. Lannseax ripped the hammer from his grasp. Hefted it high. Godwin didn't budge. He awaited his end with open eyes. Do it. A dark voice hissed in her ear. Kill him, and I shall grant you power. Her arm began to tremble. She had to do it. She couldn't do it. A disgrace to all dragons. Perhaps she was. Nevertheless the hammer fell from her grasp and struck the ground. I cannot. The last of her anger melted away. Something new rose in its place, an all-consuming instinct she'd suppressed the moment he'd overpowered. Not in good conscience, not after what I've seen, witnessed, endure in your mind. Nevertheless, for killing Lannseax, you owe all of dragonkind a debt. He watched her intently, serious as stone. I suppose so. Lannseax felt heat spear up the back of her neck. She must remain calm. So what if she'd seen his memories? Lived his lives, twice over? She was in control here. Not him. Nay. There is nothing to suppose at all. 'Tis is no question. You owe our kind a great debt indeed. She cursed herself for the sputter as much as the burning sensation, the haze overtaking her thoughts. If she could not revenge herself upon him, she would see herself satisfied another way. And I shall see ye repay it. If he noticed the gleam in her eyes, he didn't say anything. She touched a hand to her chest, took a deep breath, and said the words. Wouldst thou care to commune with me then, dear Godwin no Naruto? His brow furrowed. By eating dragon hearts? Sorry, I'm not the sort to. Lannseax dropped her robe. It pooled at her feet. She tackled Naruto to the ground, all but mounting him. Do you see, Godfrey? See how our son slays her. Listen to her cries of fear. He is a true warrior. Marika, dear, Those aren't cries of fear. Mama, why are they wrestling? Radagon. Stop laughing. What are they doing? Lay the dragon. In hindsight, perhaps it was too much to hope his family wouldn't notice their little exercise. Of course they noticed. How could they not? Naruto knew what he'd done. He'd banged a dragon girl in full view of his family. At a distance perhaps, and they surely hadn't seen the whole of it, but Lannseax was terribly loud when she wanted to be, and he'd been far too distracted to care about her delighted cries at the time. He was certain everyone witnessed enough from the gates. He'd heard some laugh and others gasp, while still more remained baffled by it all. No doubt the children would be asking questions once he made it back to the capital proper. Oh gods, he could just imagine the twins now. Brother, why were you wrestling that lady? Did you win? It rather looked like you did. Yes. Kurama howled with laughter in the back of his head, all but beside himself with laughter. He certainly did. That's one way to slay your opponent. Ha! Quiet, you. He somehow tamped down on the initial surge of panic, the very same he had hidden from Lannseax, and resisted the urge to rise from where he lay in the mud. This is all your fault. If you hadn't shown her everything, we wouldn't be in this bloody mess. I saw an easy solution and I took it. The rejoinder proved as swift as it was brutal. I make no apologies. You were already showing her your memories. I merely expedited the process. And now she knows everything, he sighed as he stared at the sky. This complicates things. I disagree. You've secured yourself a loyal follower. See for yourself. Charem? Lannseax rolled over to drape a slender arm across his bare chest. Naruto? Bleary golden eyes blinked up at him, widened in confusion, narrowed in realization as she remembered where they were, what they had done. A proud, if sleepy smile bloomed across her face. Much to his chagrin, she nuzzled his neck. Good, she all but purred the words into him. It wasn't a dream. How long have you been awake? Couple of minutes now, he frowned as her words caught up to him. Told you not to call me that. In public, you said. She raised her gaze to grin at him, taking wicked pleasure in the contradiction. Which we are not, her tail twined around his right leg, idly tickling his toes as she nipped at his neck. We are a goodly distance from the walls. Marika herself could not hear us from here. His gaze flicked to Fortisax, still laid out cold in the dirt. Your brother might take offense. He will not, she huffed, looking mildly put out. I know you spared him. If anything, he'll be pleased we haven't killed one another. Naruto flicked a glance to the slumbering dragon. Fortisax seemed content enough. The lingering vestiges of Lannseax's army hovered nearby, uncertain of their fate and unwilling to approach him. He could move him, of course, even take him from them, but doing so might be seen as rude. In the end, he relented with a sigh. Then we should probably stop lying in the mud and wake him up. As you wish. Lannseax rose with fluid grace, glanced about to find her robes, then sashayed her way to where she'd left them. You bested me in combat. I shall heed your commands. She did so with sinuous slowness, granting him a long lingering look at her backside, even ran a hand down her flank for good measure. He frowned a little at her curious turn of phrase. You're being awfully compliant all of a sudden. I now know you as no other being can. She glanced over her shoulder, golden eyes gleaming in the waning light of the Erd tree, full lips quirking in a faint smile. I know your hopes, your dreams, ambitions. Having seen all this, how? Can I not help you? Nimble fingers tugged her robe on, taking her sweet time with the buttons over her bare breasts. I know what you enjoy, my dear Godwin. Her eyes went lidded. Just as I enjoyed you very, very much. She has you there? A sharp bark of laughter burst from him even as he blushed. Are all dragons this forward? Some, but not all. We are an exceedingly blunt race. Her grin grew, taking on a lascivious edge. I am simply more honest than most of my kin. Keen eyes flitted to his neck. Speaking of which, quick as can be, Lannseax pivoted on one heel, darted back in, and nipped his shoulder. Naruto felt sharp teeth sink into his flesh. Not deep, but enough to leave a mark all the same. A blonde brow quirked in confusion. It didn't so much hurt as it did sting. Nevertheless, he felt a faint flare of red lightning as something sizzled against his shoulder. What was that for? Purpose, the dragoness drew away to survey her handiwork, idly licking a bead of blood from her lips as she did so. I care not who you take to your bed, but I will not be so easily forgotten. He didn't miss the way she preened when she said that. With this, all show no such I am yours and you are mine. This shall signify our bond, and with it, the end of our war. He had to say it. There are others I'm fond of, you know. I am well aware. She tapped a finger to her forehead. I saw this Tish and Alecto of yours. A pale hand reached up to pat his cheek. 'Tis no matter for me if you have an open heart. But they do not know you as I do. You're going to be smug about this, aren't you? I am. She crossed both arms beneath her bosom. It did fascinating things to her chest. Is that a problem? He paused. Considered. Betting someone he cared about for the good of the realm? Win-win as far as he was concerned. Seems a small price to pay. And that mark doesn't look half bad. Naruto glanced down at his collarbone and found himself frowning at the coiled insignia Lannseax left behind. It resembled a winged creature with many heads curling in itself. No, not a beast, a dragon, albeit one he'd never seen before. What kind of arm had more than one head? He poked it with one finger, only to find that the blood hand already blackened and dried, leaving behind some mad blend between ink and a scar. There was no pain, only a faint tingling sensation. Well, I always wanted a tattoo. I am aware. Lannseax tugged back her robe, exposing the pale expanse of her shoulder and collarbone to his wanting eyes. Now do me. Naruto couldn't quite hide his smile. Pretty sure I already did. She hummed out a laugh. You're a witty one. I like that. Still, this is our way. Mates mark one another. I chose to brand you with the sigil of our Lord. You may do the same unto me as you please. Be it a tree or some other erstwhile mark, I care not, so long as you make one. A blonde brow rose. With my teeth. She grinned at him, undaunted. Or your hands. He looked past her. Your tail is wagging. Forgive me. I've never had a mate before. This is all terribly new and exciting. Her forthright response drew a laugh from him and a scowl from her in return. Do not mock me. I'm not. He held up a hand to stave her off. Really? And he wasn't. If anything, he found her forthright behavior so very refreshing. Lannseax wasn't afraid to say what she wanted, and to hell with the consequences. If she had a problem with something, she was damn well going to let him know. Maybe Kurama was right after all. She might make the perfect ally for his plans going forward. And if she wanted him to mark her that badly. Hold still. In the end, only one symbol came to mind. Naruto bit his thumb and pressed a bloody palm to the side of her neck. Chakra flared. Lannseax winced a little, tiny mewling noises fleeing from her lips while he worked. Even then she didn't complain, stood still as stone until he finished his tasking. The very instant he completed, her gaze whipped down. A spiral? She grinned at it, the red mark he'd etched into her flesh, understanding dawning. Ah, she couldn't keep her tail from swaying, rather reminding him of an eager puppy. The symbol of your clan. Her gaze snapped up, eyes agleam. I like this. A most fitting mark indeed. Whatever you say, Lon. She blinked, momentarily nonplussed. Lon. He shrugged in return. Lannseax is a bit of a mouthful. His partner brightened. I will accept such a nickname. Lannseax cast a glance back at the scattered remnants of her army. Most had fled. They might be a problem. I should make certain Gray roll and the others don't get any ideas. Ooh. None of your concern, her smile returned. They are our problem to deal with. Not yours. Fair enough. Tish wouldn't be happy with him regardless of the outcome. Alecto was Alecto. Her mother probably wouldn't give a damn. They would know full well what he'd done, what he'd allowed, and consented to. He'd be facing the music one way or another. Best get it over with now, while the memory of his strength was still fresh in their minds. So it was that Godwin the Golden went out to face the dragons. And returned with a mate on his arm. It was only the beginning. Tish wasn't best pleased. Naruto expected it, of course, only a fool wouldn't, but even so, seeing it was another matter. He found her waiting for them just past the gatehouse. In all fairness, he had thought she would be angry with him, that she would rant and rave and rage in a right fury. But she did not of those things. She glared bloody gold daggers all right, yet not at him. Her gaze swept right over him, noting each and every injury and fixed squarely upon Lannseax. At length she spoke. "Thou hath some nerve, Lannseax, taking that which is mine." "Is he, little girl?" Lan hummed a little and held to his arm. "Lord Godwin is an adult. I have faced him in battle and seen the truth of him." "Have you?" Tish looked to him, face carved from stone. "My lord, this woman cannot be trusted. We must cast her out while we have the chance." "On the contrary." Lannseax lifted her chin with a sly smile. "I can be trusted. Which is more than I can say of you, she who reeks of death." All the blood drained from Tish's face. "How do you?" "It matters not," the dragon's smile said otherwise. "An ancient dragon defends her mate to the death. Our word is our bond, and I have given him mine." Naruto winced, knowing what was to come. Even a blind man could see it. "A mate?" Sure enough, Tish all but staggered. "That, no," she shook her head, took a deep breath, and comported herself. "You lie." "I do not." Lannseax reached up and swept some hair from her neck, revealing the fiery sigil, even now shimmering sigil near her collarbone. "Do yo see now? I have already marked him as mine, just as he has me." Tish seemed to wilt with each word. "And through him our alliance with the Erdtree is cemented. Never shall we rise against the greater will, unless my mate wills it. 'Tis a small price to pay for peace, is it not?" Tish sought his gaze, hoping, begging for him to refute such. Naruto knew he couldn't, not without destabilizing the alliance he'd just formed. In the end, he settled for a sigh. "It's a long story." Lannseax all but preened. "Do you understand now, child? If you do, I'd be willing to share him with you." She went for her curved dagger. "Uppity lizard. I'll not stand by and let you mock me." Naruto flashed her a quelling look. "Let her be." His handmaiden whimpered. "For my lord, know your place, you lowly." Lannseax's triumphant cry became a startled squeal when he tweaked her rear. "What was that for?" "You're being rude." He did it again when she made to protest. "Stop that. We're all allies here." She huffed. "I was merely reminding your handmaiden of her place. Her place is at my side. Just like you. You're going to sweep this under the rug, then? Just like that?" Tish made a noise caught somewhere between a sigh and a snarl. "That's so like you, my lord." "Well done." A low, booming laugh cut through the tension like a serrated knife. "Well done indeed." Naruto tugged both Tish and Lannseax back. Just as well he did, because Godfrey came crashing down from on high not a moment later, kicking up a might cloud of dust. Old man really did enjoy his landings. Had he really leaped all the way down from the walls? No, stupid question. Of course he had, stubborn geezer that he was. The aging Elden Lord righted himself with a boisterous laugh, wearing a grin bordering on manic. "Oh dear." Naruto knew that look of excitement far too well. "Please don't start a brawl here. My son. If I had not seen it with mine own eyes, I would not have believed it." Ha! He had half an instant to realize both Tish and Lannseax had stepped aside. By then it was too late. His lord father stormed forward and hauled him into a crushing embrace. "How well you fought. Never have I been more proud. I'd be prouder if I could breathe." Godfrey let him go with a merry chuckle. True to form, Lannseax saw her moment and pounced like the dragon she was. "Your offspring was a worthy foe." "Oh." Godfrey's gaze shifted to the dragon woman. "You were his opponent, then?" "I was." She met his gaze evenly. "Now I am his mate?" Tish made a distressed noise. "That's contested." Godfrey guffawed openly. "Is that so?" "Indeed." A beat of silence stretched between the two of them. Sarash rumbled ominously on Godfrey's shoulder. Lannseax folded both wings against her back and met his stare evenly. Neither budged. Naruto heaved a sigh. There could be no intervening in a contest like this, and he knew it. Any attempt on his part to influence either of them would only end in disaster. One of them had to break the stalemate first. Eventually, one did. Godfrey stepped forward and offered a muscular forearm to Lannseax. "Well met, young dragon." She grinned, stepping forth to shake his hand. "And to you as well, Elden Lord." Titch flung her hands with a howl. "You're polite to him, but not me? He is a warrior, little dagger. You skulk in the dark. Why you?" Godfrey intervened before the duo could claw one another's eyes out. "Your mother will want to speak with you. Say nothing of your new companion." Naruto groaned and resisted the urge to plug his ears with both hands. "Suppose that's to be expected. There is no need." A faint shimmer of light heralded her arrival, and Radagon with her. "I've heard more than enough." Tish sputtered and knelt, all but pressing her head into the floor. "My lady." Marika didn't look very ladylike at the moment, Naruto thought. She looked all of an instant from laughing herself silly when she finally materialized. He supposed she had good reason to, given what she must have seen. She looked about ready to fall on her arse from sheer mirth alone. Well, her smile was nothing short of triumphant. "My son returns victorious." Keen eyes strayed to Lannseax, and her grin only grew. "Perhaps I should let you conduct negotiations from now on, Godwin?" Kurama chortled softly. "Not a bad idea, that." Heat seared up the back of Naruto's neck in a starburst of embarrassment. Surely Marika wasn't suggesting? "Mother, yes," she laughed over him. "You've finally begun to build yourself a harem. I'm so proud." "Harem?" The word lodged in his throat. Tish groaned into the floor. "Begging your pardon," Lannseax coughed into a fist, claiming their attention once more. "I wish to see mine father's corpse." Radagon frowned. "Let you into the capital? How can we be certain of your loyalty?" She scoffed at him. "I am loyal to Godwin, not you, lean hound." "Let it be." Godfrey rumbled a laugh. "She has fire in her." Naruto hid a smile behind his hand. They had no idea. Lannseax had sided with him, but she was no slouch in combat. She might not win if it came to a fight, but Radagon almost certainly wouldn't emerge unscathed. He found himself tempted to allow it, if only out of sheer curiosity. A sudden commotion out on the plains drew their ears. Lannseax beamed, golden eyes agleam with light. "Perfect timing. My brother just woke up." The body of Grandsax had not been moved. Not by choice, of course. It was simply impossible to displace him at the moment. Left where it lay, the great corpse hung draped over many a building in the capital, yet to decay despite the passing days. Perhaps it never would. Ancient dragons were eternal, and his corpse might well remain such unless the knights found a way to carve it into pieces and cart it off piece by bloody piece. No weapon had been able to pierce his scales as of yet. If it weren't for the vicious tear in his skull, one might believe Grandsax was simply asleep, dreaming sweet dreams, not lingering in the cold embrace of death. Naruto felt a pang of pity at the reminder. "Rest well." "I'll keep my promise." A pained sigh echoed beside him. "That is indeed our father. I really am sorry it ended this way." "Think not of it. 'Tis fine." Fortisax, weary though he was from their battle, had reluctantly taken on human guise to enter the city alongside him and Lannseax. He seemed a better sight at it than his sister. He hid his draconic features well. But for his gleaming eyes and silver hair, one might have mistaken him for a human beneath the navy robes he wore. Or perhaps Lan simply chose to expose her dragon features. Who could say? She certainly seemed to enjoy showing off her wings and tail, her horns and claws, to anyone who would watch. Knights looked on in awe as the trio approached the fallen dubbing. Citizens scarpered. Most made way. Most but not all. A dark-robed woman stood near the corpse, among others. Naruto quirked a brow at her. She seemed to be directing them in prayer? Were they praying to the dead dragon? Who is she? Another mourner, perhaps? It might have made sense, were it not for utter tranquility he sensed from her. Said emotion morphed into excitement as they drew near. She turned to face him fully, and he saw hers was hidden by a thin veil, hinting at the facade beneath without revealing the true visage within. "Beautiful, isn't he?" Her voice was the sweetest of honey. "Even in death he remains unspoiled." Worry not, I have let none disturb his corpse. Lannseax granted her a nod, and Fortisax with her. You have our thanks. Naruto frowned at the newcomer. And you are? The lad in black knelt before him. I have journeyed across the sea to find you, Lord of Gold. As he looked on, she tugged back the veil, revealing an unfamiliar face. A human face, framed by soft features and golden hair. I am Efu, deathbed companion, and I ask naught but to be your humble servant. Polite, this one. Well met. You have my thanks as well for watching over Lannseax. Death comes for us all, my lord. She bowed her head. We should respect it. A curious turn of phrase, but he didn't dwell on her words, rather Fa didn't given him the chance. Even now she raised her gaze to meet his once more. Begging your pardon, my lord, but I must ask once again. Will you take me into your service? Lannseax scoffed and she barreled on. I have not come without proper tribute, of course. Lionel, if you would. She waved a hand and a rather rotund fellow in circular armor stepped forth, bearing a cloth parcel in hand. He hefted it to him with head bowed. Curiosity got the better of Naruto and he peeled back the cloth quickly. In short order, he found himself staring a sheathed sword, a blade of simple make, bearing a red hilt wrap alongside a hilt of unalloyed gold. On a whim he unsheathed it and shivered at what he found there. Ebony steel gleamed back at him, and so too did his reflection, shimmering softly in the light. No, that wasn't quite it. The weapon itself seemed to devour light, as if it were some sort of void. The sword slammed back into its sheath with an audible click, taking the ominous feeling with it. Back the cloth went. Where did you find this? It hails from my homeland. They met his gaze and sketched a curtsy. I give it to you freely, for the battles to come. May it serve you well. Battles to come? Suspicion reared its ugly head. What did she know? I thank you. He jammed it into his belt, forcing a smile and the words to his lips. I will use it with honor. Her smile was pure as can be. That is all I ask. Use it and me as you see fit. I will. What else could he say? It would be rude to turn her away, and she just gifted him an incredibly powerful weapon. Lannseax hummed. Everyone seems to be swearing themselves to you today. Should I be jealous, beloved? Naruto shook his head. We'll talk later. Lannseax, put your old man to rest already. Not the words I'd use, but as you wish. Lannseax stepped to the massive corpse, and Fortisax with her. She laid her hand upon their Surye's weapon. Her brother touched a pale palm to a massive limb. Silence rose. Stretched on into eternity. And then he heard it. A strange, nameless tune rose in the air. Workers paused to listen to it. His faithful cast odd looks his way, not quite comprehending what they were witnessing, but struck by its majesty all the same. Sing, he realized. They were singing. Not a dirge, but a eulogy, bidding farewell to their kin. Before his very eyes, Lannseax began to dissolve. His weapon and body shimmered gold as they shrank, forming something smaller, yet greater than before. A twisted golden spear spiraling in on itself. Collapsing inward, it compressed itself from the size of a tower to that of a long lance. One that even now settled in Lannseax's open was that. No, he knew what it was, didn't he? He gazed upon a remembrance. Our war with you is at an end, great Godwin. Lannseax stood before him and offered him the spear. Long live the golden sun. Long may he reign. His fingers twitched toward the spear. Accepted it now, with a solemn nod. It fit perfectly in his grasp. Felt good. He hoisted the bolt of Lannseax high, tip piercing the sky. Power coursed through him and a massive crimson bolt coursed through the weapon to barrel upward, roaring into the clouds. Lannseax dropped to a knee, took his right hand in hers and kissed it. Long may you reign, my beloved. Fortisax joined her in kneeling a moment later. Long may you reign, my friend. He knelt with a graceful sweep. Long may you reign, my lord. I'm talking about reforms here. We could draw the Albinorix and the misbegotten into the fold. He would be a great help there, to say nothing of the sirens and the trolls. It will all come to naught in the end, Godwin. Let it be. I will not. Yes, you will. Leave it all behind. Another one? Yes, my lord. Just like the last. Naruto felt his right eye begin to twitch. How many does that make this time? A faint rustle of parchment behind him. That would be 9 today alone, my lord Godwin. Thunk. Fire. Naruto's head kissed his writing desk with a dull thud and a whine besides. Why do you do this to me? Dappled sunlight poured in from the open window of his chambers, warming his bare back. It was just too hot today to wear all of his heavy robes. He'd settled for a dark blue tunic across his waist, leaving his long golden hair slung over one shoulder. Time had passed as all things do. 12 months. An entire year gone in a flash. It seemed like such a short while, yet it had flown by all the same. Just as the lands between were a-changing, so too was he forced to do adapt or rising being left behind. Unfortunately, none of these thoughts did anything to abide the migraine currently pounding through his temples. His delicate hand stroked the small of his broad back. Surely it isn't that bad. A muffled groan rumbled into the wood. It really is. Is it? At least he could vent here in the sanctity of his chambers. Yes. How am I going to corral all these people? You could try leading them in prayer. Naruto's head snapped up, glaring golden daggers at his consort. No. Why MOT, my lord? FIA's smile was coy beneath her hood. You might not find leadership so unpleasant. It isn't the leader bit I'm worried about. The problem was twofold. First, he'd accidentally founded a cult. Second, said cult was currently swarming with people, each of whom wished to serve him and his allies. He hadn't even realized the latter at first, not until the year was out. For you see, this wasn't just any cult. Oh no, couldn't have that. Couldn't be simple now, could we? No, he'd gone and founded himself a dragon cult. He and Lannseax. Fortisax too. Many saw their spells during what folks now called the Dance of Dragons. They'd witnessed their might firsthand, but most also assumed incorrectly that he was the one to learn from. So came the cultists and knights, each eager to learn the art of lightning from him. And why not? In their eyes he was Godwin the Golden, first of the demigods. He who single-handedly repelled a dragon army from the gates of Lannseax. He who faced their dread dragon generals in single combat. He who bested them both. He who changed the very weather, called blue lightning Kirin, down from the heavens above to smite them a mighty blow. It wasn't funny. More fools they. Lannseax had warmed to their worshippers as only a dragon could. Even now she was down in the courtyard teaching them the ways of tooth and claw and scale. Some said dragons lived for treasure. And perhaps they did. In her eyes, this cult was her treasure. Let the faithful come, she said. But what did she know? Greedy dragon just wanted to breed and bask. They had been of no help at all. If anything, she'd only encouraged such. That made her what, his secretary? High priestess? Probably the latter. And Fortisax. Where is he, anyway? He frowned, realizing the clever WM wasn't anywhere to be found for once. I haven't heard from him in the last 2 days. I believe you sent him to formalize the treaty. Fe opened a scroll and considered the hastily scrawled notes within. Yes. Here it is, she read at length while he worked. He's gone to speak with the omens in your stead, my lord. Even after a year she wouldn't stop referring to him as such. You sent young Morgott and Moke down with him, remember? The better to speed the negotiations? Had he? Everything blurred together sometimes. No, he remembered now. Right. He opened another scroll and consulted his notes anew. Alecto went to speak with the sirens, right? Did we ever manage to wrangle Oleg and Kristoff after her? We did, my lord. Her last report indicated they joined her. In Limgrave. Here at last, a weary smile touched his lips. Good. At least she wouldn't be headed into their den unprotected. Alecto was a vicious fighter and a dab hand with knives, but an escort wouldn't be remiss. She'd need some help bringing them into the fold. The Golden Order didn't much appreciate him poaching their knights, but really, what were they going to do? Say no? He was the son of Marika and Godfrey. They couldn't. His name opened doors, both to those wished to serve and those seeking glory. Engvall had been a prime example of the former. The latter. He'd yet to find a proper use for that one after he'd antagonized the Albinaurics. The twinned knight was a skilled swordsman, but his fervor concerned him. Still, who was he to turn away allies? All were welcome in these trying times. A letter landed on his desk. He cast a baleful look at it, or rather, the broken blue wax seal that once bound it. His lips pursed into a thin iene. Is that what I think it is? Indeed. Here at last, FIA's smile was a little chagrined. We received another letter from the Albinoric embassy this morning. This again? Naruto cringed, despite his best efforts. If this is about that damn tourney next week, tell them they can compete in the joust. Loretta's the only one of their kind who can stand for a reasonable amount of time. Wouldn't be fair to them otherwise. After nearly a year of persistent pestering, Godfrey's dad had finally gotten his heart's desire. In 7 days' time, Landel would be hosting a great tournament, a tourney of combat unlike any other. Anyone who could reasonably hold a weapon would be welcome. It would draw warriors and rogues and sorcerers around the continent. Anyone who was anyone would be there. The prize? An audience with the greater will itself and a wish. Even the demigods would be taking part in their own, separate bracket. He was rather looking forward to testing himself against the rest of his family. Morgott and Mog were still much too young, as was Runni, but Rykard and Radon showed promise. Moreover, he had his own reasons to be there. He might be able to scout promising warriors for his cause. He'd heard a fascinating rumor of a blind swordsman. Fa coughed, drawing him from his daydream of duels. When he looked up, he found her looking away. That letter isn't about the tourney. Naruto glanced back to the letter. Snatched up the letter. Read the contents within. Another marriage proposal, huh? Who is it this time? He gave it a passing glance. Latenna? Never heard of her. Displeasure radiated off his companion in palpable waves. Indeed. How very impudent of them. Nope. Not touching that subject with a 10-foot pole. Can't we just send someone else? We have tried. Engvall was rebuffed. They refuse to speak with anyone but you. He chuckled. Because they want to try and force a bride on me. You have allowed them to become bold, my lord. Naruto's head kissed the desk again. Screw this shit. He was trying to bring the lands between together, hold them together, keep them together, and yet in some ways failing. Most wanted to toady up to him. Others sought his teachings. Still more were convinced he would succeed Marika someday, and so sought to shove their daughters at him in the vain attempt of tying themselves to the Golden Order. Lannseax and Tish might have something to say about that. FIA certainly would. He had no interest in marrying for the sake of heirs. No, this farce made the genuine bonds he had formed all the more precious. Kurama chortled softly. You say that, but you love the idea of little golden-haired children running about. Quiet. You just want kids to dote on. Can you blame me? You're swearing an awful lot today. Fir ran a hand across his chest, drawing him from his musing once more. I rather like this crass side of you, my lord. He grunted into the cold wood. At least someone does. Her hands shifted on him, pushing him upward, nudging him into an upright position once more. Naruto allowed it. He knew what she was after this time, but didn't bother to resist, not even when she sat in his lap. Her body was warm through her thin robes. She threaded her arms around his neck and shook hers, sending her hood flying back. Her forehead brushed against his, bringing with it the faint scent of perfume and another, lingering scent he couldn't quite identify. Golden strands of hair tickled his nose as her lips brushed his. I am yours as always. She scooted closer, breath warm on his face. You need not maintain the facade when we are alone. Another kiss, long and lingering. Shall I ease your distress? His arms tightened around her waist, fingers biting into her hips. Fa made a pleased noise. And the door crashed open. I have returned. Tish sauntered in, robes swaying, brandishing a sealed letter in hand like a blade. The other swept out, closing the door behind her. I bring news from Fromir. She trailed off. Took one look at FIA and clicked her tongue. The deathbed companion pivoted in his lap and tilted her head, the very picture of innocence. From? His handmaiden hissed. Away with you, rotten witch. There's work to be done. FIA didn't budge. I am doing just that, dear handmaiden. Tish twitched. And what work do you speak of? Comforting our lord, of course. Fia made a show of draping herself across him. Something you have not done as of late? Tish went for her knife. Naruto stilled the taller woman with a look. Tish, no. You can't stab her. Not even a little, my lord, she remarked, earning a black glare from Fia. I promise she won't feel it. No, he shooed Fia off his lap and stood. What's the letter you have there? Her face closed down. It was his first and only warning. This is from. A fist thumped against the door. Slammed. Twice. Thrice. Tish turned a baleful look upon it. Begone. We're busy. Another knock echoed out, far weaker than the last. Godwin. A familiar voice rasped. Please. Naruto buelled past Tish and, heedless of his handmaiden's protests, opened the door without a second thought. Something slammed into his chest. He rocked back on one foot, flinging his chakra to the fore in case of attack. Couldn't be too careful in this day and age. It wouldn't be the first time someone had tried such. There was no attack. It never came. The intruder slumped against him with a sigh. My apologies, they croaked out. I'm sure I must look a mess. Belatedly, he recognized that shock of red hair. Rykard? His half-brother looked absolutely haggard, his beard unkempt, hair sticking out at wild angles, robes torn and singed. A wicked cut had been carved into his chest hip, and it bled profusely. He clung to him for a moment in confusion, not quite comprehending what had happened. But once he had. She scrambled over and grabbed Rykard's right arm, a healing incantation already spring forth from her fingertips. Tish joined her. Together they wrestled him down into a chair. Are you all right? I'll be fine. Rykard flopped down, uncaring as he bled all over the chair. Beneath their tender touch, his wounds were already beginning to close. I've been elevated to a demigod. My siblings with me. Confusion bloomed in Naruto's heart. It still didn't explain his battered state. Congratulations? Rykard gave him a baleful look. You haven't heard? Heard what? He laid his own hands on his half-brother's wounds to help speed the healing. I've been trying to get this truce off the ground. Your maiden didn't tell you? Tish whined, eyeing the letter she'd hastily tucked into her sash. I tried. You came barging in before I could. Enough. Will someone please tell me what's going on? Godfrey is gone. Naruto blinked slowly. The words settled in a moment later. With them an odd, sickly weight lurched deep in his chest. What? Marika exiled him in the dead of night. Rykard hissed a little as the wound cauterized. Stripped him of his grace, called him tarnished and hounded him from the capital. You did not know this? No, he didn't. He'd slept like the dead last night after a tumble with Lannseax. Hadn't heard a thing. Panic bleeded across his mind. Kurama tried to stave it off. Calm down. Calm. How could he possibly be calm after hearing this? Naruto jolted to his feet. Everything swayed. He left? Without saying anything? No. That wasn't right. That couldn't be right. He stretched out his senses, trying to find him, desperate to prove Rykard's words a lie. Nothing. He couldn't even sense him anymore. Wherever he was, he'd moved well beyond the fog, past the lands between. Godfrey really was gone. It was a slap in his face, one he'd not seen coming. The old man had hinted as much last year before, warned that he might leave, yet to do it so suddenly, without so much as a goodbye. They were finally getting ready to throw that tourney he'd mentioned way back when. Trust in your mother. How could he possibly trust her after this? That is not all. Rykard tried to rise. Faye forced him back down. My Hitish, he paused abruptly, all but biting off the word as his wounds protested, choking on it in a way he hadn't before. Radagon has been recalled to the capital to serve as the second Elden Lord. He has divorced my mother to wed yours. His throat closed. I'm sorry. I didn't know. You truly didn't, did you? Those golden, serpentine eyes glared at him for a long moment, weighing the truth of his words. They didn't find him wanting. Then we have both of us lost our fathers this day. His face closed down further. What we once spoke of before, Ito, your thoughts still hold to that course? Rebellion. Some might even call it treason. It may very well be. And yet, Something stirred in him. It felt like anger. They do. I am of the same mind. Mother is a mess. Rykard palmed his dirty face and swept his hair back, trying to fix his hair and failing. It only left him looking all the more haggard. The last I saw of her, she was beside herself. His brow furrowed. I like it not, Godwin. This is not at all like my father. It is too sudden, his hands clenched into fist atop the chair. I suspect a spell of some sort, a compulsion perhaps, or even the greater will at work. Father is not himself. He would never raise a hand to us. Was it possible? Naruto chose silence. How are Runni and Radon taking it? My dear sister is furious. She nearly attacked Radagon afterwell. He did not speak of the beating he'd endured. It went without saying. Radon, however, a loathsome look flashed across his wounded face. He was not there for what I suffered, but he remains loyal to the Golden Order. To father. We mustn't tell him of this. He would surely betray us. One thing still bothered him. Why would he do this? Why? Rykard turned his head and spat. Why wouldn't they? They want their precious Empyrean. There it was. The truth revealed at last. Perhaps the greater will suss out your mother's plan, if there was one, and moved to counter. It changes naught in any case. They will tighten their stranglehold on this world until none remain to challenge them. Naruto peered at him for a long moment. Even so, you would rise against them? Rykard drew himself up as best he could. Even so. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. What did he have to lose? Naruto told him his plan. Rykard considered his half-brother for a long, poignant moment. What he proposed was tempting. The words, even more so. Some might call this blasphemy, brother. And what if it is? Godwin continued to pace, eyes blazing. It's the right thing to do, that's what this is. I won't put innocence to the torch to satisfy some higher power, and I certainly won't stand for this. If the greater will would do something like this, who's to say it won't target Morgoth? Or Mog? Or even me? No. His eyes blazed red for a moment before bleeding back into gold. A trick of the light, perhaps? I won't let that twiggy tree god get away with this. Tish concealed a laugh behind her palm. Rykard nearly shared the handmaiden's mirth. Twiggy tree god? How the Elden beast would seethe to be called such. He would have to warn Tanith. Her own life might be in danger. Godwin's often silent if it concealed a giggle between her fingers. You certainly don't lack for imagination, my lord. On that, we are in agreement. His visions had shown him much. He'd seen into the heart of the Erd tree before this. He knew what lay within and the lie perpetuated by the Elden Ring itself. Now it overstepped itself for the last time. I know not what the greater will intends for my family, for Runni, but if the two fingers now think they can claim my sister like some cattle, we're in agreement, then. Godwin turned to face him, naked relief writ across his handsome face, but also concern. We certainly can't tell Radon about this. Certainly. He's a good lad, but far too loyal to the order. To father. To that thing in the tree. He won't understand. He may be unable to. A cold smile spread across Godwin's face. But we do, don't we? Rykard glimpsed something in that instant. Godwin's facade cracked, his mask slipped, and he glimpsed the power within. He'd always know Godwin was greater than him. Than all of them. He was the firstborn, greatest of Marika's children. Anyone able to tame the dragons was a force to be reckoned with. But here in this moment his vision pierced deeper. And what he saw there, in his heart of hearts, it terrified him. Rykard shook his head with a rueful chuckle to mask his fear. I don't know why I'm surprised. Truly, your arrogance knows no bounds. Godwin scoffed. It's not arrogance if I'm right. Stay. Why don't we sit down and talk things out? Very well. Wait, that actually worked? His half-brother almost laughed. Usually I have to knock some sense into someone before they listen. A red brow rose. Would you rather we fight to the death until we come to an agreement, then? No, he waved his hands. By all means. Sit. I've some ideas to run by you. Reluctantly, Rykard complied with his request. Thus was their fateful alliance formed. In this moment, the fall began. This pains me, my lord. Whatever your faults, You did not serve to die alone in such a cold, dark place. But sometimes before we can usher in the new, the old must be put to rest. Kill him. Make it quick, if you can. Sins of the father. Focus your rage. Anger is a weapon, but only if you control it. Naruto breathed in. Godwin breathed out. He tried to remember Godfrey's mantra. Even then he could feel the facade slipping, the cracks showing in his otherwise soft smile. He couldn't help himself. He was angry. So very angry. There was a part of him that would always be angry after today, he knew, and it was something he'd have to live with. He'd caged his rage before, but here now, as he stormed through the capital, he felt it breaking free. Only a matter of time now. Servants saw his face and fled. Pages scuttled away, clutching their scrolls to their chests. Nobles huddled in corners, whispering furtively to one another. Naruto ignored them. Let them whisper. Let them gossip. He cared not. He'd given them courtesy enough. His piercing gaze remained fixed on the throne ahead. He stalked up its steps, taking them 2, then 3 at a time, his long stride devouring the distance between him and his destination. What are you going to do? He growled, a deep furious sound. Depends on her answer. High above, the heavens began to darken. Dark clouds swam in, shimmering with scarlet sparks. He heard a dragon's roar within them, a piercing yowl that had civilians scuttling for cover. A wry smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and for a moment his anger dimmed. Lannseax wasn't much pleased either. She'd liked Godfrey. Fortisax had too. He couldn't remember how many times those 3 got drunk together. Enough to matter, apparently. It was almost ironic in a wretched way. The capital celebrated the absence of their savage Elden Lord, yet the dragons mourned him. These people didn't. He could hear them whispering behind his back, even now, thinking themselves safe. Do you see? I told you he'd lash out today. Just like his father. It's what his kind do. I'm not surprised. After all, he works with those outside the Golden Order. Why is he smiling like that? He looks unhinged. Shoo. He'll hear you. He did hear them. Every last word. Little voices from little fools. If he wished it, the dragon siblings could rain hell down on their heads. They just might if this meeting went poorly. It had taken nearly all he had to put up a brave front for Rykard and rest earlier. To play the part of the noble leader, the peacekeeper, the golden sun. But he would have answers. One way or another. A guard tried to bar his path as he reached the main doors. Hold, the man's voice echoed hollow behind his helm. The queen is in talks with her lord consort. Naruto swept an arm up, the man went down and struck the wall with a hollow clang. He'd sleep for the rest of the day without any memory of this. He stepped over his form, braced both hands against the doors and gave them a hearty shove. They parted with a ponderous groan, all but announcing his presence. Sure enough, Mariko was within. His mother looked up from her throne, one fist resting on her chin. She looked tired. Her eyes were red. Had she been crying? The thought almost gave him pause. Almost. Then she firmed up and looked at him, the very picture of indifference. My son. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company today? That blasé demeanor brought the rage roaring back with a bloody vengeance. Did you do it? Her head tilted just so, blonde bangs falling over her face, concealing her eyes. Do what? His right arm twitched. Stop that. Don't play games with me. She sighed. Then speak plainly, child of mine. Naruto stomped his right foot down with all the force of a falling star. The floor cratered underfoot, spiderweb cracks shooting through the walls and ceiling. Mariko watched them spread dispassionately. With an awful crack, a portion of the roof gave way entirely, spilling mournful sunlight across her face. She rolled her eyes. Are you happy now? It will take the architects weeks to fix this. A shadow stepped out from behind the throne behind her. Perhaps you should keep your son on a tighter leash, sister. Naruto knew that voice. He bridled at the sight of its owner. Radagon. One look was all it took to know the truth of what had befallen Ryakard's father. There was almost certainly something wrong with him. Where was the jovial wit he'd once enjoyed? Once, his eyes had been bright and lively. Now they were dull, dim even. He looked upon him in silent disparity, considering him as one might a wounded animal. Just the sight of it made him sick. His tongue betrayed him. I hope it was worth it. Betraying your family and flaying poor Rykard like that. Your master must be so proud. Radagon went terribly still, but only for a moment. Do not question my devotion to the greater will. I do question it. He stepped to him with eyes ablaze. And so should you. Can't you see it's using you like a puppet? An open palm cracked across his face, turning his world white. Impudent pup. Know your place. Marika sighed behind him. You've done it now. Naruto took the blow with good grace, turned his head to the right, planted his feet. It hadn't hurt. He wasn't sure why that disappointed him so. Radagon was the other half of Marika, after all, and he'd not held back just now. He had expected more than this. He'd barely even harmed him. Was this all the new Elden Lord had to offer? That one was free. He thumbed a line of blood away from his lips. My turn. In a single seamless movement he reached over his back. His arm blurred gold. The bolt of Lannseax backhanded Radagon, raking across the taller man's face to both draw blood and knock him on his arse. To his credit, he righted himself quickly, stumbling to his feet with a startled grunt. Baleful golden eyes glared at him as he cupped his bloody cheek. He'd have a wicked scar there for the rest of his days. He hoped it hurt. That, he brandished his bolt like a rapier, was for Rykard. I've still got Runni, Radon, and Renala to work through. Care to try me? Marika mother, hummed into one hand, the ghost of a smiling lighting her eyes. You wish for him to pay blood price on their behalf, then? Was she covering for him? Felt like she was. I would. Rykard's in no shape to do it. Runni and Radon are too young. And Renala. Yes, his mother's smile died an ugly death. Your words have merit. So let it be. I shall allow you this. Radagon bridled, pale face gone red with rage, darker than his hair. Sister? I suggest you defend yourself. Marika's consort went for his sword. Naruto found himself recoiling at the sight of the blade. That once beautiful blue moonlight greatsword now gleamed an ugly shade of gold, just like the Golden Order. Aunt Renala's gift to him, warped and twisted, and for what? To prove his devotion to the Golden Order? He'd never do such a thing to the weapons FIA and Lannseax had given him. To do so would have been the darkest of blasphemy, a sin no sane mind would dare commit. You're hesitating, boy. Radagon scowled at him, misinterpreting his thoughts. Why are you looking at me like that? Afraid to fight without your women to protect you? Insulting my loved ones now, are we? He scoffed. I would have thought better of an Elden Lord. I'll be sure to pound that lesson into your head. Even now you respond with threats of violence. Radagon rumbled a low laugh. It was an ugly, arrogant sound. You're a brute after all. Just like your father, he turned his head and spat. We are well to be rid of him. The insult slipped right through Naruto's guard. His calm shattered like so much glass. Kurama bridled. Did you hear what he just said? The world went red. A bolt of red lightning slammed into Radagon's chest, divesting him of his weapon and all but drilling him into a wall. His blade went skittering across the floor. Naruto didn't even realize he'd thrown the damn thing nor set the blessed bolt of Lannseax aside until he found himself gripping Radagon's head in his hands. He smashed their skulls together. Twice. Thrice. This was for Runni. A fist flashed out and struck his face. He let it slide off his cheek and pushed through with a snarl of his own, slamming Radagon down face first to render his pale visage intimate with the floor in a way no self-respecting demigod desired. That one's for Radon. Much to his annoyance, the battered redhead growled and grabbed at his ankle, trying to break his leg. No. His next kick cratered Radagon's ribs and sent him skipping across the floor. He came to rest in a groaning, tangled heap at Marika's feet. Even then he tried to rise. Naruto didn't give him the chance this time. He leaped after him and landed on him, driving both feet into his abdomen. He felt something snap in Radagon's torso as he spat blood. Not good enough. Another stomp beat the defiance out of him. And that one, Naruto ground his heel down, glaring at his fallen foe, was for Renala. The rest is for me. A spark of light ignited in Radagon's right hand as he glared up at him. Boy! An angry Rasengan snarled in his left palm, eager to meet it. Enough. Both of you. Marika's voice froze them in place. Her words were cold, ice itself, her bright golden eyes rooting them where they stood. Let him be, my son. And as for you, brother, she fixed him with a livid look. You've more than paid your blood price to him. Leave us. Are you certain? Radagon frowned her way. He might harm you. She scoffed. He has a right to be angry. Out with you. A pause followed. The greater will dictates. He is my son, not yours. You heard her. Naruto stepped off him. Go on. Give me an excuse to finish what you started. Radagon dragged himself upright, favoring his right side. This isn't over. Yes, it is. The silence was his answer. Naruto sighed into it. Ish. A faint gasp reached his ears, then the shadows stirred behind him. His handmaiden emerged with knife in hand. Her expression betrayed her fears, her voice more so. My lord. Our dear Elden Lord is tired. He turned a sickly sweet smile on her. Escort him to his chambers and see him to bed. How did you know I was here? He didn't dignify that with a response. It shook her. Too bad. Go. Eyes, she stowed her weapon and sketched a quick curtsy. As you say. Marika waved her assent. For once, Radagon didn't question it. He allowed himself to be escorted out. Even then, Naruto forced himself to be silent. To wait until he was certain they were gone. He counted the seconds. 3, 6. Even then he held back a little while longer to make sure. It wouldn't do for that curmudgeonly old bastard to double back. But as the moments passed, so too did his surety. He heard no signs of anyone, only the faint crackling of the ceiling above. Marika broke the silence at last. I hope you're happy. She sounded almost sad for his sake. The capital will be abuzz with the news of Radagon's defeat by nightfall. Of that he had no doubt. Tish might hold her tongue in the presence of others, but the servants would doubtlessly see Radagon's battered body. Rykard and Runni could be spiteful. They'd learn of this soon enough and make sure everyone knew, if only to humiliate the man they once called father. We are alone, son. Marika beckoned him closer, cutting into his reverie. What is it you wish to speak of? Have you come to harangue me like Morgoth and Mog? I've already sent the boys to their rooms without supper for being so rude. I hope you will be better. Naruto felt his very soul seethe. There had been so much he wanted to say to her. He'd rehearsed it all in his head. Every line. Every word. He'd fully intended to come here with a reasonable argument and ferret out the true reason she'd done this. But here? After he'd thrashed Radagon within an inch of his life? To hell with that. He needed answers. Godfrey. Dad. He knew his manner of speech was slipping, but here in the heat of the moment, he couldn't bring himself to care. No, he didn't care. Why did you exile him? What were you thinking? Everything I have ever done, she intoned slowly, I do for the good of this family. Someday you will understand. A flicker of something passed through her face as she said the words. Naruto seized on it. Tell me Rykard lied about Godfrey. He took a step toward her. Tell me you didn't want to do this. Another step. Tell me you had a reason to drag Radagon up here, make him your king consort, and shatter Renala's family. Nearly there. Tell me this is all part of some grand plan I don't understand. Her silence was the most painful thing he'd ever heard. Second life or not, this was his mother. She was better than this, or at least he'd thought she was. Who was this sullen, silent woman to tear at him so? He didn't know her. She was a stranger to him. Where was the mischief maker he remembered from the day of the dragons? Where was the mother who'd poked and prodded him, teasing him about future grandchildren? Where was the woman who'd laughed and drank and sang his praises when he'd won his first battle? Where had she gone? He reached the throne at last and slammed both hands down on Marika's wrists, pinning her in place. His forehead crashed against hers. Tell me. She didn't so much as bat an eyelash. I know not what you mean. Yes, you do. He thrust a finger at her. You're acting strange. I thought you were a little off when I mentioned those reforms a few days ago. She didn't answer and he took the chance to bull forward. I told you we could draw the Albinoryx and the Misbegotten into the fold. He would be a great help there, to say nothing of the sirens and the trolls, but you shot me down. She shook her head, setting her hair swaying. It will all come to naught in the end, Godwin. Let it be. I will not. Yes, she drawled. You will. If she thought he'd just give up helping people. Like hell. You won't stop me. You overreach yourself, dear Godwin. Here at last his mother raised her gaze to glare at him. We are of the golden lineage. We are lions, as are you. Act like it. Lions do not lay with sheep. A muscle jumped in his jaw. You want me to act like a lion? His fist swung down. A geyser of dust and dust filled the room. Marika stared back at him as the dust settled. She'd broken his grip and caught his hand in hers. Not unsurprising. He thought she might. She was the envoy of a god after all. It came with the title. You didn't get that kind of power by lazing around all day. Are you satisfied? She asked laconically. Or must we continue this farce? I'd always wondered who was stronger. You or me? His eyes burst into light. I never wanted to find out this way. Marika didn't catch the next blow. Didn't even try. Clenched knuckles drove up under her ribs and launched her into a wall. She crashed through it into an adjacent chamber beyond. Careful. When the smoke cleared, she was standing once more, idly dusting off her dress. Your mother I may be, but you speak to a goddess. Cease this foolishness before one of us does something we both regret. Regret? He marched up to her, fists glowing gold. Do you even regret sending him away? You already know the answer. Naruto didn't hear the rest. He was already upon her. He jumped, clasped both hands together over his head and brought them barrel down onto Marika in a vicious hammer blow. Her body withstood the impact. The floor did not. She crashed through it, through a second wall, and kept going, hurtling out the palace in the form of a fiery comet, one that roared down into the plaza below and rattled the very capital. He heard distant screams of shock and terror from the civilians to herald her impact. Kurama heaved a groan. Well, now you've done it. Naruto climbed through the hole after her. His legs tensed, ready to leap. He wanted to give chase. To punch her again. Reach out, grab her by the shoulders and scream at her. He'd never wanted anything so badly in his life. He actually wanted to hurt her. For the first time since being reborn into this strange second life of his, he thought he hated someone. Not her, but the greater will. Clearly, he was just as much a slave to it as Radagon. If this continued, it would only end one day. One of them would die. He knew Marika would never yield. Neither would he. Which meant to be killing his second mother. The realization horrified him. He couldn't do it. He walked away. Tish couldn't decide. She just could not decide. Even now she gripped her knife tight in the night. Should he live? Or should he die? The question was tearing her apart. Godwin was already rebelling. Her mission was clear. His demise assured. Wasn't it? What should she do? She finally found him some hours later. Naruto sensed her coming long before she made her presence known before the doors opened even. Although her footsteps remained soundless and her breathing silent, she couldn't conceal her presence from him. She'd never been able to. Not back then and certainly not now. Not a once. He'd never called her out on it before today. There had never been a need. Now an ugly suspicion squirmed in him. When the doors to his chambers opened, he didn't look up from his mead. Report. Radagon has not left his chambers. Tish stood firm before him, back straight, hands clasped behind her flank. I expect he won't for quite some time, not with the injuries you inflicted on him. Understandable. He didn't regret that. Still he wanted to know. He took another long drink from the bottle. Slammed it down. How bad was it? Will he live? You gave our new Elden Lord a concussion, broke nearly all his ribs and ruptured a great many of his organs, to say nothing of the bruises and cuts inflicted upon his body, many of which will scar. She cocked her head to one side as she finished summarizing the injuries. All in all, I'd say you beat some humility into him. Serves him right? He looked past her. You came alone? She squirmed under his gaze. I did. He bid her sit. And where is Fia? Comforting young Mog and Morgott, She settled in beside him on the bed, and here at last, a smile softened her tense face. When last I saw her, she was singing the boys to sleep in their beds. But he couldn't bring himself to face them right now, not in such a state. That aside, he didn't want anyone else present for this. You have questions? Her head bobbed once, expression pensive. How did you know I was in the throne room? That an easy one. His gaze rose to meet hers. I could always sense you. She recoiled. Always? Even when I wasn't by your side? A grim nod. Of course you could. His handmaiden buried her head in her hands. Mother's going to have my hide. When did you first suspect? He took another long drink to fortify himself. Suspect what? She wouldn't look at him. My true purpose? A while back, he reached over to pat her head with a large hand, running his fingers through her blonde hair. You always were too stealthy for a handmaiden. She made a little mewling noise of displeasure but didn't try to squirm out from under his palm, nor did she take her face from her palms. Wasn't hard to put two and two together. Tish made a wretched noise caught somewhere between a sigh and a sob. I would have it said, "You're an assassin." The words shivered in the silence between them. A peal of bitter laughter broke it. And you don't fear me? Foolish question. Should I? Yes. Her head snapped up, and here at last he glimpsed the tears in her eyes. If you know what I am, then you must know who my target is. I do. Of course he did. Tish had become his shadow in all but name these days. Wherever he went, she wasn't far behind. That she trailed him when she thought he wasn't aware of her and hid herself with dark magic swell. That spoke for itself now, didn't it? Either she was waiting for a chance to kill him, or she was simply clingy. Neither painted a pleasant picture. Someone or some organization had targeted him for death from the time he was a young boy via inserting both her and Electo into his early life. It couldn't be the work of Marika. She'd sooner lop off her own arm than lose one of her children. Tish must have seen something in his gaze, because she slapped at his arm. If you know, then why haven't you had me killed? Or cast out at the very least? Have you no care for your own well-being? Flighty girl. Naruto took his hand from her head, corked the bottle, and set it down on the floor. Because you're my friend. She flinched away. I'm a wretched and foul traitor told to kill you. You really aren't. He reached out, took hold of her chin, and thumbed her face back to his. You could have poisoned any one of my meals. Knifed me in my sleep. It wouldn't have worked, of course. Demigods didn't die easily, even less so now with destined death spirited away. But she didn't know that, did she? Even killed me when we were in bed together. She squeaked a little as he buelled on. But you didn't. Never mind the fact that FA and Lannseax would absolutely butcher her for trying. I'd like to think that means there's some good in you. There truly was. He knew it. You didn't spend most of your life with someone and not gain a few redeeming qualities. Her voice wavered. I could have. There were any number of times. But you didn't. He gently wiped the tears from her eyes with his free hand. Keep your friends close. She scrubbed at her face with both hands. And your enemies closer? Is that what this is? Now it was his turn to laugh as he pulled her into his arms. Something like that? She looked up at him through damp eyes. And if I try to kill you one day? He held her tight. I'll love you anyway. She sniffled. That's not fair. Too bad. Is this what normal feels like? Tish nestled herself into him, forehead kissing his left shoulder. I rather like it. No enemies to fight, no plots to plan. She scooted closer, looping one leg over his. Justice? He felt the fullness of her form against him, her breath warm on his face. He kissed her forehead. She shivered a little. Lannseax burst through the doors before he could act on it further. Ha! She saw him and sashayed over, her smirk nothing short of sly. There you two are. She plunked down on his right side and took hold of his arm, heedless of Tish's scowl. I just came from meeting Rykard. He knows what transpired. He'll be telling Runny on the morrow. How did he take it? He laughed. I believe he was smug. That brought a small smile to his face. And Radon? He is not here. Tish perked up. What? I believe he's isolated himself in Kaled. Let him mourn as he wishes. But enough about him. She turned to face him fully. It is not a sin to be angry, Godwin. You've done so much, fought so hard. Her hand stroked his cheek. Rest now. Whatever it takes. Whatever I must do. I will see this through with you. He chuckled softly. You really will, won't you? But of course. Would you like an heir, my dear Godwin? She touched a hand to her still flat stomach. You have but to ask. Wouldst thou care for a son, perhaps? Or mayhap a daughter? Naruto felt the tips of his ears burn a bright red. Isn't this a bit sudden? Not at all. Tish tugged him closer. I am not certain of my path, but for now, I am with you. Though our paths may diverge someday, today I am yours. It wasn't much, but he appreciated the sentiment. He took a breath to steady himself. I think I'd like that. Our children may well be the same as you, someday, she chided. Children rebel. It's what they do. I'll be a better parent than them. He thumped his chest with a fist. I won't just leave without a word like Dad did. But Godfrey didn't now, did he? Lannseax gave him a nudge. He left you something to remember him by, yes. You would do well to read his last message. His gaze was drawn across the room. Godfrey's last letter lay on his dresser, red wax seal still unbroken. A thought wielded his way. He opened it. Rough scrawl awaited him within. Godfrey was many things, but a poet he was not. Boy. He had him from the first word. If you are reading this, do not be angry with your mother. She is blameless. She cannot speak of what is to come, for to name such a scheme would draw the eye of the greater will and the Elden Beast with it. Therefore I shall entrust it to you in writing. I would ask that you burn it once you are through. His eyes widened as he read the lines, the grand scheme that followed therein. And there, below it, you are my son. No matter your past, I shall always be proud of thee. Forever your father, Godfrey. The letter fell from numb fingers. Comprehension was a bitter pill to swallow. Marika hadn't fought back. Not really. Not as he knew she could. She hadn't even pulled her hammer on him, used any of her magic, anything at all. He'd swatted her into the capital, and even now, she hadn't come after him. Horror dawned in his heart. Had she let him smack her around, just to keep up the ruse? Tish and Lannseax saw his expression. They shared a long, lingering look. Oh dear, the latter palmed her face with a sigh. I think he broke him. I suppose this calls for a truce? Yes, as much as the idea irks me, Tish grumbled. You have a point. If only just this once. FIA won't be happy. 'Tis her fault for busying herself with the boys. Naruto came back to himself a heartbeat too late. Even as he thought to ask what was going on, Lannseax shrugged her dress off and pushed him down. Tish joined her in climbing atop him and drew aside her own skirts. It was only when their hands closed around his robes that he realized what they intended. By then it was far too late. Robes and armor flew through the air. Realization dawned a moment later. Now wait just a minute, you two dash. This is hardly the time or place for hey. Shushu. Tish drew him down into her arms. Lannseax drew him into a scorching kiss. It will be all right, my lord. No, it would not. Nothing would be the same. He appreciated the effort regardless. They drew him down into their arms. Her boy hit hard. Marika couldn't help but feel some small measure of pride at that as she considered herself in the mirror. He'd given her a black eye. She was a goddess, and yet Godwin had actually wounded her. Their little boy had become a man. Of course he had. He was their son. She would expect no less from her boy. They'd made a fine son, and while Morgott and Mog were lovely boys despite their flaws, Godwin was the one who truly shone. He was their golden son, the very culmination of their better halves. He possessed her keen mind, her cunning, the charisma that drew others to him like moths to a flame. But he also had her husband's strength and his righteous wrath. Today he'd been every bit of Godfrey. We raised him well, beloved. Foolishness. Utter foolishness. Just thinking of it brought a tear to her eye. She paced away from the mirror, limping slightly, and threw herself into her bed. It offered her cold comfort, the sheets even less so. She'd never loathed it more until this moment. Sleep would not come, and so her thoughts churned on. If dear Godwin continued as he was, her firstborn might surpass them all. One day he might even succeed her. The lands between could find no better rule if her scheme succeeded. He could hate her all she wished. She might fall, but her boy, her sweet, sweet boy, would remain untouched in the madness to come. Someone knocked on her door. Who goes? No answer. Another knock came, harder than the last. Marika growled into her pillow. Begone! Someone fiddled with the handle. She flung herself up, stormed to the door, ripped it open. Godwin awaited her. Her eyes widened. He spoke before she could. I'm sorry. Her lips parted. Pardon? I said I'm sorry. He stepped into her, flung his arms around her and squeezed her tight. For everything. Her arms trembled, rising to reciprocate his efforts. A whisper brushed her ear. I know. Marika stole a glance down the corridor. Nary a soul to be seen. That didn't mean he wasn't being watched. She grabbed him, hauled him inside and slammed the door. A flare of magic sealed it behind him. Only then did she dare let go and face her firstborn. And what do you think you know? Her boy, her strong, sweet, stubborn boy who had been so very angry with her only a few hours ago, met her stare. I know enough. He pushed a letter into her hand, forcing her to see the contents. I read Dad's letter. I want to help. Marika clutched it in her fist and annihilated in a flare of golden light. Do not suggest such things. The fingers have spies everywhere. Even here we may not be safe. Is that why you wouldn't tell me anything? Fool of a boy. Marika gave him a good hard shake, but he only smiled at her. She was so afraid of losing him. Bad enough that the Greater Will had sussed out part of her initial scheme and bound her to Radagon, but if it learned her eldest wished to rebel, and possibly her other sons as well, no. Morgott and Mog wouldn't just be sent below. They'd be killed outright. What will you do? I shall do as I always do, she glowered at him. I will survive. I'll find a way to get you out of this. He remained headstrong to the last. Maybe break the spell on Radagon if there is one. I'm sure we can do something. You will do no such thing. She clamped a hand over her mouth with a hiss. If you make even the smallest move against them, they'll what? He scoffed with all the arrogance of a young man. Kill me? I won't let them. Did his arrogance know no bounds? You do not know their power? He lifted his chin. They don't know mine. No. His tone just now. She saw something in his eyes. You've already begun, haven't you? Oh, my sweet boy. What have you done? Godwin lifted his chin. Idly, Marika noticed bite marks there and realized where he'd just come from. Nothing. She was going to lose him, too. She just knew it. Forget what you read. I forbid you to involve your... Godwin folded both arms before his chest. You have no right. I am your mother. I have every right. He didn't budge. Blast him. I beg of you, listen to me. I have already lost your father. She grabbed at him. Angry tears seeped into his tunic. I cannot lose you too. You won't. He drew her into a warm hug. Have a little faith. She basked in it. Faith isn't the problem. Strength is. He chuckled ruefully. You might be surprised. I cannot talk you out of this, can I? He shook his head slowly. Damn it. Then this is what you will do. The ambush awaited him ahead. Godfrey wasn't at all surprised. If anything, he was quietly amazed it had taken his pursuers this long to get ahead of him, much less his army. It was a long march back to the Badlands and they'd had no shortage of time in which to circumvent him. Yet they had waited until now, here, to spring their trap. Sarash rumbled a warning atop his shoulders. I know, old friend. Back to pet the beast. I see them. Radagon. Poor, broken man. He truly thought he was doing the Greater Will's bidding. Had he sent these assassins? Part of him wanted to say yes. The other was no longer certain. The time was too suspect. As if they'd expected to find him here. Regardless, the assassins had chosen their place well. The canyon walls looming large on either side afforded one little room to move and prevented the army behind them swarming in to overwhelm them. Sound tactics and sound strategy, all. He would be forced to wade forward into the thick of them to escape. Pity for them, he had no such intentions. Cease your skulking about, he called into the dark. Show yourselves if you have any honor. Figures detached themselves from the shadows ahead. Cloaked figures emerged behind the boulders, women, all. He counted 9 in all. "This pains me, my lord," the tallest of them intoned, their voice a whisper rasp of a breeze. "Whatever your faults, you did not serve to die alone in such a cold, dark place. But sometimes before we can usher in the new, the old must be put to rest. Do not resist, and we shall grant you a painless death." Godfrey scoffed. "Death can have me when it earns me. Kill him. Make it quick, if you can." She was still speaking when her head rolled from her shoulders. Godfrey took some small measure of pride in watching it tumble away. He hadn't been the one to strike the blow. 7 of the remaining assassins reeled back. The 8 stood tall over their comrade's bloody body, knife in hand. Silence reigned in the canyon. A turncoat? The knives paused, stunned by their comrade's treachery. The turncoat knew no such hesitations. She lunged and another of their number fell gurgling as they clutched at their throat. 3 of the assassins turned to face her. More fools they. None of them saw Godfrey's axe sweep in to mow them down. With 5 already dead, only 4 remained. Godfrey rounded on the remainder, grinning ear to ear. "I've given thee courtesy enough." What followed was not a battle. It was a slaughter. Not even the work of a minute. When it was done, the last living assassin bent the knee to him. Godfrey squinted at her in the gloom. "I thank thee for thy timely aid. Who art thou?" Wordlessly, they reached up and removed their faceless cowl. Though they wore a black cloth mask beneath to better mask their identity, they removed now to expose their face, a visage so like Marika's own. He looked on in quiet disbelief, for he recognized the woman staring back at him. The ghost of a smile graced her bloody face. "We meet again, great Godfrey." Sarash huffed. Godfrey silenced him with a wave of the hand, squinting into low light. "Indeed, 'tis I." Alecto, his wife's own handmaiden and Godwin's confidant, smiled back. "You are not meant to die this day." He glanced to the ruined bodies. "You led this lot?" "Not as such, though I suspect the burden of such will fall to me now as the last survivor of the group." The older woman tittered a little, the mirth masked behind one hand. "I cannot speak for my daughter, but my heart is set." She thumped a fist to her bosom. "For my lord." A pang of realization dawned in his heart. "You did this for my son." "I did." There was no hesitation. "Their heads shall be a fine gift given to him." A silvery brow rose. "You intend to woo him?" "I already have." Her reply was shameless as ever, but not for the reasons he expected. "I carry his blessing within me. In time, I intend to bear the first of his sons." She rose from her knee, the action making not even a rustle in the gloom. "I admit, such was part of the reason I followed you to this place. I cannot gain your blessing if you are dead." "Was that why you saved me?" Her eyes twinkled as she went to work on the corpses. "Great Godfrey, how could you say such a thing? Are we not allies?" The former Elden Lord smiled despite himself. "Clever girl. If it is my blessing you seek, you already have it." Alecto smiled. It was not a nice smile. His son had chosen a terrifying woman indeed. "Excellent. Now help me collect these heads. Champions, I bid you welcome, one and all. The grand tourney awaits you. Many have come from distant lands. Too many as it were. Are you prepared for the preliminaries?" "Champions. I do not like this, Godwin." Naruto knew Lannseax didn't. She'd said it time and time again for the last few days now, ever since he first professed an interest in the upcoming tournament. Even so, he couldn't quite keep the smile from his face as he rolled over in bed. Nothing quite like a lazy, sleepy morning to keep the minutiae of running a revolution at bay. It didn't stop her from poking his ribs, however. Response it was. "I know you don't, honey. Do you?" His wife-to-be rounded on him, fangs flashing in the early morning light. Sunlight danced off her pale skin, not a stitch of clothing to her name. "Then you know this plan of yours puts me ill at ease." He looped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. She cuddled against him, pressing her bare breasts against his chest. "What about it?" His fingers traced her hip. She shivered pleasantly as he went on. "Tell me what's bugging ya. Many have gathered these last few months." Lannseax glared at him. More than we expected, even. And our enemies could well be among them. The dragoness gave his chest a stinging slap and sat up, pinning him back down to the bed. They may use this opportunity to strike at you. That was the plan. Still, a blonde brow quirked. Since when do you worry this much? She touched a hand to her stomach, tracing the slight swell there. Since I have a little life of mine own to look after, as you would do well to remember. His smile thinned out into a grimace at the reminder. Even after all this time, even in this strange second life of his, it was hard to believe that he'd up and started a family. Bound to happen sooner or later, some said. He and Lannseax had been going at it like rabbits for the better part of a year now. Really, it was a surprise she hadn't gotten herself with child sooner, much to the displeasure of Tish and of it. I've finally found a name for him, too. Lannseax preened, tugging him back to reality. Wouldst thou care to hear it? A blonde brow quirked. Him. It will be a boy, she grinned at him, flashing her fangs once more. A mother knows such things. She would say that, wouldn't she? Oh, do tell. His name will be Godric, she declared it with such certainty that he couldn't help but believe her. If by some chance a girl comes after him? She paused. I admit, I've not yet thought of a name for such. I shall give it some thought in the coming days. And so the naming trend with the letter G continued. What was next? Gwendolyn? Godefroy? He was partial to Philionor himself for a girl. Perhaps Priscilla, maybe even Yorshka. Those were good names. Unique names. Ahem. Lannseax leaned forward, butting her head against his. I know that look of yours, my mate. You're hoping for a girl, aren't you? No, not at all. He coughed to hide his flush. Those are nice names. Of course they are. I chose them. And as for you... In a burst of motion she climbed into his lap and took him roughly, all but mounting him in her haste to get at him. You do not get to say such things. Within moments they were back at it again. Our children shall rule this world. She gasped out between breaths. They will be the truest of dragons and gods alike. And they will grow up with their father. Do you understand? Sure, ow. He laughed as she bit his lip between frantic kisses, hard enough to draw blood. I said sure. I'm not going to die. You have my word. You know I don't go back on that. See that you don't, she bit him again. Or I shall dive into whatever misbegotten hell passes for a underworld in this realm and drag you back. Her words drew a tender smile to his lips. Hey, that's kinda sweet. She growled over him. If only to kill you myself. It was such a dragon thing to say. Naruto couldn't help himself. He laughed all the louder. They met in the shadows. 5 of them, cravens all, refusing to show their faces. The tournament will proceed as planned. Will that oaf Godwin be there? He shall be. Good. You're serious about this, aren't you? I am. Rykard checked his dark armor in the mirror, ran a hand through his beard, and finding it acceptable, turned to face him at last. I know I've little chance of beating you and yours in the arena, but this will at least preserve some semblance of my cover. He touched one hand to the hilt of his golden sword, even now flickering with faint traces of accursed flame. If we're seen fighting one another in the coming days, Naruto blew out a sigh. No one will think we're in cahoots together. Precisely. Ensconced in the safety of the Lord Praetor's chambers, they could speak as they wished, a rarity in the halls of Lannseax these days. The Greater will had eyes and ears everywhere. It was only a select few rooms such as these, cleared and cleansed of all eavesdroppers and spells alike, where they could air their concerns in private and advance their grand scheme. Lannseax hadn't been built in a day after all, and it certainly wouldn't fall in one. Theirs was the long game to play, and this tournament was but another piece on the chessboard. Still, the redhead granted him a grim grin. I don't intend to hold back. Not against you, Godwin, nor Radon. Not with that wish at stake. Naruto Godwin, couldn't blame him for that. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity after all. Neither do I. Don't feel too bad when I thrash you. Without warning, the Praetor's smile thinned. He looked away, suddenly finding the wall fascinating. There is another matter I wish to speak of. Odd for him to hesitate now, of all times. What's going on? Rykard rounded on him and dropped the facade. He looked absolutely harassed. I'm going to have a daughter. His brain fizzled. Rebooted, no. With Tanith? Rykard's mouth formed a thin line. Would you believe me if I said yes? You that's great. Naruto's jaw clicked open. Frown now, as realization dawned. Wait, does that make me an uncle? The praetor flung up his arms. That's the part you focus on? In truth, he scarcely heard him, his heart made giddy by the news. I'm going to be an uncle. I must tell everyone. Rykard grabbed his arm and yanked him back. Do not. They glared at one another for a moment. Naruto cracked and smiled first. Rykard joined him. They clasped hands. May the best man win. Naruto chuckled. Don't worry, he will. The tournament was a grand thing, almost fitting given its namesake. Godfrey's Grand Tourney they were calling it, in honor of their exiled lord who so loved the field of battle. It would be held in the heart of Lendl's Grand Arena, also frequented by the warrior king. Naruto took some small sly satisfaction in the festivities. Not only were they a less than subtle jab at the greater will's hubris, but it needled Radagon at that. Rykard had laughed for a good 5 minutes when he'd heard the news. He rather felt like laughing himself from sheer excitement. Naruto watched it all from his balcony, counting the minutes as the stands swelled with people, while those down in the arena grew more and more restless. Challengers had come from far and wide to compete. He could see them milling in the arena proper below, combatants all. Samurai from the land of reeds, monks, scholars, knights, the odd sorcerer from Celia and Raya Lucaria. Even the Omens and Albinorics had thrown their lot in, brutes with their wide cleaves and nimble archers astride their wolves. He couldn't blame them for trying. With a wish such as this as the prize, no risk was too great. This would be a fine chance to recruit some allies to their cause if they were careful. He even sensed a few demigods down there, warriors from foreign lands, a prospect which excited him to no end. Many stood head and shoulders above the others, not only in height, but appearance. He glimpsed a tall man with a great shield of a sword, a young wolf at his side. Curious. Blue wasn't a color most knights wore these days. And to bring a wolf? Would wonders never cease? From there he old man leaning upon a worn cane, a great brute of a man wielding a flaming sword, on and on the list went. And there, standing away from the rest, he glimpsed a pale dark-haired beauty brandishing a dark sword in one hand and bright ruby-red flames in another. He'd need to keep an eye on that one. Challengers and champions from far and wide had assembled here from across space and time. All for today. All in the hopes that they might be granted their heart's desire. Might he find a proper challenge here? Radon was down there as well, impossible to miss through sheer size alone. His golden lion's armor was a dead giveaway. Doubtless he'd entered the tourney on his father's order. He could see Rykard glaring daggers at him across the way. He'd still not forgiven his brother for siding with Radagon on that fateful day. He could only count himself lucky Runni wasn't anywhere near foolish enough to involve herself in this madness, and thankfully he had eyes on his Mog and Morgott besides. He'd forbidden the Omen twins from entering, in part because he knew what their wish was. They wanted Dad back. A noble wish, but one he knew couldn't be granted. Not here. Not yet. Hope really did bring out the best in people and the worst. For every noble soul here, he could sense more than a few unsavory sorts. No doubt there were others waiting in the wings, intending to take advantage of the chaos to come. Let them try. They would not find him wanting. Raring to go, are we? He supposed he was. It had been so long since he fought a proper fight. This might be his first and last chance before all hell broke loose. Slim arms wrapped around his waist as he contemplated his opponents from below. Someone's chin came down atop his shoulder, followed by a slim figure pressing firmly against his back. It took him only a moment to recognize them. Golden hair tickled his nose, heralded by a petulant sigh. Dead giveaway. Do you truly intend to fight so many? He chuckled and looked back to the combatants. So many of them. Nearly 100 if not more. There will be preliminaries, Tish. There had to be, else this nonsense would never end. It couldn't end in one day there, else all these nobles and dignitaries would have journeyed to the lands between for nothing. Marika had mentioned brackets in passing, 12 to each side. That meant only 24 in all. 25, if one counted himself. A week, most likely. This festival of war would last for a week, maybe a little longer if someone got the fool idea to include jousting. Unlikely. He didn't see a single horse down there. Tish huffed and held him tighter. Yet you intend to fight among the rabble regardless. I do. He turned in her arms to face her fully and didn't much like the frown he found on her face. They're not rabble. These are our people. No one will respect me if I don't go down there today. You are a god. She reached up to cup his cheek in her hand. You should not have to risk. Demigod, he held up a finger to forestall an argument. There's a difference. At the end of the day, I'm human too. Just like them. He's quite right. He materialized in a swirl of blue light beside them, then stepped in to claim his left arm. Such is his duty. Tish growled and clung to his right shoulder, unwilling to release him. The deathbed companion paid her little heed. Instead she turned to face him fully, reached over her back ando. You forgot this, my lord. She gifted him the bolt of Lannseax once more. Lannseax was most insistent. Of course she would be. He took it with a pleased sigh. And where is she? Off to find Fortisax. Tish chimed, ever dutiful. I believe he professed an interest in the festival. And what of you? Naruto quirked a blonde brow at her again. You're not going to partake? There's room down there. Tish huffed. When I fight, my lord, none shall see me coming. Spoken like a true assassin. You don't have a wish? No. She pressed her breasts into his arm. I have everything I could ever want and more. He turned his gaze to Fia. She granted him a limpid smile. I am not a fighter, my lord. My talents lie in other realms, as you well know. They weren't frontline fighters by any means or measure. Still, he would have liked to fight beside them today. Fair enough, he relented with a shrug. Either way, Jaren's going to love this. That drew a blink from the both of them. Jaren? One of Radon's men. The ghost of a smile quirked the corner of his mouth. The guy loves his speeches. You'll know him when you hear him. Champions. A deep voice boomed from below. Welcome. Ah, there he goes now. You did well to make it here. The grand tourney awaits you. A man wearing a bearded mask hopped up onto the dais, moving with frightful grace for an old codger. Many have hearkened to the call and come from distant lands to test their mettle. He planted a heavy flamberge upon the platform, edge first, and laid his hands atop its hilt, daring anyone to take it from him. Are you prepared for the preliminaries? A chorus of shouts and cheers went up from the warriors and crowd alike. I see a great many noble men and women before me. Legends, known far and wide from across time and space itself. He began to rattle off names. Naruto listened with half an ear. There were many. Some caught his attention. Artorias, the Abyss Walker. The knight with the sword and shield raised his faceless helm and brandished his blade. Beside him, his wolf howled. Gehrman, proud hunter of Yharnam. The old man, hunched over what he could only assume was a cane, tittered softly. Quelag, witch of chaos. A chorus of boos harassed the robed woman. She raised a hand and silenced them with a flash of fire in the air. Curious. The practitioners of that lost art were few and far between these days, forgotten save for the fire monks. And this was no monk. Interesting. The Ivory King, hailing from the distant land of Farasa. A knight in gleaming armor much like his namesake, brandished a sword of purest light to the cheers of all. The dancer of the Boreal Valley. His eye was drawn to a melancholy woman wearing light armor and a veil. She felt as miserable as she looked. But to call her a dancer? There was something about her that set him ill at ease. She looked human, she was human, yet for all that she acted like a cornered animal, glaring heatedly at anyone and everyone, gnashing her teeth behind her veil. Dragonslayer Ornstein, and his companion, Executioner Smuff. He glimpsed a strange pair, a giant man with a massive hammer and beside him, clad in leonine armor, brandishing a might spear that was a Dragonslayer? Oh, that be a problem for the dragon siblings. Last but by no means least, Ishin, the sword saint, from distant Ashina. Another old man, barely armored compared to the rest, but no less lethal. Best be wary of that one. But we have legends of our own. He could hear the smile in Jiren's voice behind the mask. He raised his arms high. The gods themselves are among us today. 3 of them have graced us with their presence. The crowd began to stamp, slowly at first, then harsher, faster, shaking the very arena. General Radon. Rykard's brother answered the call. The star-scourged greatswords swept high, burning with baleful light. Howls of appreciation answered the beloved general of Lendl. Naruto felt his lips purse into a thin scowl. Lovable he may well be, but Radon didn't care to think for himself. He did as he was told. Nothing more. Nothing less. A change was desperately needed on that front, and if they didn't change soon, he might well be an enemy going forward. The thought soured his spirits. Praetor Rykard, never one for theatrics, the praetor merely nodded. The applause that followed proved more sedate by comparison. Jiren pivoted in place to face the balcony. His balcony. And last, but by no means least, that was his cue. Tish squeezed his arm. Good luck, my lord. Fia kissed his hand. I wish you fortune in the battles to come. He grinned, gave Tish and Fia a quick kiss in return, then launched himself off the balcony. Wind lashed at his face, blasting his hair back for all of an instant. Gravity seized him and he gave himself to it gladly, sweeping down into arena like a falling star from on high. And if he punched the ground upon landing well. He'd always been one to show off, a little. Godwin. Jiren timed his voice just as the dust from his landing cleared. The Golden Sun. First of the demigods and son of great Godfrey himself. If the crowd had been loud before, now they absolutely erupted. Naruto took a moment to bask in it, but only that. Jiren raised his word. Are you prepared? A chorus of stomping boots answered. The blades scythed down. Begin. Have it the. Runny had never heard something so loud in her life. It began with a shout. A single rippling roar that both rang her ears and rattled her teeth. One others took up soon thereafter, a booming thunder that seemed to tear through the arena, through the lands between, even the very world itself. The cry of dozens stamping their feet, raising their weapons and declaring one singular intent for all living beings to hear. I choose violence. All hell broke loose soon thereafter. The arena dissolved into a maddened blur of flesh and sorcery and steel. Combatants grouped up to defend themselves, some having made alliances beforehand, others saw the chance to settle old grudges, still more were mad dogs lashing out anyone within arm's reach, caring only for the glory of the prize, that single, limitless wish offered by the greater will. Against her better judgment she had come to watch the festivities, if only for the sake of distracting herself. But here, this violence, these people debasing themselves for a so-called god. It disgusted her. What was Godwin thinking, fighting down there? Foolish big brother indeed. She settled in to watch with a petulant pout. Naruto laughed as a body hurtled overhead. He caught the unfortunate bastard by the leg and whipped him into his fellows, dodged a spear, caught a shide, and brained a behemoth with it. That was what the arena had dissolved to, a mindless mass of violence and carnage. No quarter was asked and little was given. Men and women were dropping like flies. Rykard had already taken out some, Radon a score more. And to think, this was just the preliminaries. There would be proper matches after this mad melee. He could have laughed at it all. Indeed, a tiny part of him did, deep inside. As to the rest, well, he wouldn't be Godfrey's son if he didn't enjoy battle. He waded into the melee with a smile. Time to have at it. It didn't take long found his next foe. They wore the form of a burly knight clad in great, heavy armor bearing 2 curling horns around his chest and shoulders. This one even had 2 giant shields gripped in each hand. He spoke a language Naruto didn't understand and charged forward to face him like a bull. Respectable but foolish. Mighty armor and bravery did not a man make. You had to think smart. Facing a demigod alone? Not smart. Nope. A single uppercut lifted the great iron bull from his feet. Another sent him rocketing into the stands. Onlookers yelped and scurried out the way. Some plucky sod shouted and smashed a sword into his back when he wasn't looking. It shattered against his shoulders. Naruto quirked a brow over his shoulder at this would-be assassin. Some smith's son wearing crude iron armor. Looked handcrafted. He took him in at a glance. Dark close-shaven hair and bright eyes. Not a step past his 16th name day, this one. Still, he was braver than most to actually attack him. He'd give him credit for that much. Most wouldn't dare attack a god with their back turned. That bespoke of desperation or madness. And this one seemed to have his wits about him. He tilted his head as the melee swirled around them. "What's your name, son?" A gulp. "Harlow M. Lord." "Care to try again, Harlow?" He turned, thumbing his chin. "I'll give you another go. Put your back into it this time." The boy shook his head. He looked terrified, so much so that he couldn't help but take pity on the poor bastard. "What's your wish?" Harlow squirmed under his gaze. "I need to runes for my family." A half-naked man brained Naruto with a club while he was listening. He rolled his eyes, grabbed them by the face and launched them over his shoulder as one might an annoying monkey. Judging by the agonized shriek that followed, he'd thrown him into a rune bear. Pity, but he struck first. "You know how to use that hammer of yours?" A nod. "Drop your weapon and yield. Do that, I'll recommend you to Hugh. He's my personal smith, and he's been looking for an apprentice. You got a problem with misbegottens?" The boy ducked a thrown spear and shook his head. "Good. Tell him I sent you. Anything that comes after is up to you. Now yield." "Why yes, your lordship." The poor boy dropped his shield as if it had scalded him. "I yield." "Good lad," he patted his head and tuned away. "Now, who next?" An arrow whistled past his cheek, lazily evaded. An archer? In this melee? Unwise. Very unwise. What were they thinking? He tracked the next shot and found them easily enough. His eyes settled upon a lightly armored albinoric woman sat astride a great gray wolf. She didn't flinch and fired 3 more at once, as he walked her way. She was quick, he'd give her that. So were her arrows. Magical, even little more than bursts of light. He caught each in his fist and crushed them without breaking his stride. 6 more came. 6 more were quenched. Her eyes met his as he reached over his shoulder and drew the bolt of Lannseax. Red lightning sizzled across the lance's length. If he could kill her, he knew. 1 thrust, 1 throw, and he'd pierce her heart. The fear in her gaze gave him pause. She was terrified of him. It gave him pause. "Is that how people see me?" Someone tackled him from the side, momentarily managing to drive him back a step. Desperate knuckles smashed into his face and turned his face to the right. No pain. Only a vague sensation of movement. He reacted accordingly, driving an elbow into their skull. They dropped with a groan. "Lieutenant," someone shouted a ways behind him. "You bloody fool! Get back here!" He turned to find someone dragging the albinoric woman away. He hefted the bolt of Lannseax again. Still, he could have killed her. By the look in her eyes, she knew he could. It would be so easy. She'd attacked him first. He had every right. There was no honor in this. She was no match for him, couldn't even fight back without that bow. He lowered his arm. A look of confusion flashed across the young woman's pale face before she vanished into the melee. A barbarian from the Badlands lurched out the combatants, braying furiously. No mercy for this one. A backhand sent them sprawling to the dirt. "That's not fair," one of the lesser knights protested. "He's the son of Marika. How are we supposed to fight something like that?" A golden hand closed around the back of their head. "You aren't. Sleep now." Face met wall. Knocking them out seemed a mercy now. He was hardly about to kill strangers he'd never met. Still that look of fear gnawed at him. "I don't want to be feared. Am I really that terrifying? You're a god to these people. What did you expect?" Also, on your left. Godwin the Golden. A most unfamiliar voice hallooed at his back. No attack followed. "Face me." Naruto dropped his victim and turned to face the speaker. It was the knight in blue again, his tabard stained with blood. A name struck him and he recalled it. Artorias. No smith's son or farmer's boy this. He was a true warrior. He stomped forth to face him without fear, cloak swaying in the wind. A blond brow rose. "You could have attacked when my back was turned." "Nonsense," his foe scoffed. Such craven behavior does not befit a knight. And you are? I am Artorias, proud warrior of Lordran. A wry grin touched the corner of his mouth. If it's a fight you want, indeed I do. The Blue Knight thrust his great sword at him. Words of your noble exploits have reached even distant Lordran. For the sake of my people, and my king, I shall defeat you. This one had spirit if nothing else. You will try. He settled into a stance. You'll certainly try. Brave Artorias laughed. May this battle be nobly fought. The ghost of a smile settled across his face. Seemed he had found a kindred spirit after all. And to you as well. Artorias somehow managed to salute him with that great sword of his. Have it thee. With those words, he vaulted forward with a merry laugh. At first, Naruto Godwin didn't understand what he was trying to do. Why leap from that far away? He must know he had no chance of hitting him. So why the midair somersault? Clang. Stars burst before his vision and his head snapped down as the edge of that great sword rang his head like a bell. He bit his tongue and Kurama snarled a particularly colorful imprecation in the back of his head. Anyone else would have had theirs split open by the blow. It certainly left him with a searing migraine. Because you see, he knew that move. That was the lion claw, or at least a different version of it. Seemed some techniques weren't exclusive to the lands between after all. Good. He grunted and wiped a thin line of blood from the corner of his mouth. Very good. Show me more. Artorias didn't give him a moment to respond further. He rushed in to attack, weaving a web of steel around him. He was strong, but not particularly fast. With strength like that, he didn't need to be. Every swing spawned a shockwave, each block rattled his bones. But he couldn't make him bleed. For all his power and poise, he couldn't pierce his skin. He wouldn't win, no like this. They collided in a storm of sword and spear. The brave knight must have realized it too, because he abruptly changed tactics and buelled forward, using his shield like a battering ram to bowl him downer so he'd intended until Naruto caught it with his free hand. Bare feet bit into hardened dirt as he bled momentum. Artorias saw his mistake too late. By the time he did, it was already over. Naruto wrested his shield aside and thrust the bolt of Lannseax into his face, hollow point first. For a moment, just a moment, he could have sworn he saw bright eyes widen within the man's helm. His own narrowed in thinly veiled glee. Checkmate. Red lightning sang. And the heavens answered his call. Artorias rocketed backwards in a steaming heap, struck a wall and cratered it with the sheer force of his impact. He seemed to hang there for a long moment, defying gravity, before his melted armor finally betrayed him at the last, dragged him down to the ground. He landed face first in the dirt and did not rise again. The arena went silent. Ha! Naruto heard Lannseax roar from the balcony. I taught him that. Alas, said silence didn't last. Inevitably someone threw a punch and the battles raged anew. Well fought, he regarded the still form of Artorias and bowed his head. I'll remember your name. There was no more time for anything more than that. He had battles to win, new opponents to seek, and a wish to prevent. The hairs on the back of his neck all rose as one. For a second he thought he heard someone else speaking with him, another voice that he'd hear in the far-flung future. He blinked and saw red hair where there was none. When he inhaled the sickly sweet scent of rot reached his nose. He blinked and the vision vanished. What, or who, had he seen just now? Shaking it off, he looked back to where he'd left the defeated knight. Artorias had dragged himself upright onto one knee. Now he bowed his head, right arm drooping loosely at his side. It looked dislocated, if not outright broken. To the crowd above, it seemed he was surrendering. He was not. Even from here he could sense something rising in him. The Abyss Walker planted his blade in the dirt, twisted the hilt, and set it ablaze with eerie black light. A low growl built in the back of the knight's throat as he raised his gaze. Kurama blew out a sigh in his head. Of course he'd have a second phase. Second what now? His question went unanswered. I can control it. He heard Artorias rasp on the dry breeze. This time will be different. Control what? A pair of plucky gladiators saw an opportunity and lunged at the wounded knight. He disemboweled one with a flick of his wrist and pounced on the other, nailing him to the ground with his great sword. A low, shuddering breath fled from his helm in a cloud of hot steam. Releasing his blade, he reached up with his good hand and tore his sundered helm aside. I must weenie have to win. In an instant a handsome face was revealed, framed by dark hair and bright silver eyes. That regal visage was only slightly marred by the black veins now pulsing across the left side of his face. With a grunt he reached up to his limp arm, seized it by the shoulder and Artorias howled in pain. Naruto winced at the awful noise that followed. Abandoning his melted shield, he braved his blade with both hands and dragged himself to his feet. I am Artorias the Abyss Walker, Knight of Lord Gwyn. Bloodshot eyes glared at him, jaw set in a scowl. I cannot lose here. Face me. The crowd howled their approval. They loved a good spectacle. Naruto disagreed. It looked the man was on his last legs. Artorias pounced and proved him wrong. Blocking was a mistake, pain rocketed down his wrist and Artorias took full advantage, raining down blow after heavy blow until he was forced to counter with his own. He found himself laughing as they traded blows. This guy could fight. He'd thought the man had gone berserk, but no, his fury was leashed, controlled, focused firmly on him and no other. Time after time that blazing greatsword swept in, trailing black light in its wake. Artorias was skilled with that blade of his and he knew how to use it. In terms of sheer swordsmanship, the man was better. Far better than he could ever hope to be in a fair fight. He felt a certain painful pride at that. But he wasn't here to fight like a swordsman. He fought like a ninja. Like a fox. Like a god. In a word, like himself. When that steaming sword whistled in at his face again, he blocked it with one forearm, let it scrape across his skin, and caught it, trapping his against his right ribs. Artorias grunted in surprise and tried to yank his blade free. No use. He wouldn't let him go. Not now. Not this time. You fought well, he smiled at him. Let's do this again sometime. The great knight scowled at him. I can still fight. No. He slammed a free fist into the knight's gut, folding him in half. You can't. The Abyss Walker crumpled with a groan. Naruto reared back and slammed an elbow into the back of his head. The knight dropped like a sack of potatoes, but only for a moment. He tried to rise, he stomped down on his back to make sure that wouldn't happen. A quick kick to his head knocked him out. The eerie black light around him guttered out harmlessly. All around him, warriors drew back. For some reason their cowardice angered him. Here was a man who'd given his all, fought without hesitation, without fear. He'd been willing to sacrifice it all for the sake of victory. The worlds would have been lesser with his death. And so he'd spared him. But this lot. Is that all? He hoisted the bolt of Lannseax high. Is this the only worthy challenger from beyond the lands between? Careful what you wish for, Lord of Gold, a soft voice intoned behind him. You just might find it. Hot air seared the back of his neck. It was his only warning. He flung himself forward as a column of flame immolated the space he'd been standing. The fires twisted like a snake and gave chase until he raised his right hand and snuffed them out. Honor means something even to my coven. That same voice hissed through the smoke. You would do well to remember those words. He whirled and found himself facing the chaos which he'd glimpsed before when Jaren made his introductions. Her dark robes were a touch more tattered since he'd seen her last, revealing tantalizing glimpses of pale skin and flowing curves through the torn fabric. A broken arrow shaft jutted from her left shoulder, but she paid it little heed. Her bright red eyes glared at him, framed by hair dark as night. She was, in a word, beautiful. Even her scowl did nothing to distract from it. You face a witch of fire. Fire sparked anew between her fingers. You will not find me such an easy challenge as that fool knight. Boos rose from the crowded stands above. Heretic. Foul witch. Blasphemer. Quelag clicked her tongue, tossed her head to the right and flipped them off. May the fires take you all as well. Well, this one had a tongue on her. Naruto hid a smile behind his hand, though he could see the insults wearing on her. Fire was considered a wicked thing in the lands between, but he didn't much mind it. What was the harm in a little flame? It would take much more than what this which had to burn the tree unfortunately. And now she was glaring at him. Are you going to insult me as well? For a moment, just a moment, he let his carefully constructed facade slip. Nope. The witch blinked. She blinked hard. Pardon? Means no. He dug a finger into his still ringing ear. I'm guessing fire isn't heretical where you're from. It is a precious, life-giving thing that saved us from an age of dark, split between four souls of which I am one. Her eyes rose, blazing with flame. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Quelag, a witch of the Chaos Coven. I have been entrusted with the remnants of a Lord's soul like my mother and sisters before me. The fires grew fiercer around her as she spoke, the air more stifling. She almost seemed to levitate in place as she spoke, her pale toes brushing the arena floor while she rose. Do not underestimate me. I have burned gods before. An idea dawned in the back of his brain. Maybe. Naruto, no. But we need allies. Look how powerful she is. She's a crazy fire witch who would sooner charbroil you than look at you. Was she? That was no flame of frenzy, she commanded. These flames were red, and they were something else. Change. For was that not the true essence of chaos? The irony wasn't lost on him. You must really want that wish, huh? She scowled. I need it to save my world and my sister. What need have you of it, godling? He shrugged. None really. Her composure cracked again. It really was worth breaking his cover if only for the look of complete and utter consternation she now wore. I said I don't need it. I'm here to fight. Nothing more, nothing less. A slow scarlet flush overtook Quelag's pale face. Her mouth worked wordlessly for a moment, trying to find the words and failing before she finally rallied. Why, you utter oaf. But if your wish is that important, I could champion it for you. He looked back to where Artorias lay, even now being carried away. How's that sound? You and that Artorias fell are both from Lordran, right? When she nodded, his grin grew. Then that'll be my wish, when I win. The more he thought of it, the more he liked the idea. I'll save your world. You assume you can beat me? Quelag was still speaking when he seized her by the wounded shoulder, spun, and levered her into an arena wall. A faint squeak of surprise and a fair bit of blood burst from her lips as he smashed her against the cold, unyielding stone. Her sword went flying, torn out of her hands. But she didn't fall. Her hands snapped up, flames in hand, forcing him to catch her by the wrists or be burned alive. Even then she didn't yield. She rammed her knee into his groin, to which he grunted did the same to her, drove his own into her torso, eliciting an angry hiss from the witch. Fall, you fool. She scratched and clawed and spat at him. Why won't you fall? What the devil are you? He grinned at her. You know you're not far off the mark there, Al. Did you just bite me? Much like Artorias, a few hits weren't nearly enough to finish Quelag. He felt the temperature spike around them. She intended to blast them both, the crazy vixen. That, or summon something from the flames, neither of which particularly appealed to him at the moment. He could already feel his palms beginning to smolder just by holding her. No, no, no. He slammed her down again, breaking her concentration. No second phase for you. Go to sleep. What in blazes is a second phase? Something you're not using. He headbutt her, sending her reeling into a quick 1-2-3 punch. Sleep. Now. And sleep she did. Quelag slumped in a dazed heap, stunned to the floor. She garbled something at him before she fell. Naruto paid little mind to it. He was more focused on his hands, rather, the burns she'd left there. Waving them a little, he grumbled softly and willed the wounds to close. There was strength beyond the lands between. He'd need the strength for his revolution. All right, good things come in three, so where's my next opponent? His gaze locked with a grinning old man wielding a scythe across the arena. A one-armed wold crashed into him before he could so much as take a step, driving him away. He clicked his tongue. Stealing my prey. He found Lannseax fighting in human form nearby, raging what appeared to a blindfolded woman of some sort alongside that sword saint fellow Jaren had mentioned. Neither helped one another. It was a mad three-way fight that looked like it could go any way at any time. They were fighting hard. So was he for that matter. Might be he shouldn't get involved. Everywhere he looked he saw less and less combatants. The preliminaries were wrapping up, it seemed. He was almost sad to see the mad melee go. The rounds that followed would be far more structured with doubles and single rounds, and he very much doubted he'd find himself a proper opponent between now and then. A shadow fell over him, trailed now by an aggravated roar. Naruto didn't bother to hide his grin. Finally, he stepped to one side and let his would-be attacker crash down into every dirt. Dust and smoke sprayed upward, briefly binding him and revealing a familiar face sprawled in the muck. He nudged them with one foot and rolled the poor bastard onto his back. "Rykard?" He squinted down at him. "Weren't you fighting Radon?" "I was." The future lord of blasphemy coughed and struggled up onto an elbow. "Bastard broke my ribs. He's stronger than I thought." Naruto needn't look far for Radon. The man towered head and shoulders above most combatants. Likewise, it wasn't hard from him to find them. "So this is where you fell?" He lumbered forward like the lion he professed to be at heart, idly stomping on a fallen warrior as he went. The giant general hesitated when he saw him. "Godwin. My fight is with Rykard." He stopped just short of the ladder, unwilling to engage him. "I have no quarrel with you, brother." "Is that so?" He cracked his neck. "Too bad. I do." Radon was a good fellow, if a tad simple. He followed Radon because he believed his father's path to be the right one. It wasn't. H also had a reason to fight now. He was rather curious about these other worlds, these realms beyond the lands between. And above all, he didn't want Radon, still a slave to the Golden Order, to get that wish. Who knew what he might do with it? No, he knew exactly what Radon would do with a wish. He'd use it to benefit the Golden Order, to tighten the Greater Will's stranglehold on the lands between. He couldn't have that, even if the man was his half-brother. And so he raised the bolt of Lannseax. Radon mirrored him with his star-scourged great swords. "You would defy the Golden Order?" "Nope," he hefted his weapon and took aim with intent. "Just you. Ready yourself?" Radon winced. "For what it's worth, I am sorry about Godfrey's exile." Poor choice of words. His eyes blazed. "Don't be. It'll be over soon. On that we agree." Radon was quick for a general, far faster than any his size had any right to be. Doubtless he had his gravity magic to thank for that. It wasn't enough. Naruto swayed under the first blade with a breezy sigh, letting that brittle black metal sweep harmlessly past. Other combatants were not so fortunate. One such swing struck down half-dozen unlucky enemies who couldn't get out of the way in time. They were all mowed down as one, rendered little more than red stains upon his blade. His lips pursed in a thin line at the sight. "Watch where you swing that thing." Rykard's brother paid him little heed. In came the second blade, forcing him to leap away or risk meeting the same fate. He alighted upon its edge, raced down its length, reared back and clenched knuckles barreled into Radon's knightly visage, shattering his helmet and sending him spinning to the dirt. Rykard barked a laugh behind him. "How does it feel, brother?" "Be silent." Radon dragged himself to his feet and spat out a tooth. "I've far from finished." Naruto beckoned. Radon rounded on him with a snarl, blades a molten burr. They never reached their target. What madness was this? Radon strained with all his might, bringing every inch of his strength to bear. All for naught. His elder brother stood firm, the bolt of Lannseax planted in the ground at his feet, both hands easily holding his start-scourge greatswords back. It shouldn't be possible. He was no slouch in the realm of combat, he knew, but to simply stop him barehanded in such a manner, there could be no greater shame. Madness. Madness and sorcery. Godwin flung the blades up, breaking the deadlock. Then he reared back, seized his weapon and struck. The bolt of Lannseax howled for blood. Radahan parried the first thrust, deflected the second, and even managed to block the third with a sharp twist of his thigh, though it sent him grinding backward. Godwin didn't relent. Not even for a moment. Even as he fell back, the first of the demigods gave chase. A fourth thrust hammered through his guard. The fifth drew blood. The sixth shattered his swords and brought him to his knees. He stumbled, balking at his now ruined hilts, his beloved weapons reduced to so much scrap metal. Never before had they broken in battle. Yet here he stood, clutching his doom. He barely had time to comprehend it all, let alone blink. Godwin was already winding up again, his face carved from steel. Radon tensed, trying to defend himself against the final thrust he knew was coming. It came, but not at all in the form he expected. Twisted dragon steel touched his jugular. Yield. Radon flinched despite himself. Shame curdled in his gut. He was no match for him. He knew it. He'd always suspected, but here and now, facing the might of Marika's eldest, the gap between them was clear. No, not just a gap, or a gulf or even a canyon, it was an abyss. He had no hope of ever crossing it. And yet, Radon lifted his chin, stepped back and raised his broken weapons. I cannot. I need that wish, more than you could possibly know. He needed it. To set things right between their families. To amend his shame. He must. Godwin growled. You and your stubborn pride. You have your own, do you not, brother? It was the wrong thing to say. Radon lunged at him. Godwin snarled. Red lightning sang suddenly in his palm, louder and more powerful than ever before. The sheer force of it blasted Radon back, forcing him to abort his charge. And while he did, a spear of purest scarlet was called forth into Godwin's palm, so large that it dragged him up into the air. The blonde's eyes blazed a molten shade of dark gold not unlike those of an ancient dragon. Still larger, the lightning grew, twisting on itself. The shape of a singular spear. Last chance. Yield. Radon had nowhere to run. They both knew it. And yet his pride persisted. I cannot. Strike me down if you dare. His brother raised his bolt and brought the giant thunderbolt crackling down less than an inch from his face. For a moment, Radon almost dared to hope until Godwin slammed his fist down upon it. His ears rang as the arena went white. He felt pain. His body burning. Agony. It was too much for Radon. He blacked out. And so ended the preliminaries. Now you see as I see. Now you know. Come, son of Godfrey. Meet your match. Rays of gold. A true warrior indeed. Lannseax found him the moment he returned to the balcony. Tish wasn't far behind, and if closer still. Bolder than both, the dragoness leaned in and nuzzled his cheek. You were truly impressive out there. How many rounds will you fight in? Naruto shrugged. As many as I can. Evidently it was the right answer, because her grin only grew. As expected of my mate. You do your name credit? He fended off an exuberant Lannseax with one arm as he all but fell back into his seat. I didn't do much. The real fights will be starting soon. Would that I could be down there with you. Perhaps I should dash. Naruto's brow shot into his hair. He'd had a feeling she would try to pull something like this. Thankfully he'd come prepared. No, he poked her forehead. Not happening. You have the baby to worry about. But I want to fight. Naruto looked past her. Ladies? Tish latched onto her left arm, even as FAA Smooth claimed her right. Together, they wrestled her back into a seat beside him. She could have fought her way free from either. She didn't, if only for fear of hurting them. They used that against her, the clever girls, and had her trapped soon enough. The FAA's dulcet tones did all that work and more. You need to rest. Tish seconded her. What have we told you about overexerting yourself? His consort sank into her seat with a sigh. Faith, I suppose you're right, but I don't like it. Naruto left them to it, content to close his eyes and let his aches and pains wash away as his body healed. In truth, he hadn't expected much of a fight in the first rounds, but he found himself pleasantly surprised. Artorias and Quelag had given him much to think of, to say nothing of Radon. He'd ordered all three brought to his quarters to be tended by his finest attendants. He'd have words with the trio once the bouts were over. Still, with so many challengers, even demigods, invited from so many lands, he actually felt excited. Granted, he felt a bit bad about beating Radon the way he had, but it needed to be done. Best it was him and not someone else. At least this way Rykard might advance through to the next rounds. Hopefully. The grand melee had done much to thin out the horde of challengers, but many still remained. He expected another, smaller brawl would take place soon. He'd have to win that one too, before they progressed to the doubles rounds and the singles thereafter. And so it fell to him once more. He could do this. He would do this. He must do this. After all, no one else could be trusted with the greater will's wish. Company. Kurama's sudden declaration snarled through his thoughts. That was well fought, godling, he heard the voice not a heartbeat later. Impeccable timing as ever. His eyes creaked open and he looked up to find a young woman stood before their seats. Clad in a flowing black dress, she was a regal sort of beauty, a mourning veil drawn before her face. She drew it back as he looked on, revealing a pale face, her lips quirked in some sort of subtle smile, eyes red as blood contrasted by long flowing dark hair. And you are? Greetings, and a pleasure to meet thee, Lord Godwin. She sketched a courtesy before them. My name is Flora. Raising her head, she regarded him intently. Might I have a moment of your time? I shall not be long. Lannseax sat a little straighter in her seat. You most certainly may not. Tish clamped a hand over her mouth to silence her. Shoo. By all means. FIA remained the epitome of grace. Naruto recognized the unspoken plea for what it was. Tish and FIA wanted him to talk with this newcomer. But, baffled by their behavior, he rose from his seat to tower over this strange Flora woman. Most outside his circle would have cowered. Not her. She granted him a demure nod, and led him to a darkened corner tucked off to the side behind the balcony. Whatever she wished to say, she clearly didn't intend to be overhead. Made him proper curious it did. Are you fighting in the tournament? I hadn't thought to exert myself overmuch, but as my champion was bested in combat, she paused. Suddenly and looked down at those milling about in the arena below. The second round would be underway sooner than expected. It seems I shall have to champion my cause alone. Her smile grew a little more. She granted him a sidelong glance, mirrored by a rueful grin. I must admit, this has been a rather entertaining diversion. I find the gods of this realm rather pleasant, not at all like the kin I killed back home, and far less bloody. And to think I have devoted disciples here who worship me among the stars. What was your name again? Flora, the woman repeated. Of the moon. There was something about those last 3 words. Flora met his gaze evenly, intently. Something rippled behind those ruby-red eyes, and as he looked on, she reached up and removed the veil completely from her head. Something fell away between them. Naruto sucked in a sharp breath and ran his tongue over his suddenly cold teeth as a nameless chill shot down his spine. She wasn't human. If he hadn't been sure before, he was now. He didn't even think she was a demigod. No, she felt older. Ancient. She couldn't be. It just wasn't possible. Was she actually a goddess? What are you? You know me. Flora grinned at him, and for a moment that grin had no teeth at all, but became something of purest shadow. I've been with you for a while now, watching you from afar every night. You know me. Her hair really wasn't hair at all, he realized. What he'd initially assumed to be midnight tresses were actually eerie rippling tendrils of some sort, dare he say tentacles. What were those? They looked alive, living in a way hair couldn't possibly be. You know me, though we've never met face to face until this very moment. Her form shifted in his mind's eye for a split second, a brief sliver of a moment, and became something horrific, gone now when he blinked. He set his jaw in a scowl. You still haven't answered my question. I am the moon, she said simply, as though it were a matter of fact and she weren't some terrifying being from another realm entirely. Not your moon, but the moon nonetheless. She tilted her head to regard him anew with intent, one divine being unto another. Or its presence, I suppose. I have crossed the realms to claim the wish, to see my ambitions realized. Her cheeks dimpled in another smile. I felt an introduction was at least deserved, from one god to the next, dear Godwin. Naruto grit his teeth. That body isn't yours, is it? So crude. Flora tutate. My current form has its uses, I will admit. She made a show of pinching a pale arm. It once belonged to an intrepid hunter who sought to control me through unconventional means. They paid the price for their folly. But I had not expected their flesh to be quite so cozy. Perhaps I should take a proper host more often. She leaned in and gave his hand a brisk pat, long fingers trailing across his. Do entertain me when we finally meet on the battlefield, won't you? The sun against the moon. It shall be a battle for the ages. He could hardly ignore a remark like that now, could he? You might find yourself surprised. She would be, given he was constantly holding himself back. If he ever stopped. Flora tilted her head. I like surprises. Trust me, you won't like this one. He grew. I disagree. She darted in and he realized her intentions too late. Warm lips brushed his cheek, bringing with them the faint scent off. What was that? It was a strangely sweet, almost metallic smell. He couldn't quite quantify it and Flora drew back before he had a chance to ponder it yet further. When she made to withdraw, caught her wrist before she could retreat further and held her fast. Mistakes were made. Physical contact only excited her. There it is. She smiled as her tongue flitted out, licking her lips. That's precisely the spark I'm looking for. Her hand came up to pat his face as she regarded him almost fondly. Do try not to die before our match. I do so enjoy surprises, but death is so very boring. Her piece said, she turned to mist in his grasp, leaving him clutching so much air. Kurama heaved a sigh in his head. You just had to say something, didn't you? Now she'll never leave us be, not until she gets what she wants. And that is? I've seen her type before. She wants to fight you, F***ku, or fillet, possibly while banging your brains out. There's no accounting for crazy. But a goddess like her could be useful, he reasoned thoughtfully. We are going up against a god ourselves, after all. The more allies we hate. Naruto, no. Bad Naruto. You've got enough crazy women after you. Don't add a goddess to the list. Was she? Flora didn't seem overly antagonistic toward him. Curious, yes. Obsessed, quite possibly, but an enemy? He couldn't say for certain without fighting her himself. Whatever, whomever Flora was, she clearly wasn't from the lands between. The Greater Will had invited or otherwise summoned many to this tourney. Was it any wonder its machinations caught the eye of a goddess beyond the fog? It might be amusing to aim her at the Elden Beast, if only to see how much damage she could do. In the end, he shrugged and resolved to make his decision later. Lannseax was waiting for him with a thunderous scowl when he returned. I don't like her. Yup. Saw that coming. Naruto sank into his seat with a sigh. You don't like anyone who threatens me. No, you don't understand. I do not like her. She turned a scowl upon him. She smells of blood and beasts, of despair and death. What did she say to you? Tish and Ife crowded in on either side of them, eager to listen. Honesty was the best policy. She wants to fight me. Fia leaned back with a smile. Fight or fight? Tish finished suggestively. I'm not entirely sure. Lan's golden gaze went slitted. I see. Well, if she thinks to usurp my place and that of my child-to-be, she shall have to fight me to the death. She always got cute when she was huffy. He patted her hand. No one is taking your place, Lannseax. Indeed she is not. Her smile proved decidedly dangerous. Wouldn't you agree, little Runny? Do not involve me in this madness. Naruto craned his neck back, alarmed to both recognize the voice and find a familiar shock of red hair sitting behind them. Runny? When did you get here? Fia's smirk looked downright deadly. This little Culver came looking for you while you were distracted with your new friend. Oh yes. Tish tittered falsely. You were quite occupied by her charms. We didn't want to bother, you understand? Lannseax didn't say anything. She didn't have to. She simply crossed one long leg over the other and smiled. They weren't going to let this go, were they? He'd make it up to them tonight. But when he looked to Runny, he found his little half-sister looking positively aggrieved. Something was clearly bothering her, but what? Why are they letting people die down there? Everyone's smile died ugly death. Oh dear. She's upset, isn't she? We'll just give the two of you some privacy. Together, Tish and Ife helped Lannseax up and departed. Well, Runny glared pale daggers his way, dragging a sigh from him. Why do you allow this slaughter? He'd made an effort to limit casualties, but others had not. She was right. He could see the bodies being carted away by wheelbarrows below. There were more than he wished to see. Many of them had been good men and women, people with hopes and dreams and ambitions, all that they would never see realized. Most of them hadn't even been warriors but poor powerless pawns armed with whatever they had to hand, desperate folk lured by the promise of a better future and a wish, one that could set everything right for them. Instead, were caught in a game they couldn't hope to win. Life wasn't fair, was it? He'd be sure to fix that when he ascended. I'm not letting anyone die, he said at last. As a matter of fact, I wasn't the one who thought of it, he looked away with a sigh. Blame the greater will. It roped these people in, not me. She scowled at him. If the Golden Order would commit such atrocities, then it needs to change. And what do you intend to do? March up there and face down the great will yourself? She lifted his chin. If I must. Proud, defiant, willful girl, ready to take on the world. Rykard would kill him if he let her try. As entertaining as that would be, he patted her head. This ain't the way, little Runny. Best not to draw its attention right now. We'll deal with it. She squirmed out from under his hand. Deal with it, will you? Is that why you and Rykard are skulking about? She glowered at him when he didn't answer. I thought so. I will not be bound to that thing, Godwin. On that front, they agreed. He didn't want her shackled to the two fingers either. He feared for what it might do to her and Blade. Radon was fervently loyal to the Golden Order, and Radagon with him. By that same measure, Malekith was loyal to Mother Huel. He still wasn't certain what Marika's schemes were. She likely favored the Golden Order, didn't she? Of course, their group was not without its own allies. Even if he couldn't convince Runny to join them yet. In their corner they had Tish and Electo, he assumed, alongside Lannseax and Fortisax, to say nothing of Rykard and Tanith. In Godfrey's absence, the Crucible Knights answered to him. Morgott and Mog were likewise loyal to him alone. One couldn't forget FIA, of course, to say nothing of his more erstwhile allies at present. But the Golden Order had allies of its own. Everyone was taking sides, and he feared what was to come. Dark days were ahead. Even so, you can't just go around killing everyone who upsets you. She scoffed. Would you rather I seduce them like you do? One time, he flung up his arms. I did it one time. 'Twas more than once. He didn't miss the smile on his half-sibling's face. And you've been doing it again. Shall I count them? Please don't. A horn bleated from the stands above. Naruto sighed. His reprieve was over. I suppose that's my cue. Promise you won't do anything crazy while I'm down there. Runny hung her head, hiding beneath her hat. I promise, Godwin. The time was at hand. Long had they watched, long had they waited. No longer. Now was their time, now was their moment, their chance to bring the mighty low. And they would. They would show them all. Let the second round commence. Naruto leaped down into the arena once more to raucous applause, cheers he listened to with only half an ear. He wasn't fooled by the numbers that awaited him this time around. There were far less than last time, but that was only because the chaff had been cut away. Those who remained were warriors, through and through. They knew what was at stake. Those here were not powerless paupers but stern soldiers, all willing to die for their dreams, for that wish. Sure enough, he glimpsed Flora standing off by the wayside, pretty as a picture. She saw him and smiled but shook her head. No, her smile seemed to say, we will have our battle, but not this day. He wasn't here for her. He craned his neck back and watched Marika rise from her throne to address them. 50 stand before me, her voice rang out, clear as a bell. By this end 25 shall remain. She swept an arm outward, hammer in hand. Fight or fall? Nothing happened. No surprise there, honestly. None wanted to be the first to make the first move, and in doing so make themselves a target. Someone had to play the villain. Might as well be him. Naruto shrugged, hefted the bolt of Grandsax in his right hand, and chose a target at random. His gaze settled upon a great mountain of a man clad in heavy armor, wielding an equally large sword. A bolt of red lightning burst from his lance and struck the unfortunate fellow in the chest to send him tumbling into the air, arse over elbows. Spectators scattered from the stands as crashed down among them. His groan was swallowed up by their cheers. One down. All eyes fell upon him. He beckoned. Next. Just like that, the innate madness of battle took hold. The strong struck the strong and everything descended into chaos. You who consort with dragons? A voice broke through the fog of war. Face me. He pivoted with a wry grin. Consort? I do an awful lot more than that. In all fairness, he wasn't expecting the golden armor. At least it looked gold. He couldn't see the man's face behind that leonine helm, although that was a very nice plume of red hair atop it, but he looked like he knew how to use that spear of his. Somehow, he had the distinct feeling the man was mad at him. I am Ornstein, Knight of Gwyn and Dragon Slayer. The man thrust his weapon his way. Prepare yourself for the king's justice. So he was one of those, then. But the dragons are wicked, wretched creatures. They are the enemy of all life and change. Justice? Maybe dragons are mindless monsters where you come from, he shrugged one shoulder. But not here. Lannseax has a temper, sure, but she's fun, and a real spitfire between the sheets. The righteous knight absolutely sputtered in sheer disbelief. You lay with her? He scoffed. I love her, you don't. I want to start a family with her. How else? A shadow fell over him. Ornstein swore. Smuff no. Smuff kit. The armored giant struck down at him without mercy. For all the good it did him. Naruto looked back over his shoulder. Do you mind? I wasn't done lecturing him. He'd caught the massive hammer before it could flatten him, stopping it short against an open palm lazily raised behind his back. Baffled, the large man made an angry noise as he strained in vain to move his weapon. No such luck. It was almost sad. This one had no style or substance or form. He was just a killer who used brute strength to squash all in his path. Here was someone who knew only how to kill, who cared only to kill, who had no goodness or light or even life in him. He couldn't entertain him like Ornstein might either. So to that end, why waste time on him? Naruto dropped the hammer, let it crash harmlessly past. Smuffa's weapon struck the earth, spraying dust and dirt in every direction. The bolt of Narutoxharem pierced the haze and ran him through in a rousing bolt of red death. It was a good blow, the red lightning blasting a clean hole in Smuffa's lower torso before fizzling out against the outer wall. Momentum came crashing down and reality reasserted itself. Metal shattered. Flesh parted like paper, leaving only a gaping hole behind. The mighty man dropped his hammer and toppled backward with a dismayed gurgle, dead before he hit the ground. Blood pooled beneath his back, his legs twitched once, then he lay still. Ornstein gasped and rushed to his side. No! Naruto stifled a pang of regret. He'd been merciful against the innocent. These were warriors. They knew what they were getting into. It still didn't make Ornstein's cries any less pleasant. The Lion Knight laid a hand on his fallen comrade's stomach to mourn. You killed him in cold blood. Hard to feel pity for a man who'd nearly squashed him flat. He would have done the same to me and you know it. I cannot deny that. Still, I shall avenge his death. A smile bloomed on his lips. You will try, Ornstein. You'll definitely try. The man's lance thundered in at his face with tremendous speed. Rather than give ground, he swayed to the left. Now left. Right yet again. Ornstein dove in for a body blow, only to be met by an open palm, his weapon diverted harmlessly to the side like some errant child's stick. Time and again he nudged him past, turning his attacks into harmless rushes that only made him seem all the more foolish for his bravado. The knight didn't like that. Not one bit. Take this seriously. Why? He danced back with a smile as the spear sought his bare feet. It's no fun if we go all out from the beginning, don't you agree? Ornstein's spear filled his vision. He dropped the bolt of Narutoxharem and caught the lance between both hands, whirled, then kicked the bolt of Narutoxharem into his chest. Gwyn's knight rocketed backward, but the weapon didn't pierce him as he intended, and succeeded only in denting his arm. They glared at one another, clutching each other's weapons. Naruto, trait? Still smiling, he tossed the man's spear back to him. Ornstein hesitated for a moment, then the bolt of Narutoxharem whistled through the air. Naruto reached for it all the same, knowing full well what was coming, what would happen once he caught it. Yup. The very second his fingers closed around the lance, Ornstein was on him, seemingly striking 7 places at once, such was his speed. He parried them all and countered with 7 of his own. Thrusts, lunges, parries and ripostes. Their world dissolved into a frenzied blur of attacks. Steel skittered off steel as sparks flew, and when he saw an opening, he took it. An angry Rasengan thundered into the knight's side and launched him across the arena. His back kissed one of the barrier walls and birthed a crater, wedging him there. It should have knocked him silly, knocked him out. In neither of those things. He wasn't even there for a moment before he began tearing himself free from the confines of his crude prison. Impressive. He was sturdier than he thought. A grin flashed across his face. Don't disappoint me, Ornstein. Movement danced in his peripherals. Naruto glimpsed it as little more than a shadow, a mottled blur racing through the melee towards him. It was enough, more than enough. His body twisted. A dagger of darkest night whistled past, carrying a cloaked figure with it, arm outstretched to stab. Time unfolded slowly for him. Rather than kill them, he raised his free hand and drove the point of elbow down into the offending arm, smashing into their limb where the bones were weakest. A shrill shriek of pain reached him as they tumbled away. He stomped after them and they clambered to their feet, crawling backwards like some mad drunken crab. Your time is nearly at an end, Lord of Gold. You have not seen the last of us. He struck out at their face, only for his fist to pass through black smoke. It pooled around his wrist and vanished, leaving him to glare in their wake. They were gone. Whatever spell the assassin, and he must assume it was one, had used to get away, it must have carried them far from here, well out of his reach. They hadn't even left their weapon behind. He supposed that would have been too convenient. Doesn't matter. We can sense them now. Whomever they were, they won't escape us a second time. Are you well? He rounded on Ornstein to find the man limping his way. Got some nerve a-skin me that. Ornstein raised his hand for peace. I had no part in that foul act. Whomever they were not with me. You could have stabbed me in the back while I was distracted, you know. I could. The man lifted his chin and started him down, resolute behind his helm. And I would have lived with the shame until my dying day. This Einar Londo really did raise honorable knights. Fair enough. Maybe there were good people beyond the fog. But he'd run out of patience. That ambush just now had soured his mood. Let's finish this, Ornstein. Indeed, the battered knight forced himself. This shall be my final gambit. Before his very eyes, vaunted Dragonslayer seemed to swell. No, the man was actually growing taller, his body crackling with raw power as he gained height and mass that simply hadn't been there before. In no time at all he towered over them all. Had he absorbed that strength from Smuff, saving it for this last instant? There was no time to ask. Ornstein readied his spear and he could only do the same. There were no words. No anger. Only movement. One strike. One stood. One fell now, clutching their side. Ornstein stumbled, his armor shattered as his form shrank, returning to his normal size. Blood pooled in rivulets at his feet. He dropped to a knee, helmet shattered, one eye visible as he balked down at his wound. "'Twas nobly fought," he rasped out. "Lord Gwyn, forgive me. I am sorcery." Naruto caught his wrist as he fell. Discreetly, he pressed a healing palm to the knight's ravaged side, mending his wounds. "Don't be sorry." He patted his side, wincing at the bloody trench there. "You did well. This wound will scar." Bloody magical weapons. Lannseax would be furious, but he'd enjoyed the brawl. Pain snarled up his back. He stumbled, briefly alarmed and annoyed. There was a sword in his chest, no, jutting out from it. Exclamation point. Instinct took over as he threw himself forward before his attacker could twist the blade in the wound and finish him. His mind assessed the situation in an instant. Not a fatal wound. A few more inches to the left and it well might have been. It was his own fault for lowering his guard. Which begged the question, who had the stones to stab him in the back? Whirling, he found himself facing a tall samurai clad in a loose blue robe, bearing an impressive black helmet upon his head. Its gold crest glittered in the light of the arena. His eyes did not. One was scarred shut, the other fixed firmly upon him, bearded face wrought in a singular scowl. Said scowl deepened as his wounds began to be bleed. It matched his own. You've got some nerve. I am Ishin of Ashen and I apologize for wounding you in such an unseemly manner. The samurai sounded truly ashamed of himself, as though he'd cast aside something truly irreplaceable. Clutching a long black sword in his left hand, he took up a ready stance. I do not ask for your forgiveness, for I shall never forgive myself. His good eye narrowed, upon him, burning bright. But I must triumph here today. For the sake of my beloved country. Naruto ran a hand across his wound, wincing a little as he breathed. Inhaling hurt more than he cared to admit. The injury wasn't a large one, but it would take time to heal, and he'd struck a lung. Didn't think you were the sort to try a sneak attack. In the heat of battle, there is no honor. Ishin stood tall, brandishing his wicked black blade and conjuring a lance onto the other. He didn't miss the lightning crackling across both. Only victory. Hesitation is defeat. Wise words, though not wise enough. Not by any means. Well said. Setting Ornstein down, he pivoted on one heel. But you should have aimed for my head. I tried, the man smiled. I missed. Pity, he raised his right hand. Lightning met lightning. And the world sang. Hatred is often a dangerous, reckless thing. Take care it does not consume you, lest you fall foul of Shura. Hesitation is defeat. Ishin was a fighter. Such was his sole purpose in life. His meaning. His reasons for being. There could be no higher calling for one such as he, forged in the crucible of battle. For the sake of Ashinafor, his beloved home, he would gladly give everything for that wish. Much had been sacrificed already before he'd come to this tournament. His heart, his mind, his body, his honor, and even his very soul. The enemies of his country were vast and numerous, and they would not stop, they would not yield, they would not relent until it was crushed into dust. So too, had he sworn, that he would stop at nothing to defend it. Which was why it came as something of a surprise, yes, a very great surprise when his chosen target didn't die. It had been a clean thrust through and through. Ishin knew better than most. He was a master of the blade. Although he had first aimed for Godwin's head and missed, he had pierced Demigod's lung in the worst of ways. It was by all accounts a lethal blow. And yet the godling did not fall. On the contrary, he stood tall in the face of it all. Perhaps that was for the best. He already felt great shame for attacking a vulnerable opponent with his back turned to begin with. Had he fallen without putting up a proper fight, he knew he'd never be able to erase the shame of his sin. But to his great delight, Godwin could fight. Better than that, he could fight well. That strange, slender spear of his could do more than pierce. It could cut, and he knew how to use it. More than once it stopped his mortal blade and halberd in their tracks. It did so now, oh dear, he'd done it again. The sword saint's attention snapped back as a fist rushed in at his face. He dodged it by the merest of margins, parried the lance that nearly gutted him, and swung for the hand holding it. A grim sense of satisfaction filled his old bones. His opponent was wide open, his arm extended just a tad too far. He would take it off at the wrist and further weigh the odds in his favor. The blade bounced off. Ishin's good eye bulged, unable to comprehend what he'd just seen. He'd slashed hard and struck true, but the blade had sparked and bounced off as though he'd struck metal, not godly flesh. Godwin's eyes were gold as ever, but now they almost seemed to glow, his pupils inverted to horizontal slits. Now it was he who was wide open. Ishin tried to bring his halberd around to counter, though he knew it wouldn't be quite fast enough. Time unfolded slowly. Parry. Parry yet again. Steel clashed against steel in a furious crescendo, and each time he felt his guard slip a little more out of place as Godwin wailed on him. There was nothing he could do. To dodge was to die, to be struck was to assure his death. His body ached, his bones creaked, his wrists began to tremble until finally, one last time, the parrier became the parried. His arms were forced high, exposing his chest. The bolt of Lannseax skewered his side. He took the blow with a grunt and felt his health dip. An open palm swept in to finish him off. Rasengan. Ishin never saw the attack. Not really, he only heard the name, the keening whine of energy that followed, and felt something slam against his chest. The world lurched, Isshin's feet went up, and then he went back, crashing through foe after foe before momentum finally had mercy on him and smashed him into a wall. A lesser man would have died. Not he. Even as his spine creaked ominously, even as stone creaked and cratered and his wounds opened anew, so too did he refuse to falter. He had to win. Wasted and gasping for air, dragged himself upright and planted his black mortal blade in the ground, leaning heavily upon it. Blood sluiced from his chest and spattered the ground. His dented helmet tumbled from his head, his open blue robe now reduced to little more than bloody red rags atop his shoulders. He must win. Hesitation was defeat in any form. He had not died and passed through fire and death to fail here. He refused to accept it. He had not sacrificed his dear grandson for nothing, slain Sekiro, nor cast aside all that he was, all trappings of decency and kindness just to fall short at the last. Not to lose. Not here. When Godwin was already stalking toward him, bloody weapon raised high. Scarlet lightning skittered across his lance. You did well to come this far, even if it was with a cheap shot. His smile was gentle, but his words weren't. You've earned your rest. His piece said. He turned and walked away. Such a dismissal was as akin to a slap in the face for Isshin. The shame. The dishonor of it all. Don't turn your back on me, Demigod. You haven't finished me yet. It'll be fine. A blue eye glanced over his shoulder, half-lidded with decidedly dangerous mirth. After all, you're weak? Isshin's temper shattered. After all that, he thought him weak. High above, the heavens darkened over their heads. A low roar filled his ears. The reed haze descended. Don't underestimate me, boy. He staggered upright, glowering at him with a bloodshot eye. I'm going to enjoy swallowing up that smug smirk of yours. His temper sparked and his legs tensed a split second before he leaped into the air. Godwin watched him go with lazy grace, but he never once took his eyes from him. The clouds swarmed anew overhead and lightning swept forth to strike his sword. A second now. Followed by a third and a fourth, then a fifth, even a sixth now. Each stroke coated his sparking weapon and made his blade burn brighter, swell larger. Below him the fray froze, each combatant taking note of this, his last-ditch technique. Godwin the Golden. He snarled down at his adversary, his voice rising over the crackling lightning. Dodge this next attack if you can. But know this. Even if I miss you, your precious arena is going up in smoke. It wasn't something he wanted to do, but he would if he must, if it mean victory. Godwin lunged upright, caught his bolt in the air, brandished it in his face, and ran him right through. Isshin's good eye bulged in confusion. How? Remember this moment, his killer declared, piercing what passed for his black heart. Carve it into your soul, your very being, and die. It was the last thing Isshin heard, the last thing he saw, the last thing he felt as it cleaved down into his collarbone. But they were not his final thoughts. Even in his last moments, hope kindled in his wizened chest. He may fall here, but there was hope. Ashina still had another. Emma watched Isshin fall from afar. Good riddance to bad rubbish. After all, he was not him. This sword saint was not the Isshin she had known, but one who wore the visage of a man she'd once respected and occasionally served. A man who not only let his ambition and the foolishness of his grandson bring him back from the dead, but one who laid waste to all she held dear. He was not Shura, could never be Shura, but he had reaped a bloody toll all the same. He sought immortality and upon failing to possess it, slew those who held it, those who dared stand against him, like the tyrant he was. It was he whom she had followed into this world, not for the sake of his dream, but hers. In truth, the gentle blade loathed the sword saint almost as much as she hated herself. Hated her powerlessness. Hated that she never stood a chance. Yet here she was, fighting against gods and monsters for the sake of her wish to restore her world. She had already killed so many. It disgusted her. There had been a time when she was gentle and calm, when she devoted herself to the healing arts and only had a passing interest in the blade. Those had been happier days. Before the dark times. Before she lost everything she once held dear. How the sculptor would have wept if he saw her now. She was becoming the very thing she'd sought to destroy. But she didn't know what else to do. And Sash clung to her hate. Hate, hate, hate. Hate for herself, hate that Sekiro hadn't been strong enough all those years ago, hate that she was going to become this thing, and there was nothing she could do about it. That hate only grew as Ishin's killer crashed down behind her. Ishin's body followed what was left of it. Every fiber of her being tensed as those keen eyes settled. "You're going to fight me next then?" His voice was jolly, jovial, even. "You should probably surrender." Her hands were trembling. Was it fear? Excitement? She no longer knew. Her fingers ran red with the blood of slain foes. "You do realize you have no chance of winning, right? We don't have to fight." He might actually mean those words. "I have no quarrel with you." She drew her blade and dared to face him, weapon in hand. Even Soy will fight. It was all she had left now. There was no longer any other path for her. "You've got spirit." Without warning, the demigod's gaze lit up. "You wouldn't happen to have a wish too, would you?" She hesitated. "And if I said yes? Mind tellin' me what it I?" His cheeks dimple in a smile. "Tell you what, if you manage to land a single decent blow on me, I'll honor your wish too." Was this a trick of some sort? She frowned at him. "You've already declared your intent to do so for others." Godwin just winked her way. "It's going to be a very broad wish." Her temper sparked. "Do you think this is a game?" "If it is, it's one I intend to win." A snarl tore out past Emma's lips before she could think to hold it back. She palmed her face and shook her head. No, control her anger. Master the flames. Don't fall to Shura. She was in control. She must be in control. She couldn't afford to lose control, because once she did, there could be no turning back. Godwin tilted his head, regarding her new. "So much anger, what happened to you?" "Not pity. Anything but pity." She dove at him. "It's none of your concern." They collided in a whirl of weapons, steel striking steel. Emma realized the gap between them immediately. He parried her blade 3 times, swept her legs, then shoved her back with a lazy palm thrust. She felt nearly all of her ribs snap under the strain, and then she was gone, tumbling across the arena. Oh, the pain! It was worse than anything she'd ever felt in her life. Was this what it meant to fight a god? She'd nearly blacked out. "Look out below!" Panic bleeded through her, and she tumbled to the side a split second before the bolt of Lannseax would have skewered her stomach. Instead, the lance bit deep into the earth, the explosion of which blasted her yet further away from him. She didn't even have time to strike back before his foot cracked out, devastating the rest of her ribs. Emma choked on her own breath as much as the fire in her throat. This time she let momentum carry her away, using it to gain precious time. Numb fingers fumbled in her sash, drew out her healing gourd and took a long sip from it to mend her wounds. Even then the ache didn't completely fade. It took a second draft just to restore her. This was her limit, the limit of humanity when faced with a higher power. It galled her like no other. "What are you?" The golden sun shrugged. "No one special, Wanna continue?" He loped her way with a lazy gait. "No one will fault you if you decide to bow out now." Emma grit her teeth. Even now he mocked her. Did he think her a fool? Her anger mounted, and fanned the flames within him. She tried to rally her emotions. "Calm down. Calm." She had to be calm. A placid lake, flat and undisturbed, smooth and tranquil, and damn him. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she felt the last thread of her self-control snap. Emma's self-control slipped. Her world went red. And she fell. Fire flickered across her blade. Threaded up her arms, now. Bled into her chest. She clutched at herself and tried to hold it back, to no avail. Her eyes boiled 7 shades of scarlet. Her hair tumbled free from where she'd pinned it up behind her head, spilling down her back in a wild mess. She tried to breath, but couldn't. The fire was in her throat, in her mind, everywhere and everything. "Hey, you all right there?" Godwin's voice ignited the kindling of her heart further still. Her eyes narrowed upon him, bloody red pinpricks beholding nothing else. It was his fault. All Godwin's fault. If only he didn't exist. He should die. He must die. Diety. Emma lunged at him with a feral snarl. "You cannot save that woman. She's gone mad. Just look at her." She's attacking everyone in sight. Don't tell me what I can and can't do. She needs saving, so I'm gonna do it. Stop that. You can't befriend all your enemies. Says who? The fire within. Why is it always fire with these people? Lannseax and FAA shared a bemused glance between themselves. I mean, really? It was utterly lost on Tish, who flung up her arms with an exasperated snarl. First it's that chaos witch, then Rykard, and now this crazy bitch. What's next? A freaking fire giant? Faye patted her back and began to massage her shoulders. There, dear one. Let it all out. She certainly did. I mean, really? Is Godwin trying to start a fire harem? FIA tilted her head. Would Rykard be part of it by the logic? No. And not the point. Lannseax sighed softly and ran a hand over her stomach. There, little one, she cooed to the little life within her. It's going to be all right. Your father won't let us down. Have faith in him. A triumphant roar below put paid to those words, followed by a spatter of blood that struck her face. Oh my, she covered her mouth with one hand and licked her lips. That was vicious. I didn't realize he could be quite so brutal. He was riling her up good and proper. Now that's more like it. Naruto boomed a laugh and blocked Emma's blazing blade, only to grunt in surprise at the sheer strength behind it. Her sword crashed into the bolt of Lannseax and made his beloved weapon creak ominously. Another such parry sent heat shooting up his arms. His eyes widened in mild surprise. Then she was upon him, raining down blow after devastating blow like an absolute berserker. Blocking her only warped his weapon further, forcing him to abandon the very concept and sway out of her way right into a fiery heel. She got him good, clipped his head, hurtling him away. Well, that's new. He skidded back and righted himself with a grunt. Have you been holding back on me? Naughty. Emma lunged after him, fangs flashing. Well, she hadn't had those before. He got a rather nice view of them when caught her by the throat. But as entertaining as this is, a little fire won't stop me. She reared back and bit deep into his arm. He hissed and threw her backward. Emma crashed into a gladiator and both went down in a tumble. Her foe took exception to that while they were still alive. Less so when as she set him on fire and tore his burning body in half. His companions didn't last long. She tore through them like a bloody blender, slashing and snarling and spitting. Kill you all, she howled at him. Kill you. Kill. Honestly, a soft, sensual sigh echoed behind him as he watched the carnage unfold. It seems you have a skill for provoking others. Sure enough, Flora laid her chin on his shoulder, eldritch hair swaying behind her. Do something about your little pet, would you kindly? Preferably before she kills all my prey. He flickered her an annoyed glance. Why not you? Because, she smiled, and for a wild moment his very existence seemed to blur, revealing my true form here without proper precautions would drive every mortal mad. A hand took him by the cheek, steering his face to hers. I see the look in your eyes. You cannot save that woman. She's gone mad. Just look at her. She's attacking everyone in sight. Such is the fate of all who have fallen to Shura. He looked back to Emma, body wreathed in flames. Was it just him, or did she seem taller than before? No, she was. Her once pale skin was turning an ashen shade of gray. And were those horns on her head? Whatever the case, whatever she was becoming, whatever the reason, she was clearly a danger to everyone here. It would be a mercy to kill her as she was now. Everyone here would thank him for it. And yet he sensed such profound misery in her, such sorrow that made his heart ache. Something was eating her from the inside out, consuming her very soul. For every second those flames blazed higher, he could hear her mind wailing in agony. This wasn't a transformation she'd chosen willingly, was it? Don't tell me what I can and can't do, he shrugged the moon goddess off. She needs saving, so I'm gonna do it. She scowled at him. There you go again. You cannot befriend all your enemies. He scowled her in return, meeting her gaze. I've befriended you, haven't I? She laughed at that. Not yet, you haven't. Oh, and behind you. Emma slammed into his back and tackled him to the floor. The bolt of Lannseax was torn from his grasp. It went flying, stabbing into the ground yards away. Naruto tracked it with a bloodshot eye, considered retrieving it, then thought better. Best to let it rest for now. Instead he stifled a frown as he dodged back from the burning blade that even now sought his life. What on earth was happening here? He liked to think he'd been fair with Emma during their fight, gentle even. He could have easily slaughtered her before she went berserk, yet he chose to show mercy as a good god would. She'd gone mad instead. Because of him. He was responsible for this. Which meant it fell to him to end it. He swayed aside as a great swathe of flame sprang from her sword, only to grimace now when it incinerated a score of competitors. She didn't even pause to watch them fall. The moment he looked away she was on him again, forcing him to backhand her just to get some distance. She recoiled with a yelp and he struck her again, 3 times now, forcing her on the back foot. Will you calm down? This isn't you. Emma touched a hand to her cheek and blinked at him. For a moment, just a moment, he thought he glimpsed a glimmer of sanity in those feverish red eyes. It faded as she dove on him and slashed down, narrowly missing him by the merest of margins. Whatever fell strength she drew upon it was making her stronger, if not necessarily smarter. Her swings were wild now, her stance full of holes. For all her ferocity he was still faster than her, able to outmaneuver her now that the shock of her initial savagery had worn off. Emma wanted him to get close, wanted him to lower his guard down, the better to slash and cut and kill. He denied her. What was once a mad melee dissolved into a battle of he chose his moments wisely, weaving between her frenzied slashes. The heat never bothered him anyway. He rattled her with body shots, barreling his clenched fists and hardened knuckles into her blazing body until she buckled. Even then she came at him, swearing like a sailor. Another swipe, another evasion, another counter that left her spitting blood. Come on now, don't make me put you down. Emma gripped her face and staggered, slurring her words. Kill Yukilm. Kill me. With her scream the fires flared, pushing him away. All right. It was that infernal fire around her that had to go before it consumed her utterly if it hadn't already. I'm sorry. He drew an arm back, fingers forming a point. This might be a bit embarrassing for you. The fire thickened itself around her. She threw herself at him with a feral snarl. Only one shot at this. One opportunity. If he wasn't careful he might snuff out her very soul. His gaze shifted to her left arm. He could sense the concentrated flames there, the seething wrath, the rage, the hate. That was the heart of it all. He let her come close until he could feel the heat of her breath on his face, the telltale tickle of her sword about to cut him open. Any second now. His hand flashed gold. Blood flew through the air. Taut fingers tore the flame off her and what remained of her ratty kimono with it. Cries went up from the crowd. He ignored them, focusing on the malevolent mass gripped in his hand. So this is what makes someone fall to Shura. He squeezed the angry ball of hateful fire. Scram. It buckled in his grasp, smothered into harmless ash. Didn't even tickle him at all. Kurama hummed his approval. Good riddance. Now what of her? Naruto looked down. Emma crumpled at his feet, naked as the day she was born, clutching the ruined remnants of her shoulder. He'd torn her arm clean off, taking the flames with it. A small price to pay for her life. Really, he hadn't meant to tear off her clothes, but they'd been so infused with fire he simply hadn't a choice and he didn't much like the way she was looking at him. What have you done? He hummed happily. What's it look like? She tried to stand only for her legs to buckle. My arm. A brief flash of shame filled him. Sorry about that, it was the only wire. I'll craft you a new one. He looked up to the stands and whistled. Tish squawked angrily but threw a red cloak down. He caught it and flung it over Emma for modesty's sake. Two can't lose here. Even then she struggled to stand, struggled to wield her blade with one arm. My world. She swayed before him, reminding him of a drunkard at last call. I have to save my world. That seems to be something of a recurring theme here. He granted her a smile. Work with me and I promise you'll get what you want. Everyone will. But until then. His fist found her solar plexus. Sleep. She buried her head in his shoulder and collapsed with a gasp. The very moment she did, The harsh clang of a bell rang over the arena. He knew what it heralded, what it meant. The grand melee was over at last. Of what had once been hundreds, only 24 remained. Now came the proper preliminaries and all the chaos to come. Naruto smiled. Let the fools seek his head. His wish was well within sight. He would save them all. Hey, what's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? That's it, come on, try harder. Why you still lying there? Try harder. Before I get tired, I'll play with you a while. You look happy. Want me to praise you? Honestly? It's almost pathetic. Neither you, nor these fools have any idea what a god is capable of. Shall I educate you? Watch closely now. This is what a real god can do. Try harder. Naruto smiled. He hoped it looked like a nice smile. These days he truly could no longer tell anymore. Maybe it came with being a god, perhaps it was something of a disconnect on him part, the result of living as Godwin for so long with naught but Kurama to truly understand him. Tish often said his smiles were scary. Lannseax claimed they were wonderful. FIA simply said he needed to try harder. Perhaps that was the case. Surely one of them had to be right? Maybe he wasn't trying hard enough. Maybe he just needed to be more vocal to get his point across. Semantics, he supposed. It's tough to be a god. Regardless, he plastered his most winning smile to his face and beamed at those assembled before him. Thank you for coming, he addressed those assembled before him. I do hope you all understand why I've brought you all here. A small sea of familiar faces stared back at him, seated around the round table hold. Tish and Lannseax sat on either side to flank him, with FAA stood behind him like a watchful shadow. Each ready to act, to leap to his defense at the slightest provocation. Somehow, he doubted that would be necessary. One had but to listen to hear the cheers of the crowd above baying for blood to know that they were safe. The single matches were commencing, finals all. He had a bye in his own round, so there was no need to hurry unless the combatants proved particularly punctual and finished one another off quickly. And besides, he'd already bested all those seated before him. From lands far and near, he found himself facing many of his former foes. Artorias and Quelag, Ornstein nestled among one another, talking amongst themselves. And there at the far end of the table, cradling the stump of her arm while still looking quite lost, Emma stared back at him warily. Flora was notably absent from this little gathering, but he didn't much mind giving her up-and-coming match, nor was he quite sure he could count her as an ally just yet. Rykard was also late to arrive, but that was to be expected given his injuries. How he intended to fight in the upcoming rounds was beyond him. As to Fortisaxa, there he was. Lannseax's dear brother shouldered his way inside in human form, ducking beneath the low arch to enter. I hope I'm not too late? Not at all, he beckoned him to a place of honor beside his sibling. We were just settling in ourselves. A thought occurred to him. How did your fight go? The elder dragon licked his lips and looked rather pleased with himself. It was a spectacular fatality. Across the table, Emma turned green. Lannseax merely rolled her eyes at him. Sit your scaly butt down, brother of mine. Fortisax didn't need to be told twice. No one dared argue otherwise. All right, then he considered his defeated foes from other realms, regarding each like the opportunities they were. I brought you all here for a reason. Let's talk. Ornstein sniffed. I see no reason for any of us to cooperate with you at this time, godling. Really? His grin grew an inch. And what makes you say that, Because you show mercy where none should be shown. Naruto felt his smile crack like so much brittle glass. Emma's goblet bounced off Ornstein's helmet. Almost simultaneously, Quelag promptly thumped the battered knight over the head while Artorias delivered a swift elbow to his comrade's ribs. Their efforts, admittedly noble though they were, came just a moment too late. A strange, unfamiliar emotion curdled in Naruto like so much sour milk. It felt like anger. How quaint. He'd not felt it in so long. Godwin palmed his face to stifle a sigh. Is that so? FIA sighed softly. Oh dear. Tish must have seen his expression, because she shied away. Lannseax did no such thing. She leaned into a bemused Fortisax, chin resting in her hands and grinning from ear to ear, content to watch the carnage unfold. Of course someone would immediately protest, because it wasn't like he was doing this out of goodness of his heart or anything. No, sure, let's be suspicious. That's great. Just great. After all, isn't it easier to distrust anyone and everyone around you than to believe that somewhere, someway, somehow, there might be someone who genuinely wants to do some good in the world? Careful. Your hubris is showing. Ironically, it was that remark from Kurama which steadied him. He inhaled deeply, exhaled through his nose, and fixed the Lion Knight with a withering glower. I could have killed you today, you know. He let his gaze roam over his former foes. Any one of you. Instead I saved you. All your miserable little lives. Did you think it was from lack of skill? His head tilted when the great Dragon Slayer tried to argue, silencing him with but a gesture. It would have been easy, effortless even, to turn my weapon, to strike a little harder, to be a bit more thorough. But I didn't. Rather than barrel onward in a roaring red rage, he paused now, truly letting the weight of his words sink like an anchor. Everyone in this room is alive because of me, because I let the lot of you live. Think very carefully before you accuse me of pointless mercy. Next time you might not have a tongue to say it. The silence spoke for itself. There. His cheeks dimpled in a smile he no longer felt. Isn't that much better? All out in the open. Artorias found his voice first, bless his simple soul. You, my friend, are a proper scary bastard, I hope you know that. Oh, I know, he bobbed a nod the knight's way. Really, dude. Lucky for you I'm one of the good ones, eh? When no one dared object, he tapped a finger on the table and conjured a scarlet spark, causing his former foes to flinch. Now, why don't the four of you sit down, shut the hell up, and let me tell you how I can grant your every heart's desire. Quelleg found her voice at last. And what would the price for this be? No price at all, he granted her a warm smile. I'm a god. Gods are generous. This is my gift to you. I can't accept that. Artorias shook his head. There must be something you want. Well, there is one thing I would like, I suppose. He had them after that. At the end of the day, everyone wanted something. The wish offered by the greater will was merely the portal to it. Some might call this treason. Perhaps it was no, it almost certainly was. With this, the greater will's days were done, its hours numbered. It was only a matter of time now. Well done. You played those fools like a fiddle. Flora was waiting for him outside the hold wearing a smile of sensual sin. Had she a tail, Naruto suspected it would have been wagging. As things stood, the self-proclaimed goddess simply seemed smug. He wondered if she'd been listening in on him with a spell of some sort. It seemed like something she would do, but no, her words stuck with him. I wasn't controlling anyone. Certainly not. She felt seamlessly into step with him as they quickly climbed the steps back the arena. You only intimidated them, manipulated them into following your way of thinking by offer them their heart's desire, while simultaneously leaving them feeling indebted to you, thereby securing their loyalty for all time. A bright iris winked his way. I would have beaten them into submission myself, but you only needed a few words. Well done indeed. Heat crept up the back of his neck. Do you have a problem with that? On the contrary, she cooed at him, I approve. What is it you want? Many things, she gave his arm a brief pat. You'll understand in time. My first match will begin soon, if you have an inclination to watch. Was that a warning or invitation? She trailed a hand across his chest. Do take care not to die. Marika's voice ran out from the stands above, cutting through his thoughts. Flora shall face the orphan of Kos. Combatants, present yourselves. His brow furrowed. Orphan of what now? I suppose that's my cue. Her piece said. The moon goddess released him, vaulted down into the arena, dark dress fluttering beneath her. He glimpsed her opponent and grimaced. She was facing a gaunt pale beast of a man, humanoid, but only just. Tall and gaunt, white and withered, with not so much as a stitch of clothing to its name, the ghastly creature somehow managed to appear both old and young all at once. Whatever that thing was, it looked angry. The fiendish, festering flail gripped in his right hand only further served to emphasize the contrast. Its body shifted oh so listlessly from side to side, seemingly ignorant of the world around it. Honestly, it was akin to Beauty and the Beast, though with Flora, he couldn't be sure which was which. Little orphan. She tilted her head, regarding the beast like a hunk of meat. However did you escape that nightmare? It snarled savagely at her. Thumbing her chin, the goddess of the moon took a step forward, then another now, beginning to circle it as a tigress would her prey. It seems the greater will is more of a meddler than I thought. No matter. You know not what a true goddess is, and your essence shall only make me stronger. Yow. Whatever it was, the orphan was fast. And loud. It certainly knew how to scream. All its speed and strength availed it exactly not. Flora flicked her tongue and hair unfolded into a seething mass of dark tentacles, catching its limb, flail and all. A savage twist of her head levered the orphan into the ground, where she stomped down, grinding her bare foot into his face. Hey, what's the matter? She sneered down at it, digging her heel into its skull. You're not finished already, are you? Come on, try harder. Another stomp followed, drawing a cry of pain from her victim. Why you still lying there? Didn't I tell you to try harder? Before I get bored, I'll play with you a while. The orphan lashed out, lopping off her leg at the knee. Flora considered the bloody stump with a detached air, effortlessly balancing on her remaining limb. You look happy. Want me to praise you? The enraged creature screamed and dove at her, lashing about in a furious frenzy. One should not be able to dodge so easily while standing upon a lone leg. Flora did just that. A burst of energy was Naruto's only warning as he watched from afar. Her limb regrew in an instant and a single kick sent the orphan sprawling. It struck the ground once with a yelp, bounced, then crashed headlong into a wall, cratering it spectacularly. Even from here he heard its bones break. Honestly? It's almost pathetic. Flora lowered her leg then kicked at the air again, uncaring of the show she'd inadvertently given the audience. Neither you, nor these fools have any idea what a god is capable of. A quick hop, skip, and a jump brought her back to the pinned orphan. Shall I educate you? It tried to tear itself free from the wall, growing larger as it did, sprouting hideous white wings. Flora rolled her eyes and smacked the orphan across the face, both breaking its neck and paralyzing it in the same instant. Is that all? She scoffed at its frozen form, disappointed as one might be toward a broken toy. Pitiful. Absolutely pathetic. You can't even transform or regenerate properly. You're a failure after all, it seems. I suppose there's no use in prolonging this any further. She stabbed a hand forward. Naruto knew what was about to transpire. He could sense her murderous intent clear as day. His eyes widened. Though he knew Flora heard him because she looked right up at him and moved that much faster. She tore the orphan's still beating heart from its chest, raised it to her mouth and took a great big bite out of it. He felt the very instant her strength increased. Alas, the same could not be said of the poor orphan. As he looked on, the abomination fell to its knees with a whine and smoldered away into dust. Hopefully it would finally know peace at last. Grinning ear to ear and wearing a red smile, Flora turned and held up her prize like some sort of grisly trophy. Old gods anew. Hearken to me. She threw her head back with a cackle. Behold your champion. Naruto palmed his face. She's gonna be a problem. Do you think this is all a game? These are our lives. Who are you to decide what to do with them? We are not pieces on a chessboard for you to move about at your whims. Do you hear me? Rage against the greater will. Why is the blood on fire? The tournament was finally coming to a close. Naruto wasn't entirely sure how to feel about that, or rather, how he should feel. Relieved? Grateful? Ashamed, to know that he hadn't been able to keep the greater will from dragging so many worlds into this madness? As Godwin, he knew it was technically his duty to take this spectacle somewhat seriously. And while these events thus far had helped him acquire resources and earn a great many would-be allies in his secret campaign against the Erd Tree, yet in the same vein he was ready to move on. There were things to do, plans to advance, people to save, and a few more loose ends before he got that wish and put his plan into action. But to do that, first he had to win the tourney. To that end, it was looking more and more likely that he would face Flora in the finals. She was tearing through her competition with ease. Even now, he idly watched her dispatch an armor knight with callous ease, rip the poor fellow's head clean off his shoulders, and hold it up for the crowd to see. Men and women went wild at the sight, hollering and hooting, applauding, baying for further bloodshed. Flora gave it to them, hoisting her prize like some sort of grisly trophy. Behold, lords and ladies of Lannseax, another falls to my might. Are you not entertained? Lannseax muttered crossly beside him, one hand over her belly. Our new friend doesn't lack for vigor, that much is certain. She certainly didn't. He looked forward to fighting her for real. Their battle would be glorious, no, legendary. Why, he might actually have a chance to go all out against her. For once, excitement overrode his caution, such was his glee. He'd been holding back for so long now, concealing the lion's share of his power as it were. That was a terrible pun, and you should feel terrible. Fair play, but here and now he felt his blood sing. Surely he could be forgiven for indulging himself once. Just a little? Maybe a smidgen? Perhaps a touch? Tish tooted, claiming his attention once. You would do well not to underestimate her, my lord. Fia frowned. As if he would. Godwin knows no equal. He shall triumph. You'll see. He certainly intended to, that much was certain. Fighting an incarnated goddess would be fine test to see where he stood against the greater will. A shadow fell over him, cutting his thoughts short. A word, elder brother? He craned his neck back, half expecting to find Rykard there. No such luck. Radon? For it was indeed the good general that had come to confront him. Runny's big brother looked awful after the beating he'd given him. Most of his upper torso lay swathed in bloodied bandages and his armor was nowhere to be seen. It almost made him seem smaller, somehow, but no less intimidating for it. He loomed larger over them, staring Don silently. You shouldn't be up. And yet I am, the grave giant grunted. We must speak. Come, the larger man beckoned, follow me. Against his better judgment, he complied with the battered man's request. What could he possibly have to say? Radon led him below the stadium. He knew it would be safe for the two of them here, away from the prying eyes of the greater will and the other demigods. The roar of the crowd would not only conceal their presence, but mask any undue words they might say. Such was the sole reason he could be brave now, could dare to confront his brother in the flesh. Even now his wounds stung from their match. He wished he had his blades to rest upon for support, but they were long gone, broken during his last atch. He resigned himself to leaning against a wall instead. It would have to suffice in the interim. The cool stone felt surprisingly pleasant against his fevered flesh, the shadows a boon to his aching eyes. For if few could see them down here in the depths, then even less could hope to hear them. Once upon a time he might have prayed to the greater will for this turn out well, but now he no longer knew to whom he should pray. Doubt coiled around his heart like a serpent. Facing his kin fully, he asked them the question that had been haunting him for days, now. What will you do with the wish? The words echoed in the gloom. For his part, Godwin leaned against nothing. He simply crossed both arms before his chest and smiled. That smile often brought Radon comfort, yet today he couldn't help but noticed just how cold it was. He appeared happy, but no sign of mirth reached his eyes. It frightened him, more than he wished to admit. And so he tried it again. What will you use it for? Godwin shrugged. My own ends, of course. And what are those ends? His brother considered him for a moment, weighing his words. What I do with the wish is no concern of yours. So be it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Could you not use Tom and our family? A blonde brow quirked in mild confusion. Mend it how? Radon told him what he wanted. Exclamation point. He expected a thunderous roar at that, a might denunciation at the very least. Imagine his surprise when the golden sun merely tilted his head. I see. That's why you were fighting, wasn't it? Not for glory or honor or even the Golden Order, but your family. His handsome face softened. You great big lummox. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hope kindled in his chest. Then can you dash? Note his response dashed that hope. But why? Because it's far too late to fix things. Godwin shook his head and stepped into the light. Your father won't go back to your mother, not of his own volition at any rate. It would take a command from the greater will itself, and even if by some miracle he did, it would be too little, too late. The damage has already been done. Would your mother even trust him again after such a blatant betrayal? Radon wanted to say yes. More than anything. Truly he did. The naive, hopeful child he was at here the wished for that outcome more than anything else in the world. But he knew the truth, didn't he? He'd always known. Perhaps sensing that very thought, Godwin laid a hand on his arm. Radon, the problem here isn't your father, but rather the foolish god who brainwashed him. He jerked back, horror mounting within him. You speak heresy. It's not heresy if it's the truth. Godwin stepped back and the shadows lengthened between them, leaving him torn between the light and dark. You were honest with me, so the least I can do is be honest with you. In that instant the sight of his beloved half-brother truly terrified him. We're going to kill that thing and upend whole of it. Me, Rykard, Runny, all of us. His blood ran cold. Why tell me this? Godwin considered him for a long moment. Because I think, deep down, you know I'm telling the truth, and that you want to join us. No. He shook his head again and laughed a little. I know you will in time. Just think about it. You're serving an entity who deliberately tore your family apart solely to spite mine. That is no god. We'll tear its world down and from the ashes, build a better one. Treachery, heresy, blackest of blasphemy. He had no idea it ran this deep. By rights he should warn the greater will. He would be well rewarded for such. And yet he found himself hesitating, because he knew those words to be truth. The Erdtree will not take kindly to any outside interference, even from you. Godwin rolled his eyes, and for a moment his speech seemed rougher somehow. And I don't take kindly to it mucking about with our families. What happened to great Godfrey was truly a tragedy. Crunch. The bolt of Lannseax slammed down into the stone, cutting him off. Careful now. Godwin's voice was smooth as silk once more, but he didn't miss the subtle undercurrent of menace lurking within that twisted smirk. You're already on thin ice as it is. Choose your next words carefully. His smile struck terror into his heart. This was the oldest of the demigods, Marika's firstborn, friend of dragons and destroyer of worlds. To fight him here was to fall, and he did not wish to die. So he must tread lightly now. Very, terribly lightly. I cannot be seen to work with you. Godwin hefted his spear with intent and turned to leave, golden eyes ablaze. Then we have nothing more to discuss. Therefore I will see nothing at all. His words brought his brother still. I shall turn a blind eye to your actions so long as you act for the greater good. But know this, he thrust a finger his way, jabbing at his back. Should your spear strike any of our kin, the gods themselves will be unable to save thee from me. His kin smiled and turned to depart. Fortunately for you, I have no intention of harming our family, but can the same be said for the greater will? Radon watched him leave, made certain that he ascended the steps to the stands above. Only then did he slam a fist into the wall. Blast it! That was a productive meeting. It really was, wasn't it? Better than he could have hoped for. Naruto opened his eyes, savoring the memory as he awaited his next foe. Thank goodness Radon had proven amenable to his cause. It would have been a shame to fight him. Runny would have been rather cross if he manhandled her brother, to say nothing of Rykard. But the seed of doubt had been sown in the good general's heart. Now he just had to sit back and watch it grow. A raucous roar from the crowd claimed his attention, countless catcalls accompanied by the sound of stomping feet. He'd long made his way back down from the stands in silence, wondering who he would fight next. Strictly speaking, he knew he didn't have to engage in another bout. As the eldest son of Marika, he was guaranteed a spot in the final by right, but he wanted to fight. And besides, if he did, there would be less rounds, which meant. Apparently the lots had been drawn at random once more while he was distracted, for he soon found himself facing another opponent. The door opposite the arena opened, admitting his next adversary. They strode forward at a brisk pace, weapon in hand. Interesting. He took them in at a glance. A tall woman clad in regal leather armor awaited, chin tucked into her chest as she refused to look his way. And yet for all that her voice was soft. I have journeyed far to slay thee, foul beast. He blinked. Beast? Kurama huffed. She's probably talking about me. Well, alright then. Two could play this little game of hers. Beast am I? He smiled, bemused by her words. He'd been called many things, but that was a new one. Best be careful then. I might bite. The stranger did not smile, but she did speak. I am Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower. Here at last she lifted her head to gaze upon him. Belatedly he found himself struck by her pale visage and blood-red eyes, orbs he knew had once been a different color, but now swirled with a dark power. And I am your end. Everyone just loved to say that, didn't they? You know it's funny, he cracked his neck side to side, considering her. I've fought lots of people from different worlds these past few days, but you? His head tilted with one final pop as he reached back for the bolt of Lannseax and hefted it her way. You look fun. Her eyes flashed. I am not here for fun, foul creature. You will rule the moment you met me. He smiled. No, I don't think I will. Then I advise you hold nothing back, bast, or I shall slay thee outright. Her words peaked into a delightful yelp as he stepped past her and swept the hat from her head in a single sweep. What are you doing? Give that back. What's wrong? And here I thought you didn't want me to hold back. This is the bare minimum of effort you should exert. He whipped her hat over his shoulder and flung it into the stands. Lannseax caught it with a delighted squeal and hefted it high. A fine prize, my mate. Bring me another. He sketched a bow her way. Maria twitched, spasmed really, outright convulsed. Why you? She raised both blades high at her sides. Ah, was she going to surrender? That would be boring, but... And drove them into her stomach. For the first time in a long time, Naruto balked. Blinked now as her body buckled and she forced them deeper, up and out her back. Was she trying to kill herself? No, he could sense something stirring in her, a presence as bleak and dark as it was vile. She tore her weapons free in an explosion of fiery blood, revealing them in all their grisly glory, lengthened and sharpened by her own life force. What was she, a masochist or somethings? No more than that. Why is your blood on fire? She rushed him in response, forcing him to parry her, once, twice, thrice. On the fourth pass her blade swept in at his face and he received a wicked burn there as he dodged. It began to heal, but slowly. Annoyed he lashed out with a fork of red lightning, driving her back in return. She barely battered an eyelash. It took a Rasengan to actually harm her, and even then that only slowed her. A tiny smile wreathed Maria's ethereal visage as she drew her blades back for another volley. Not a fan of fire, I take it? He sneered back. I find myself rather fond of it, actually. Let's test that, shall we? He settled into a stance, which she mirrored. The heat never bothered him anyway. No doubt the greater will would find that offensive, as it did so many things, but what of it? Let it seethe. Maria sprang into the air and he had a single instant to marvel at the sheer, wild ferocity of her. Then she was upon him. He took her attack head-on and lashed out in kind, carving a bloody swathe across her leg as she scarred his chest. If she at all cared for the tattered state of her trousers, it didn't stop her. She slashed him back and he her. Together they ripped and tore into one another. This fight wasn't something he wanted to end quickly. This was something to savor. For the first time in ages, bloodlust stirred in him. This was just so much fun. Her son acquitted himself well. Marika took pride in the sight. Not only as a warrior, but a mother. Alas, Rad Aeon disagreed. Look at him. Your son is reckless. He fights foolishly. She granted her brother a gormless smile and looked back to the fray, refusing to speak today. Radagon must never know. The greater will couldn't be allowed to suspect, to see her true colors. If that meant having a child or two with her honorous other half, so be it. Godwin would look after the little ones when the time came. Down below, the duel drew to a close. The tide had turned against her. Maria had known it might, and thought she wouldn't care. But she did. Her calm began to fracture with each blow, then crack, buckling despite her best efforts. Words tumbled out of her, the last of her composure finally shattering altogether. By the hunt. What are you? He caught her Reikyo with his right hand, literally. He let her run his palm clean through, closed his hand, then yanked her forward. Unwilling to leave go of her weapon, Maria clung on tightly and tried to fight. Mistakes were made. Clenched knuckles barreled into her face at speed, denting her cheek and cracking a tooth, then her chest, torso, legs everywhere, everything all at once. Her remaining blood vials shattered beneath the barrage and she gave up on them as a final punch tore her free from her grasp, her hair flying loose around her as she let momentum drag her back around. All that vicious velocity she turned against him and used to smash her heel into the side of his head. Godwin accepted the blow and twisted with it, neck bending ever so slightly to the side. She was so focused on such that she didn't see his knee until it came barreling up into gut. She snapped her Reikyo in half at the hilt and used her free weapon to slash at him, and while she failed to draw blood, she did make him release her and tumble to safety. Or so she thought. His hand struck the ground as his entire body pivoted. A foot filled her vision, bristling with momentum. Her eyes bulged, but it was too late to dodge. Her head snapped back and she crashed down, body skipping across the stadium like a flung stone. You asked what I was, earlier. He tore her weapon free from his hand and cast it down at her feet, storming after her as she rose. The answer is many things. You wouldn't believe half of them. Now, Kurama. What was a Kurama? She had her answer as his fist flashed a royal shade of gold and delved into her stomach. The sheer shockwave of his blow both sundered her attire and tore into her jacket, exposing her pale bosom to the world. The crowd jeered at her for it. Shame flooded her in a rush of red and she pivoted, lashing out with a wave of scorching blood. Another blow ravaged her outfit further and laid her low, forcing her to bend the knee. Breath burst from her lungs and a bit of blood besides, then yet more as a kick smashed her head back and laid her low. Godwin the Golden indeed. In her folly, she tried to rise, only for her legs to buckle beneath her. For all her pride, her body faltered. This couldn't be happening. She couldn't be bested by such a brute. Her fist dug in the first, drawing beads of blood. Not yet. She couldn't lose like this. She mustn't. Not in such a shameful way. Not yet. A sickly sweet voice pervaded her mind. Do you crave power, little one? She balked, startled by the intrusion. What is this? For you? I suppose you'll do. Better than that omen boy. I don't understand. You will. Her blood boiled in her veins, tearing a scream from her lips as she choked. Her body bowed low, every cell suffused with power. Her broken Reikyo tumbled from her grasp, forgotten, and still she couldn't stop screaming. It felt as though her very body were being torn apart and stitched back together countless times over and over again, countless wounds without end. Yes, that's right. Embrace me. Give yourself to me. Without warning, the pain ended. Maria cut her palm and fresh blood flowed forth from her many wounds, before hardening behind her to form a grisly simulacrum of crimson wings and armor over her tattered attire. It preserved her mangled modesty, if only just. Even so, she hated this transformation, phase, this form, whatever the foolish onlookers wished to call it. To an outside onlooker, she knew she must seem some bloody angel, wrathful and furious. A part of her rather wished to die than accept aid from a foreign goater. Perhaps it was a great one? She knew not, and it shamed her. But here and now? She wanted to win. No, she must win. This foul vile blood would serve her at last. Victory would be hers. Heresy! Someone screamed from the stands, she never knew who, a cry that was soon taken up by others. She calls upon the formless mother. Was that the entity empowering her? It mattered not. Power was hers, and she would use it to. Godiun palmed his face, bowed his head, and began to laugh, not some inane, demented shriek, but a deep belly laugh, the merry booming sound not unlike that of Gehrman from the old days. As she looked on, the mad god planted his bolt in the ground and held his sides with one hand as he chuckled. She brandished her bloody blade. Have you gone mad from fear? Not at all. He dragged his hand free from his face, chuckling ruefully. I'm just honored. If you're pulling out a third phase, then I may as well skip straight to mine. A bead of sweat ran down her brow. You're bluffing. She'd known he was holding back, but surely not this much. He was at the end of his rope, right? Right? Gauden threw his head back and roared, a short sharp sound that set her already burning blood ablaze. As she looked on, the first of the demigods transformed before her very eyes. His body burst into golden flame, his exposed skin became limned with eerie black marks, and his eyes by the blood, those eyes. They were gold like those of the dragons, but different, his pupils a wicked cross shape gleaming in the light of the afternoon. Something was wrong. She saw it in his eyes. Something was very wrong. She sensed it in his smile. Something was terribly, horribly wrong. She could taste in the very air the suffocating silence that followed. You should be proud of yourself, even his voice had been altered, that once pleasant hum now akin to a slow-moving avalanche, a moving mountain ready to bury her alive. No one's pushed me this far in battle before. But look at you. He held out a hand and a stray spark of saffron skittered across his fingertips as his face dimpled in a smile. You've clearly pulled out all the stops, even caught the eye of an outer god. It's only fair that I return the favor. He walked forward, the ground turned to glass in his wake. Let's take this fight elsewhere, Maria. Then he moved. Godwin's fist slammed up under her chin, driving her teeth together with a painful click. Momentum caught up with her body a moment later. It proved most unkind. Maria rocketed upward into the clouds with a startled yelp. Thankfully her flight proved brief. She shot past the screaming clouds, past Marika, past even Erdtree herself as the very skies boiled around her. Snow slammed into her back, cushioning her fall, but even then the sheer force of her landing stunned her for a crucial instant. Wait, snow? She'd landed in mountaintops of the giants, hadn't she? Oh bugger! That was all she had time to comprehend before a cackling golden meteor shot down out of the clouds to meet her. Then she was far too preoccupied trying to survive. Because you see, that laughing streak of gold wasn't just something, it was someone, and they were most eager to make her acquaintance once more. Time slowed for a crucial instant as she glimpsed his great glowing form, the sparks skittering about his body, his face, and most importantly of all, the clenched fist racing toward her own. There was no time to think, no time to dodge, let alone counterattack. She could only react. Godwin? She'd time enough to brace her bloody wings and catch his hand in her palm. That only caused him to laugh and lash out with the other, which she was forced to catch in turn. In an instant she found herself forced into a grapple, their hands locked above their heads, straining against one another as the ground shattered underfoot. Godwin's forehead smashed against hers, his face split by a wide grin. Are we having fun yet, Maria? You believe you are the hunter. That all of this was your design, that everything led to this moment. Wrong. You are not the have never been, nor will you ever be the hunter. You are the prey. What was he? This question howled in Maria's head as she crashed head over heels into the snow. Chased her, dogged her. Clearly this was no base beast as she had been told lied to. He wouldn't stop laughing. No matter how hard she hit him, how many wounds she inflicted, he came roaring back for more. For the first time in a long time, she felt a flicker of fear. But that fear was soon to fade as they fought on. In its place came anger. By rights, she should be winning. She knew she should. She had her arms, her Reikyo, and blood armor to say nothing of this strange new voice, empowering her body, making her stronger with every wound. By contrast, what did Godwin have? He had cast aside his weapon in favor of his fists. He had neither reach, nor the endurance, the best her arcane. The outcome should have been in her favor. Period. And yet she found herself being pummeled. Down left, right and center, just as she had been back in the arena. No, worse than that, because here there was no one to make him cease. His fists swept in, battering through her guard, shattering her stamina to fling her backward. Even as she skidded away, he reappeared behind her, an overhand smash drilling her down into the snow below. There were no prying eyes here. None to see her shame. And yet it stung her worse than any scorpion. Maria wrenched herself aside before his keen could smash her head open like a watermelon and slashed at him in a wave of scalding blood. He barreled through the miasma and folded her in half with a single punch, leaving her to stagger backward, clutching at her gut. What's wrong? His voice pruned at her. The dark stuff, seductions, aren't we having fun? Smile like you mean it. She tried to speak, but her lungs would not behave, and all she managed was a retching gasp. The gall of it all. Her shame, burning like a flame in the fiery forge above. He was beating her. Badly. How she hated it. She wanted to stomp. She wanted to shout. She wanted to scream. A titanic shadow fell over them, both, long and large enough to momentarily block out the lights of that cursed golden tree she so loathed. Maria looked up and immediately wished she hadn't. By the hunt, what was that thing? Right? Godwin groused under his breath as he beheld the towering red-haired bearded warrior peering at them over the peak. Mom's ol' fire giant. Forgot about that. The behemoth layered at them with milky white eyes, hefting a kiln in its right hand. Maria tensed, ready to fling herself away. Buzz off before I eat you. Her jaw clicked open. Ha! An almighty golden fox burst from the blonde's back to tower over them all, grinning with razor-sharp teeth. Heed his words. Much to her disbelief, the giant actually backed down with a whimper. Ashley looked on aghast. It turned to tail and fled, bounding away down the mountain. Almost as if it were afraid of him. Surely not right? But he was distracted. This was her chance. Her opportunity. She lunged at his exposed flank. Godwin batted her blade aside, swept her legs, to send her sprawling, cracked his neck and looked back to her. "Wanna keep going?" Her fury sparked. Enough. Fresh wings of black-feathered blood burst from her back in a shower of grisly gore, enabling her to take to the air once more. Godwin followed her with a lazy gaze, making no move to pursue. She glared down at him. "I am a huntress, you bastard. You are but the beast. Prey. Beneath me, fit only for the slaughter, and I will not be treated." The hand wrapped around her ankle and all that bravado flew right out the window. She looked down and found that Godwin hadn't moved. A mighty golden arm had stretched forth to seize her leg. He grinned up at her, eyes bright and wild. She squeaked out 3 words. "Please be gentle." His grin grew. No. Snow, contrary to popular belief, could be quite hard when you hit it fast enough. Left, right, left again. He whipped her to and fro, then flung her down, seized her new wings by the bones and... No! Ripped. The agony that followed was sharper than anything she'd ever felt. Her entire body buckled like so much boneless jelly, leaving her to slump face-first into a snowdrift. Not for long. A hand seized her by the should, whipped her around with such force that her head spun. Sprawled out on her back, she nevertheless tried to go on the attack. A bare foot kanoni down into her exposed stomach and with all the force of Queen Marika's hammer, blasting the breath and the will to fight from her lungs. She wheezed out a whine and tried to protest, but his face was suddenly there, right bloody there, mere inches from her own, teeth bared, mouth fixed in a furious snarl. "Are you done?" Despite her best efforts not to, she rather liked the rough way he spoke when it was just the two of them, alone. It felt more genuine, real somehow, compared to the princely persona he'd erected for his allies. "Because I'm letting you up now." He lifted his foot an inch, only to immediately stomp down when she tried to rise. "And I swear, if you try to sneak attack me again, I will be so freaking nettled. Are we clear?" Her head bobbed in a jerky nod. He growled, "I didn't hear you." "Yes, I understand." He placed a hand against his ear and leaned in. Yes. Something awakened within her. "Yes, Daddy." Her face flushed red as a rose and she averted her gaze. "Is this the part where you ravish me?" Godwin reared back with an incredulous expression, as though he'd just been scalded. "Not what I was going for." Maria squeaked as he yanked her to her feet, but he wasn't done with her yet. He let her up with an annoyed noise. "Why do I always attract the crazy ones? Is there a sign on me or something? Does it say kick me? I feel like it says kick me." Maria flailed upright. "You're just letting me go?" "Yup. But you won the match." "I did." He nodded curtly. "And I'm fairly certain you're not going to hold a candle to Flora, so I'm saving my strength." Heat seared through her face, dark and hot. "I'm offering myself to you." You are. She howled at him. Take me, damn you. I've enough crazy blondes in my life already. So unless you're going to try and jump me, which I would advise. She sulked. He was the hunter here, not her. She saw that now, knew that now, and it was something she had never felt before. What was she to do with all these feelings blooming beneath her breast? Stranger still, the voice that had been eating her had gone strangely silent. Almost as though we were satisfied with this outcome. Anyway, you got a wish? Tell me what it is so I can fix your world too. You seem a bit angry, sir. No, you think? I have been dealing with this tournament for what feels like an eternity. I'm ready to be done with it. And so help me, I will end you if you make this more complicated than it needs to be. Will you kill me? No, he said, but you might wish you died once you meet Lannseax. Maria weighed her options. The risk was great, but the prize. Desire won out over common sense, and she jumped him, smashing her lips against his. A/N. Next chapter's going to be terrifying. So, what say you? Should this continue? Would you like weekly updates? Feedback is imperative and essential to all things, especially the Elden Ring stories. Once more, we're sticking with the Ember's rule for this story, and others. Meaning folks don't like this, it won't be continued. If the story itself ain't popular/well received, well, I won't be able to continue it. I'm working 2 jobs, holidays are here too, meaning I barely have time to write. As such, I cannot afford to write something folks don't enjoy. So by all means, speak up. Your voice matters. Make yourself heard. As ever, reviews are the fuel that sustain me. Without them I cannot write a single word. Simple as that. Working nearly all hours of the day keep me absurdly busy, and I can't bring myself to write something folks don't like. As ever, reviews keep me alive. Without them I cannot write. Soin the immortal words of Atlas. Review would you kindly? And here, have some previews I've been pecking away at. As ever, a warning to one and all. Spoilers, spoilers and spoilers. Previews are mostly the same, don't want to spoil things. And yes, I'm quite aware of Lies of P. So many good Souls-like games. Previews. Laxasia the Complete? Take that armor off. You look ridiculous. A bolt of electricity HT him. He grinned. It tickles. The ringleader laughed. Did you really think I would be foolish enough to face you alone, Godwin? I already told you. I brought friends. And you've made enemies? Naruto exhaled slowly. Shrugged off his cloak. The navy garment fell to the ground, exposing his bare chest. The bolt of Lannseax spat scarlet sparks in his grasp, eager for action. Azure eyes shimmered into cold crimson. You should have brought more. Clep. They froze. Clep. Clep. No. How? Clep. 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 He stepped out of the shadows, still smiling, still clapping. You know what they say, what's dead may never die. Unfortunately for you, I've died before. He should be dead. Why? Why wasn't he dead? I know you're kind. You never learn unless you're made to learn. As they looked on aghast, Godwin dragged himself up onto one knee. A hand rose. Tore his bloody robe away. Very well, he exhaled slowly, a low burst of steam leaving his lips. They couldn't see his eyes, not with him hanging his head like that. I've given thee courtesy enough. His back glowed gold. Then the monster burst forth. It's over, what should I do now? Follow me. Footsteps echoed, deep in the dark. You'd be right about that. They rounded with a yelp. Laughed now when they saw the state of him. Look at you. Godwin the Golden. Wounded and bloody. What can you possibly do in that state? More laughter. That's what you get for protecting others. Weakling. Low laughter filled the sewers. If you actually believe those words, you're pitiful. Honestly, you deserve a hug. If my last life, I would have given you one. Their smile died an ugly death. What? It's true I'm not in the best shape at the moment. The first of the demigods pushed himself upright, uncaring of his mangled arm. I can't even feel my right side anymore. However, he lifted his head and ran a bloody hand through his long hair. Just because I'm a little weaker, doesn't make you stronger now, does it? He stepped forward. They flinched. He saw it. Grinned. Sorry. There's only one ways to proceed from here onwards. 2 steps now. Cuddle up, tremble in fear and run. Run. That's right. Run away. And never return. He paused. Considering. Or you could try and kill me now. Who knows? You might even succeed. Such a ritual would undoubtedly grant her the freedom she so sought, but it meant he would die. Runni shook her head furiously, red hair swaying side to side. No. I can't. Do you hate them? How could he hate the twins? Miquela and Malenia were his half-siblings and still much too young to know their true loyalties. Not even 3 years old, and the poor tykes had their own illnesses too. Grapple with no, the answer was obvious. I don't hate anyone. I pity those weaker than me. My dream? I want us, all of us, to see eye to eye. From gods to dragons. Mortals to Albinaurics. Omens to misbegotten. That is...
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.